According to Gregory Zinoviev, after the 1908 conference, and more especially after the 1910 plenum, we Leninist Bolsheviks said to ourselves that we would not work together with the liquidator Mensheviks and that we were only awaiting a convenient moment to break finally from them and form our own independent organization based upon the resurgent workers' movement. Our group decided such a moment had arrived at the beginning of 1912. 74. Such a split perspective has often been attributed to the hothouse atmosphere of émigré life in which Lenin found himself after the 1905 defeat and the reaction of 1907. Lenin referred to Paris as the foreign Petersburg because it teemed with 80,000 Russians who had been forced into exile. As he wrote to Gorky, émigré life is now 100 times more difficult than it was before 1905. Historian Ralph Carter Elwood has expressed the common opinion that it is not surprising that this artificial and isolated life in Western Europe engendered a renewal of the personality clashes, ideological debates, and organizational schisms which rent the party hierarchy after the Second Congress 75. Indeed, it would be strange if even Lenin had not been affected by this strained and bitter atmosphere, and the tone of some of his polemics indicates that he was. Many are inclined to ignore the fact that the impulse to lash out was not peculiar to Lenin. Among the Mensheviks, factional knives were being sharpened for the purpose of cutting down the Bolsheviks. In 1907 Pavel Axelrod was raising the question with Martov, how can we remain with them in one party? Martov outspokenly favored a complete break. One of the more moderate of the anti-Leninists, Theodore Dan, favored a tactic of preservation of unity at all costs, but his reasoning included elements that are quite instructive. First of all, the Menshevik organization in Russia was in a shambles. There are no money, no people, no work. Menshevism as an organization simply does not exist in Russia, and to assemble it once again by mechanical means is impossible. A split with the Leninists might therefore give them clear hegemony over the remnants of the RSDLP inside Russia. Instead, it was necessary to fight all these nasty people and slime within a unified RSDLP while working to win control of the party. Yet Dan was fully committed, as were all the dominant Mensheviks, to the goal, as Axelrod put it, of rooting out the moral political depravity and ideological chaos that the Bolsheviks introduced into our movement. 76. Although the Mensheviks decided to bide their time, they proved fully prepared to maneuver organizationally and declaim polemically for the purpose of crushing the Bolsheviks in the RSDLP. Perhaps the most infamous example was Martov's 1911 diatribe Saviors or Destroyers. There he castigated the Bolsheviks for their erstwhile expropriation adventures of 1906 to 1907. Accusing the Bolsheviks of a Nechayev-type policy of criminal activities and systematic corruption of the party, Nechayev was a fanatical revolutionary of the 19th century who utilized corrupt and murderous tactics against others in the revolutionary movement. Martov declaimed against the war which the party Jacobins are waging against the social democratic movement. As Martov's biographer comments, the moral and news value of the revelations was insignificant so many years after the scandals had broken and more than a year after the Bolsheviks had reformed through the break with ultra-leftism. He also takes note of Plekhanov's evaluation of the pamphlet's purpose. At this time, Plekhanov was fiercely critical of the liquidationist trends among the Mensheviks, and shocked by Martov's pamphlet, Plekhanov advised Koski that the Mensheviks, being a minority in the party, strove to destroy it in the hope that once the party is destroyed, they could call a conference for the organization of a new one and thus become a majority. Isaac Deutscher has shrewdly summarized the evidence. The Menshevik leaders were no less determined than Lenin to carry the schism through to the end. The main difference was that while Lenin openly avowed his intention and almost shouted it from the housetops, Martov, Axelrod, and Dan kept their design to themselves and sought to put it into effect through a subtle tactical game. While convinced that the split was both inevitable and desirable, however, they hoped to place the odium of the schism on Lenin. 77. It would be a mistake to see all of this as simply senseless factional squabbling among frustrated political exiles. The polemics and maneuvers flowed from profound programmatic disagreements that were becoming too significant to contain within a single political party, assuming that the party hoped to provide leadership for the working class. At the RSDLP conference of 1908, a Bolshevik majority succeeded in passing a resolution condemning liquidationism as the attempts of a certain section of the party intellectuals to liquidate the existing organization of the party and substitute for it an amorphous association within the limits of legality at all costs, even if this legality is to be attained at the price of an open renunciation of the program, tactics, and traditions of the party. The political implications of the liquidators' proposed organizational reform, given the realities of Tsarist repression, which required workers' organizations to be non-political in order to be legal, ensured the sharpening of the factional struggle in the RSDLP. Naturally, repudiation of the underground goes hand in hand with the repudiation of revolutionary tactics and advocacy of reformism, Lenin commented. He believed that the liquidators were bending to the bourgeois liberals who advocate only reforms and spread among the masses the highly pernicious idea that reform is compatible with the present Tsarist monarchy. 78. An interesting minor example of the practical effects of divisions in the RSDLP can be found in the case of a legal workers' educational society in Petersburg. The Bolsheviks hoped to use it for the instruction and recruitment of party members, while the liquidators tried to forbid all social democratic activity within it. The forwardists, for their part, wanted to force the withdrawal of social democratic instructors in order to destroy from within what they saw as an institution that would conjure legalist illusions among the workers. 79. Significantly, the actual experience of the workers who were active in the legal labor movement generated support for the Bolsheviks' position. In 1908, Trotsky wrote in his influential bi-monthly newspaper Pravda, this non-factional paper, not to be confused with the later Bolshevik Daily, was the most popular illegal paper circulating among Russian workers. Advanced workers are abandoning the hope of holding their ground in the open field of activity and are taking up the task of reforming the illegal social democratic organization. They have now become convinced that without such an organization it is now impossible to advance a step in either the economic or political sphere. Historian Jeffrey Swain reports, an agent for Trotsky's Pravda noted the new mood among workers when he toured Russia during. On the same trip the previous year, union leaders had been wary of the author, they saw him as an illegal, an outlaw. Now he was positively welcomed. In the same year, the following declaration came out of a meeting of non-faction party trade unionists in Petersburg, so that the individual social democrats scattered among the various trades should become a solid mass, and not act separately but according to a definite plan in contact with one another. An illegal organization should be formed, into which can go and should go only experienced workers who have gone through political school, old workers, who by joining an illegal organization will take on themselves the exclusive leadership of political life and the movement of the working masses. 80. Such sentiment resulted in a unanimous vote, including liquidators, at the January 1910 RSDLP plenum for the following resolution: the historical situation of the social democratic movement in the period of the bourgeois counter-revolution inevitably gives rise, as a manifestation of the bourgeois influence over the proletariat, on the one hand, to the renunciation of the illegal Social Democratic Party, the debasement of its role and importance, the attempts to curtail the program and tactical tasks and slogans of consistent social democracy, etc. On the other hand, it gives rise to the renunciation of the Duma work of social democracy and of the utilization of the legal possibilities, the failure to understand the importance of either, the inability to adapt consistent social democratic tactics to the peculiar historical conditions of the present moment, etc. An integral part of the social democratic tactics under such conditions is the overcoming of both deviations by broadening and deepening the social democratic work in all spheres of the class struggle of the proletariat and by explaining the danger of such deviations. 81. Although this would seem to have resolved the question in Lenin's favor, such was not the case. Lenin described the 1910 plenum in a letter as 3 weeks of agony in which there was a mood of conciliation in general, without any clear idea with who, for what, and how, hatred of the Bolshevik center for its implacable ideological struggle, squabbling on the part of the Mensheviks, who were spoiling for a fight. The Bolsheviks, who at this point were split between conciliators, or party Bolsheviks, and an irreconcilable grouping of what came to be known as Bolshevik Leninists, felt compelled to make a number of organizational concessions. Ilyich believed that the utmost concession should be made on organizational issues, wrote Krupskaya, without yielding an inch on fundamental issues. But paper resolutions were not capable of resolving the fundamental issues. Although the Mensheviks had formally taken an anti-liquidationist stand, they were not prepared to carry it out, because doing so would have torn apart the Menshevik group. Tony Cliff has pointed out that Martov made it clear a little later that he had not even intended to carry out this commitment and that he had agreed to the unity in the plenum only because the Mensheviks were too weak to risk an immediate break. The most open of the liquidators even refused to serve on the Central Committee of the underground RSDLP. And as Lenin later commented, it was precisely after the plenum meeting of 1910 that the chief publications of the liquidators, Nasha Zarya and Dialogues Hizny, definitely turned to liquidationism all along the line, not only belittling the importance of the illegal party, but openly renouncing it, declaring that the party was extinct, that the party was already liquidated, that the idea of reviving the illegal party was a reactionary utopia, using the columns of legally published magazines to heap slander and abuse on the illegal party, calling upon the workers to regard the nuclei of the party and its hierarchy as dead, etc. 82. Krupskaya summarizes the conviction that was hardening among Lenin and his co-thinkers. The thing was to have a united party center, around which the social democratic workers' masses could rally. The struggle in 1910 was a struggle waged for the very existence of the party, for exercising influence on the workers through the medium of the party. Vladimir Ilyich never doubted that within the party the Bolsheviks would be in the majority, that in the end the party would follow the Bolshevik path, but it would have to be a party and not a group. Not a group, but a party pursuing a Bolshevik line. Naturally, there was no room in such a party for liquidators, against whom forces were being rallied. Obviously, there could be no room in the party for people who made up their minds beforehand that they would not abide by the party decisions. 83. There were, however, a significant number of RSDLP members who favored the combination of legal and illegal tactics, who maintained a revolutionary class struggle orientation, but who were unalterably opposed to a split in the RSDLP. With some comrades, Krupskaya later wrote, the struggle for the party assumed the form of conciliation, they lost sight of the aim of unity and relapsed into a men of the street striving to unite all and everyone, no matter what they stood for. Initially this conciliatory outlook was the standpoint of a majority of Bolsheviks. It was also the position articulated by Trotsky in Pravda and was an attitude common among many working-class activists. One such activist from Vologda commented, the workers are opposed to the factional fight. Many understand the issues but nevertheless cannot bear the polemics which they view as mainly personal affairs which disrupt comradely solidarity. Another complained that as workers we thirst for active work but were forced to waste our energies on endless and useless polemics. About whether Lenin said this or Martov said that. In between this and that argument it is forgotten that the first and essential condition of the victorious struggle is the absence of any discord and unity. Thus I, like many others, am not a Bolshevik, I am not a Menshevik, I am not an Nazovist, I am not a liquidator, I am only a social democrat. Even a Bolshevik organizer complained about the tempest in a teapot abroad, adding that in general the workers are beginning to look disdainfully at the emigration, let them crawl on the wall as much as their hearts desire, but as for us, whoever values the interests of the movement work, the rest will take care of itself. I think that is for the best. The author of these lines was Joseph Stalin. This was precisely the sentiment that the conciliators, whether non-faction Social Democrats aligned with Trotsky or party Bolsheviks, responded to and hoped to mobilize. Lenin observed that Trotsky expressed conciliationism more consistently than anyone else and was probably the only one who attempted to give the trend a theoretical foundation. Trotsky himself later summarized this position, as long as the revolutionary intellectuals were dominant among the Bolsheviks as well as among the Mensheviks, and as long as both factions did not venture beyond the bourgeois democratic revolution, there was no justification for a split between them. In the new revolution, under the pressure of the laboring masses, both factions would in any case be compelled to assume an identical revolutionary position, as they did in 1905-84. Jeffrey Swain has recently argued that Trotsky was right. If Lenin had not embarked upon the farce of a separate Bolshevik party, then the unity of the RSDLP would have been preserved, and within that context the Bolsheviks working with Trotsky and other revolutionaries, and in light of the leftward shift of the Russian workers that was already beginning, could have established a revolutionary socialist majority. Of course, as Krupski related, Ilyich simply could not stand this diffuse, unprincipled conciliationism with anyone and everyone, which was tantamount to surrendering one's positions at the height of the struggle. But Swain sees this as a serious flaw, concluding severely, to Lenin, it was not only safer, but far more principled to split the party and cock a snook at those dreamers like Trotsky who tried to suggest that wallowing in the swamp was really the cut and thrust of running a democratic party. 85. Yet consider Trotsky's later critique of his own position. Certain critics of Bolshevism to this day regard my old conciliationism as the voice of wisdom. Yet its profound erroneousness had been long ago demonstrated both in theory and practice. A simple conciliation of factions is possible only along some sort of middle line. But where is the guarantee that this artificially drawn diagonal line will coincide with the needs of objective development? The task of scientific politics is to deduce a program and a tactic from an analysis of the struggle of classes, not from the ever-shifting parallelogram of such secondary and transitory forces as political factions. 86. This was precisely the point that Lenin made over and over again in his fiercely uncompromising polemics with Trotsky, the party Bolsheviks, and others. He characterized their views on party unity as seeking to place in the forefront the reconciliation of given persons, groups, and institutions. The identity of their views on party work, on the policy of that work, is a matter of secondary importance. Differences of opinion must be hushed up, their causes, their significance, their objective conditions should not be elucidated. The principal thing is to reconcile persons and groups. If they do not agree upon the carrying out of a common policy, that policy must be interpreted in such a way as to be acceptable to all. Live and let live. 87. Against this, Lenin projected a revolutionary perspective on party unity. From this point of view, the unification of the party may proceed slowly, with difficulties, vacillations, waverings, relapses, but it cannot but proceed. From this point of view, the process of unification does not necessarily take place among the given persons, groups, and institutions, but irrespective of the given persons, subordinating them to itself, rejecting those of the given persons who do not understand or who do not want to understand the requirements of objective development, putting forward and attracting new persons, who do not belong to the given set, effecting changes, reshufflings and regroupings within the old factions. Tendencies, divisions. From this point of view, unity is inseparable from its ideological foundation. It can grow only on the basis of an ideological rapprochement. 88. Utilizing the Russian Organizing Committee, which enjoyed the full support of perhaps one-fifth of the RSDLP, Lenin and his closest comrades convened the predominantly Bolshevik All-Russian Conference of the RSDLP in Prague in January 1912. The forwardists, who were moving significantly away from ultra-leftism, Trotsky and his followers, and the anti-liquidator party Mensheviks who had grouped around Plekhanov were invited. All refused to attend, with the exception of two party Mensheviks. The liquidator and semi-liquidator components of the Mensheviks were not invited at all. The conference assumed for itself the authority of a regular RSDLP Congress, declared the liquidators to be outside of the party, passed a number of major resolutions, and elected a new Central Committee. As Zinoviev notes, the conference at Prague consisted in effect of a handful of delegates, some 20 to 25 in number, led by Comrade Lenin, and took upon itself the presumption to proclaim itself to be the party and to break once and forever from all other groups and subgroups. Jeffrey Swain documents that even among these delegates there was no clear agreement on the idea of such a breathtaking split, and that to the Russian delegates at least, Prague remained a provisional gathering. 89 Yet Krupskaya indicates that its actual accomplishments were more far-reaching. The Prague Conference was the first conference with party workers from Russia which we succeeded in calling after 1908, and at which we were able in a business-like manner to discuss questions relating to the work in Russia and frame a clear line for this work. Resolutions were adopted on the issues of the moment and the tasks of the party, on the elections to the Fourth Duma, on the Social Democratic group in the Duma, on the character and organizational forms of party work, on the tasks of the Social Democrats in the anti-famine campaign, on the attitude toward the state insurance for workers bill before the Duma, and on the petition campaign. The results of the Prague Conference were a clearly defined party line on questions of work in Russia, and real leadership of practical work. A unity was achieved on the without which it would have been impossible to carry on the work at such a difficult time. 90. Many who were inclined to adhere to such a Bolshevized RSDLP were hesitant to turn their backs on the other elements of the old party. But these other elements, enraged by Lenin's sectarian arrogance, or what the historian Pokrovsky later termed his political courage, were quick to denounce the Bolshevik usurpers. Trotsky initiated a countermove, the convocation of a unity conference of all other components of the RSDLP, his own non-faction adherents, Menshevik liquidators and anti-liquidator party Mensheviks, forwardists, the Jewish Labor Bund, and even remnants of the conciliationist party Bolsheviks. This conference met in Vienna in August 1912, and its participants were termed the August Bloc. One of the left-wing participants, David Ryazanov, gloomily observed that only personal hatred for the scoundrel Lenin keep together most of the Mensheviks, Bundists, and Trotsky. The forwardist representatives had walked out of the conference as soon as it became clear that the liquidator and semi-liquidator Mensheviks would dominate the framing of the political resolutions. Trotsky himself found it impossible to remain in the August Bloc for very long. It took less than a year for the bloc to disintegrate altogether. 91 Lenin did not hesitate to chide his conciliator critics as he pointed out the lesson of their experience, a theme he repeatedly returned to in the subsequent period. Writing in 1914, for example, he made the following remarks. You consider that it is the Leninists who were the splitters? Very well, let us assume that you are right. But if you are, why have not all the other sections and groups proved that unity is possible with the liquidators without the Leninists, and against the splitters? If we are splitters, why have not you, uniters, united among yourselves, and with the liquidators? If disagreements are only invented, or exaggerated, and so forth, by the Leninists, and if unity between the liquidators, Plekhanovites, V-periodists, Trotskyists, and so forth, is really possible, why have you not proved this during the past 2 years by your own example? 92. The Bolshevik Party was hardly monolithic, but it was cohesive and was able to rebuild a revolutionary workers' organization inside Russia through the combination of legal and illegal methods. Lenin's description of what this looked like is worth considering. The exceptional and unique feature of our position is that our illegal Social Democratic Labor Party consists of illegal workers' organizations, often called cells, which are surrounded by a more or less dense network of legal workers' associations, such as sick insurance societies, trade unions, educational associations, athletic clubs, temperance societies, and so forth. Most of these legal associations exist in the metropolis. In many parts of the provinces there are none at all. Some of the illegal organizations are fairly large, others are quite small, and in some cases they consist only of trusted agents. 93. These trusted agents were leading workers chosen to maintain contact between the Central Committee and the local social democratic groups and to create flexible forms of leadership for local activities in the large centers of the labor movement. The interrelationship of legal and illegal forms was extremely important. The legal associations served to some extent as a screen for the illegal organizations and for the extensive, legal advocacy of the idea of working class solidarity among the masses. Nationwide contacts between the leading working class organizations, the maintenance of a center, the Central Committee, and the passing of precise party resolutions on all questions. All these are of course carried out quite illegally and call for the utmost secrecy and trustworthiness on the part of advanced and tested workers. We make use of every reform, insurance, for example, and of every legal society. But we use them to develop the revolutionary consciousness and the revolutionary struggle of the masses. 94. In order to advance this goal, Lenin stressed, the workers should be encouraged to conduct political strikes, meetings, and street demonstrations for the purpose of drawing in more forces to push forward the workers' interests and challenge established authority. This necessitated the publication and circulation of revolutionary leaflets and an illegal newspaper. He added, the ideological unification of all these propaganda and agitation activities among the masses is achieved by the slogans adopted by the supreme bodies of our party, namely, 1. An 8-hour day, 2. Confiscation of the landed estates, and 3. A democratic republic. These demands were incessantly put forward and popularized by the Bolshevik Party and came to be known as the three whales of Bolshevism. This phrase derives from a fable in which the world was balanced on the backs of three whales. Lenin stressed that in the present situation in Russia, where absolute tyranny and despotism prevail and where all laws are suppressed by the Tsarist monarchy, only these slogans can effectively unite and direct the entire propaganda and agitation of the party aimed at effectually sustaining the revolutionary working class movement. 95. The underground RSDLP, under Bolshevik leadership, began to revive dramatically on the basis of this orientation. The sudden growth of the illegal Bolshevik nuclei, Theodore Dan later recalled, was an unpleasant surprise for those Mensheviks who regarded these nuclei as a product of the disintegration of the old pre-revolutionary party organization and doomed to inevitable extinction. In comparing the fortunes of the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in the difficult period of 1907 to 1912, Dan was forced to conclude that while the Bolshevik section of the party transformed itself into a battle phalanx, held together by iron discipline and cohesive guiding resolution, the ranks of the Menshevik section were ever more seriously disorganized by dissension and apathy. 96. 9. The Almost Revolution. Events in the period of 1912 to 1914 seem to have vindicated the orientation for which Lenin fought in the period just examined. The programmatic clarity and tactical flexibility facilitated an organizational cohesion and effectiveness that enabled the Bolsheviks to make substantial gains in their efforts to build an expanded membership and sphere of influence among the Russian working class. It would be a mistake to view organizational cohesion as being synonymous with any kind of rigid centralism, however. Rather, centralism was necessarily blended with local autonomy and a democratic internal life without which the Bolshevik organization could not have functioned effectively, particularly because many of the veteran committeemen and intellectuals so central to the organizational apparatus had faded away, and their functions had to be taken over by rank-and-file activists who arose from and were directly tied to the local working class organizations. This was the period in which the worker Bolshevik became the predominant party type. Two interrelated processes, the proletarianization of the Bolsheviks and the Bolshevization of the conscious workers, accelerated in these years. These developments were related to the internal struggles of preceding years discussed earlier, but also to a dramatic radicalization that was beginning to sweep through the working class as a whole. In some ways the radical upsurge was comparable to that of 1905. In certain respects, the situation was even more advanced, as workers struck and took to the streets in the summer of 1914. Lenin noted that instead of raising banners and following a Father Gapon, as they had in 1905, the workers now used barricades and the illegal RSDLP as their starting points. 1. How far the workers' militancy could have gone is a point of controversy, but some historians argue that only the eruption of the First World War decisively broke the revolutionary wave that might otherwise have washed away Tsarism in 1914. The developments in this period of almost revolution were to add important new components to the Bolshevik Party as it went into the storms of war and revolution. The way in which the Bolsheviks were affected by, and in turn affected, These later storms will be explored in chapters 10 and 11. Here we will give our attention to the essential prologue, the rise of the worker Bolsheviks, and the role they played in the almost revolution. 1. Worker Bolsheviks. The proletarianization of the Bolshevik organization had taken a qualitative leap forward with the massive working class influx into the RSDLP during the 1905 revolution. Following the defeat of the revolution, particularly in the period of 1907 to 1912, membership in the party declined no less dramatically. Yet the proportion of workers in and around the RSDLP may have been higher than ever in this period. This was because of the rightward shift of the Russian intelligentsia in general, and because of the exodus of intellectuals from the RSDLP. Historian Ralph C. Ellwood has explained. The revolution of 1905 drastically changed the perspective of the Russian intelligentsia. Many were arrested and sent into prison or exile since they represented the leadership of the Revolutionary Party. The irrational anarchy, pogroms, and insurrections unleashed by the revolution frightened others whose rational commitment to a revolutionary ideal had somehow precluded violence. Then came the failure of the revolution and the realization that the party would once again be forced to go underground. To a majority of the disillusioned intelligentsia, the sacrifices required could not be justified by the indefinitely postponed revolution. 2. Some of them sought to maintain links to their old ideals by finding jobs in the newly legalized trade unions and other institutions of the legal labor movement or, as one Bolshevik activist complained, at the first convenient opportunity, retire into trade unions as secretaries, clerks, etc. According to Ellwood, at first, they made a pretense of retaining their social democratic identity, but gradually these small deeds intelligentsia dissociated themselves from the illegal apparatus. 3. There were other revolutionary intellectuals who shifted their energies from political activity to purely intellectual or literary efforts. One example, a Bolshevik named George Denick, who dropped away from political work after 1907, has been described by Leopold Heimson as being attracted by the broader intellectual and social vistas that seemed to open despite, or perhaps because of, the political stagnation of the Stolypin years. He felt the need to refurbish his intellectual baggage, now that his fundamental assumptions about Russian society had been repudiated by events. He also felt very deeply the sense of revulsion that affected so many of his contemporaries against their earlier life in the underground, with the blunting of emotions, the psychological distance in human relations, indeed the dulling of all perceptions which this life had caused. For many of these people returned to political life during the later upsurges in the class struggle, some joining the Bolsheviks, others such as Denick the Mensheviks, but their absence from the revolutionary movement for an extended period was keenly felt. One party activist from the industrial city of Ekaterinslav wrote a typical complaint to Proletary in the autumn of 1907, "The chief weakness of the Ekaterinslav organization is the absence of party workers. We have neither agitators nor propagandists, nor organizers." The same problem existed even in Petersburg, as one correspondent wrote to the party organ Social Democrat in early 1909, "The general flight of the intelligentsia has had an especially serious effect. Individual workers are incapable of conducting independent work well." Another complaint from Petersburg, "We need organizers and propagandists, if we had them things would move." The same lament came from Ekaterinslav, "Even if only one experienced comrade took on the work here of implementing political leadership, arranging leaflets, contacting surrounding organizations, one would be sure that the influence of our party would be quickly restored." 5. While this situation severely damaged the RSDLP, it also resulted in the unplanned transfer of local leadership from the intelligentsia to the younger workers, as Ralph C. Ellwood has documented. Slowly, often painfully, working-class revolutionaries learned to carry out the tasks necessary for maintaining their party. As one émigré Bolshevik concluded, "The activity of every worker agitator, worker propagandist, and worker organizer now more than ever repaid 100-fold. Lenin was particularly heartened by the development of the new Bolshevik mass worker and believed that the RSDLP was being immensely strengthened because work on the local level has passed to a remarkable degree into new hands, into the hands of a new generation of party workers. One of the foremost worker Bolsheviks, Alexander Shlyapnikov, vividly summed up the phenomenon. A typical feature of the pre-war period of party work was its lack of intellectuals. The exodus of intellectuals that had begun in 1906 and 1907 meant that party workers, full-time staff, and so on were workers. There was so little of the intelligentsia left that it barely sufficed to meet the needs of the Duma faction and the daily paper. The place of the petty bourgeois intellectuals and student youth was taken up by the intellectual proletarian with calloused hands and highly developed head who had not lost contact with the masses. A very favorable impression was made by our insurance organizers G. I. Osipov, C. M. Shkopin, N. I. Ilyin, Dmitriev, and others, and also the trade union activists such as the metal workers Kiselev, Merkin, Schmidt, and others. Working in the shops and being often at comrades' houses, I met a few outstanding workers who were more highly developed than many famous European workers I had known well abroad. Bitter struggle, exile, and prison crippled thousands, but they reared individuals incomparably better than the peaceful struggle in the West. 7. These developments, however, took place not only in the Bolshevik organization but also among the Mensheviks. Given the Mensheviks' particular emphasis of, and immersion in, the legal labor movement, and the common working class distaste for splits and polemics, one might assume that their own working class activists would have won support from the majority of Russian workers. In fact, the opposite was the case. The period 1912 to 1914, years of rapidly accelerating working class activity, saw the Bolsheviks quickly become the dominant force within the Russian labor movement. An early harbinger was the election campaign for the Fourth Duma in the autumn of 1912. There was a two-tier election system in Tsarist Russia at this time. The voters elected representatives of electoral colleges, or kurii, who then elected deputies to the Duma. 13 Social Democrats were elected to the Duma in this way. Of those, 9 were elected from overwhelmingly working-class kurii, 6 of these representing Russia's major industrial areas. These 6 deputies all identified with the Bolsheviks. They represented 1 million workers, while the 7 Menshevik deputies represented only 250,000 workers. Martov complained in a letter to Patrusov, the failure of the Mensheviks in the labor kurii shows once more that Menshevism caught on too late to the reviving danger of Leninism and overestimated the significance of its temporary wholesale disappearance. Another indicator can be found in the circulation in 1912 to 1914 of the 2 legal newspapers, the Menshevik Luk, Ray, and the Bolshevik Pravda, Truth. In 1914 an investigation by the International Socialist Bureau of the Second International determined that the weekly circulation of Pravda was 240,000, as opposed to 96,000 for Luk. 8. Some historians have argued that in 1913 Lenin overplayed his hand when the Bolshevik 6 deputies in the Duma separated publicly from the Menshevik 7. According to Leonard Shapiro, it caused a profound shock. And many of the workers were bewildered and outraged. He adds that the circulation of Pravda had fallen dramatically under the impact of the split in the Duma fraction, citing reports of late 1913 and early 1914 indicating a decline in circulation from 40,000 daily to 20,000 or 25,000.9. There are 2 major problems with this interpretation: what it fails to say about Pravda and what it fails to say about the Bolshevik/Menshevik split in the Duma fraction. When we examine such issues, the truth comes close to being the opposite of Shapiro's assertions. The circulation of Pravda fluctuated from one point to another. It began with a daily readership of 60,000. This may have been in part because unity-minded workers appreciated the attitude expressed in its first editorial, written by Stalin, that Pravda will call, first and foremost, for unity in the proletarian class struggle, for unity at all costs. Yet the daily circulation soon fell to 20,000. Lenin, who had been frustrated by the conciliatory tone of the paper, warned that the fall in circulation was related to the tone, you complain about monotony. By avoiding painful questions, Pravda and Zvezda make themselves dry, monotonous, uninteresting, uncombative organs. A socialist organ must conduct polemics. In a later letter he added, "You will spoil everything and provoke protests from the workers on the left, if you keep silent about this. The liquidators must be rebuffed." At the beginning of 1913, the Central Committee determined that Pravda was insufficiently firm in its party spirit and initiated a reorganization of the paper under the capable leadership of Yakov Sverdlov. Although Sverdlov was soon arrested, the orientation changed significantly. With a more combative tone, the daily circulation rose to 32,000.10. By the late summer, however, a Bolshevik named Chernomazov assumed editorial responsibilities. Chernomazov utilized dictatorial methods within the Pravda staff and insisted on printing such provocative material in the paper that the Tsarist Press Commission often closed down its offices and confiscated an increasing number of issues. From July through September, 80% of the issues were seized by the Tsarist censor. Because of its irregular appearance, Pravda's circulation fell to 18,000 in the autumn of 1913. Lenin urged the editor that it is necessary to strive for legality, to be able to pass the censor. This can and must be achieved. Otherwise you are destroying, for no purpose at all, the work you have undertaken. But Chernomazov paid no heed, because as it later turned out he was in the pay of Tsarist secret police. Nor was he the only police agent in the Bolsheviks' higher circles. The most infamous was Roman Malinovsky, a Union leader and Bolshevik deputy in the Duma. While able to do considerable damage, however, such agents were never able to overcome the capacity of the Bolshevik organization to generate antibodies within itself to counter the infection of provocateurs. 11. By early 1914 Chernomazov was removed through the democratic decision of his comrades and replaced by one of the most experienced Bolshevik publicists, Lev Kamina. Under Kamina's experienced hand, the number of permanent subscribers doubled, the daily circulation rose to 40,000, and then to 130,000 for Pravda's second anniversary, while the Mensheviks look averaged only 16,000 in the same period. Ralph Ellwood sums it up in this way: the paper had acquired a national audience, being distributed to some 9,444 cities in Imperial Russia. Its columns about workers' problems and interests undoubtedly gave a sense of class identity and solidarity to its readers. Its accounts of economic abuses and of successful strikes helped spread social and economic unrest. By constantly harping on the correctness of the 6 Bolshevik Duma deputies and championing Bolshevik candidates in trade union and insurance elections, it promoted factional identification which had been conspicuously absent before 1912. Pravda, for all its difficulties, provided a degree of political coordination and leadership that had been lacking since 1905. As a result of 2.5 years' work, the majority of the Social Democratic workers in Russia now apparently identified themselves as Pravdaists. 12. If it was affected at all, this situation seems to have been enhanced by the split in the Duma fraction. The Bolshevik deputy Batayev later pointed out about the period leading up to this rupture: with every month that passed it became more clear that the unity of the Social Democratic fraction was only a formal unity, and that it was bound to collapse sooner or later. The Bolshevik and Menshevik deputies, while formally bound by the existence of a united fraction, were in daily conflict on a whole series of questions concerning the revolutionary movement. The divergences between the Bolshevik 6 and the Menshevik 7 were rooted in the very conception of the course of the Russian Revolution. The Mensheviks attempted to use their one-vote majority to hobble their Bolshevik rivals in the Duma fraction. Finally, in the autumn of 1913, the Bolshevik deputies issued an open ultimatum, explaining their situation to the readers of Pravda and demanding of the Menshevik deputies that all disagreements between the two components of the Duma fraction be worked out on the basis of consensus. The split occurred when the Mensheviks rejected this demand. An intense discussion within the working class was generated by these events and by the ensuing polemics. Not surprisingly, significant numbers of workers were dismayed by the split. But again, Not surprisingly, many workers were inclined to defend the actions of the Bolshevik deputies who represented their districts. Even Plekhanov was moved to comment that the differences of opinion which have existed within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party during the last few years have now led to the division of our Duma fraction into two competing groups. This split occurred as the result of certain regrettable decisions taken by our liquidationist comrades, who chanced to be in a majority of 7 against 6. According to Bataev, during their struggle against the 7 deputies, the Bolsheviks had carried new positions and considerably widened and deepened their influence among the workers. The split in the fraction and the creation of an independent Bolshevik fraction was discussed by thousands of workers, who until then had no clear notion of the essence of the party differences and, inclined towards the Menshevik liquidators, joined the Bolsheviks as the result of the information gained during this period. 13. Alexander Shlyapnikov has offered a similar description of this period. The spring and summer of 1914 was the high point of our party's struggle against liquidationism. The polemics between Pravda and Look had developed such acrimony that workers at the grassroots from both warring factions began to talk of the need for some control over their papers. A gathering of serious-minded workers from Ericsson and Lessner factories was held in the allotment nearest the works, where we started a discussion not about the tone but about the essence of the differences, and the Pravdaites did not have much difficulty in demonstrating to the Menshevik workers the whole hypocrisy of the Lookites, the liquidators of the party's revolutionary traditions, who had clad themselves in the shining armor of the unity of the Workers' Party. 14. By early 1914, the Menshevik deputy Chkenkili complained that the Menshevik fraction had lost all influence, deserted the political life of the country, broken its connections with the workers and finally forced the most active members to leave the fraction and consequently brought the work of the fraction to a standstill. Another of the Menshevik deputies, Tulyakov, offered a similar judgment. The fraction calls itself Social Democratic, but it does not reflect the life and aspirations of the workers either in the State Duma or in the press. The fraction has, for political, police and ethical considerations, abandoned the workers and landed itself in a state of splendid isolation. Shortly afterward, one of the deputies left the Menshevik fraction to adopt an independent position midway between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. In addition, the Mensheviks felt compelled to expel another deputy from the fraction because he was taking positions that were too right-wing. Thus, while the Mensheviks disintegrated and lost the confidence of the workers, Bataev later reminisced, the influence of our 6 increased and we were enthusiastically supported by the revolutionary proletariat. 15. This interpretation of growing working-class support for Pravda and for the distinct Bolshevik fraction in the Duma is corroborated by other information we have on shifts taking place in the political consciousness of the Russian workers. A report of the Tsarist police, whose spies honeycombed the workers' movement, noted that the most energetic and audacious element, ready for tireless struggle, for resistance and continual organization, is that element, those organizations and those people who are concentrated around Lenin. This energetic core proved to be an intense pole of attraction for masses of workers in the period after 1911, when there was, as Trotsky put it, a healing of the psychological wounds of defeat. 16 shifts within the legal labor movement demonstrated a decisive tilt from Menshevism to Bolshevism among the most active elements within the working class. Most dramatic was the loss in 1913 and 1914 of Menshevik control of the trade unions, with some exceptions, such as in the printers and railway workers' unions, and the labor insurance movement, which the Mensheviks had initiated, to the Bolsheviks. By the summer of 1914, the Bolsheviks controlled 14½ out of 18 governing boards of trade unions in Petersburg and 10 out of 13 in Moscow. Martov wrote to Patrusov in the autumn of 1913, "I am dejected by the story of the unions of metal workers which exposes our weakness even more than we are used to. It is altogether likely that in the course of the season our positions in Petersburg will be squeezed back even further. But that is not what is awful. What is worse is that from an organizational point of view, Menshevism, despite the newspaper, despite everything that has been done for the past 2 years, remains a weak little circle." 17. The Menshevik explanation of this development is interesting. According to one prominent liquidator, the Bolsheviks were appealing to the newly arrived influx of ex-peasants who had not yet adjusted to the factory environment and urban life, and who were therefore driven by instincts and feelings rather than consciousness and calculation. The rebelliousness of these new workers was creating a militancy that had little patience for partial reforms and introduced a disorganized, primitive, elemental character into working-class life. Martov wrote of the swilling mixture of anarchist and syndicalist tendencies with remnants of peasants' urges and utopias among the new workers, adding that as they face the hardships, the darkness of city life, they hold on to their dream of returning to a patch of land with their cow and chickens. And they respond to the slogans of those who promise them the fulfillment of this dream. Therefore, in the words of Theodore Balkin, a Menshevik practical who had been voted off of the Metal Workers Union governing board, the masses which have recently been drawn into the trade union movement are incapable of appreciating its great significance for the proletariat. Led by the Bolsheviks, they have chased the liquidators, those valuable workers, out of all leading institutions. Bolshevism intelligentski, narrowly factional, Jacobin has found its support in the masses' state of mind. 18. Many anti-Leninist scholars have utilized this interpretation to explain the Bolshevik success not only in the pre-World War I period, but also in 1917. Recent scholarship has conclusively established, however, that the Menshevik interpretation was as faulty as the Mensheviks' general orientation. In saying this, we should acknowledge an element of truth in the Menshevik perception. The period of 1912 to 1914 saw a great new surge of industrialization, during which thousands of the rural poor were continually flooding into the labor force of Petersburg and Moscow. Between January 1910 and July 1914, the industrial workforce had risen from 1,793,000 to 2,400,000, an increase of more than 30%. Victoria Bonnell comments that these new workers, concentrated in some of the largest Petersburg and Moscow factories, rarely joined the trade unions, which recruited mainly experienced, skilled, and urbanized workers. This fact punctures the Menshevik rationalization. Only members of a union could vote for a replacement of Mensheviks with Bolsheviks on the union's governing board. On the other hand, this was a period of dramatically increased strike activity, and for a strike to be successfully conducted, and as militant as those of Russia in 1912 to 1914, non-union workers must be actively involved. Bonnell points out that the young volatile workers did contribute to the general atmosphere of elemental rebelliousness. The mixture of militance and desperation that characterized the work stoppages in this period affected the environment in which unions recruited their membership and the way in which organized workers responded to political appeals. Reginald Zelnick adds that the consciousness of the typical worker may best be characterized as a uniquely volatile and dynamic mixed consciousness that combined peasant resentment against the vestiges of Russian feudalism, i.e. serfdom, with the proletarian resentment against capitalist exploitation in the factories. This may be an overgeneralization, however, if there is any truth to Leopold Heimsen's reference to the unskilled workers who have just come from the countryside to try to make some quick money, and not get into trouble. 19. In either case, the Menshevik rationalization does not hold up. Nor is it in harmony with what is known about the social composition of Bolshevism at this time. The Bolshevik Party was not simply a fusion of elitist intellectuals and inexperienced workers. Heimsen records that despite waves of arrests that ravaged the Bolshevik organizations in this period, the Bolshevik Party apparatus managed to survive, to retain some old and recruit some new members, younger workers, but also older workers, with a background of participation in the revolutionary underground, who in many cases had left the party during the years of reaction but were now returning to the fold. Statistics on the Moscow Bolsheviks indicate that about 60% were workers, that over 49% of their leadership cadres were also workers, and that the overwhelming majority of these were either second-generation workers or urbanized and proletarianized first-generation workers. Also significant was the fact that they included substantial percentages of general industrial workers and textile workers, as well as more skilled metal workers and printers. Heimsen summarizes, the Bolshevik party cadres were now able to play a significant catalytic role. They succeeded in chasing the Menshevik liquidators out of the existing open labor organizations. They transformed these organizations into fronts through which they managed to absorb, if not control, the young workers who headed the Petersburg strike movement. Through the pages of Pravda, through the verbal appeals of their deputies in the Duma, by leaflet and by word of mouth, they managed to stir up and exploit the workers' embittered mood. Thus, it seems fair to say that by the outbreak of war the Bolshevik center in Petersburg, and particularly its open organizations, had developed an organism whose arms, while still very slender and vulnerable, were beginning to extend into many corners of the life of the working class. 20. To the upsurge. We should give more attention to the questions of why and how the Bolsheviks were able to establish such authority among the Russian working class as a whole, from the most inexperienced militants to the most mature stalwarts. The question of why has to do with two interrelated realities that characterized the Russian scene in this period, the inherent repressiveness of the Tsarist order, and the rightward shift of the bourgeoisie. One liberal writer warned in 1906 that the political inflexibility of the major sectors of the bourgeoisie and their support for Tsarist repression as a bulwark against working-class militancy would teach the workers that the workers would only obtain what they grabbed by force, that is, they were being taught to seize power, and this is penetrating to the very heart of the broad masses. The following years saw a deepening of the polarization between workers and the members of educated, privileged society. This polarization was greatly intensified by government and employer labor policies that allowed only limited trade union rights, policies marked by systematic harassment and periodic repression designed to prevent workers from using the legal unions to function in a manner that would result in tangible benefits. Trade unionists were faced with an unprecedented situation, writes Victoria Bonnell. On the one hand, they had acquired the opportunity to establish legal mass membership organizations. On the other hand, they were prevented from expanding the size and scope of these organizations and exercising their major functions, such as collective bargaining. She observes that organized workers grew enraged at their inability to achieve redress for their grievances. Their militance was fortified by an appreciation of the potential for collective action, while their indignation was fueled by violations of what they conceived to be their moral and legal rights. Little wonder that there was an evaporation of their willingness to pursue a gradualist approach, which had been advocated by the Menshevik liquidators. The militancy of the spontaneous legal labor movement, the movement the Mensheviks had counted on to supersede the old revolutionary underground, was increasingly directed against all existing authority, including the liberal bourgeois elements whom the Mensheviks hoped would provide leadership in the democratic struggle to overthrow Tsarism. While the Mensheviks reacted helplessly to this fundamental challenge to their faith in the orderly pattern of spontaneity, writes Reginald Zelnick, it was the Bolsheviks who, unfettered by any sentimental vision of the party's dissolving itself in the spontaneous labor movement, exploited their position of independence with the utmost flexibility. 21. Leopold Heimsen has also remarked on the Bolsheviks' flexibility in this period, their ability to strike a note of militance, and yet seemingly a note of realism, to appeal to anger, and also to make its expression appear eminently reasonable, if not practical. And it is because of this multiplicity of the notes they strike, and the varying ways in which they harmonize them, that Bolshevik propaganda and agitation prove so successful by the eve of the war, not only among the explosive strata of the Petersburg working class, but also among the less advanced workers of the more isolated industrial towns and villages. Heimsen's elaboration on this point brings to mind the Bolsheviks' fierce internal polemics of the period leading up to 1912, polemics that resulted in a cohesive organization based on a clear revolutionary program. By 1914 the Bolshevik platform variously offers the workers the promise of the eventual overthrow of the bourgeoisie and establishment of a proletarian dictatorship, the more ambiguous, if less distant, promise of the establishment of a firm democratic regime, in which the masses of workers and peasants will already hold the upper hand over the privileged elements of census society. And most literally the political objective of a democratic republic, under which the workers will gain civic and political rights equal to those of more privileged elements, as well as a better opportunity to pursue their struggle against their employers. Even more strikingly, Bolshevik slogans emphasize the need for workers to unite, not only in pursuit of these, varyingly distant, political objectives, but also to achieve more immediate improvements in their lives. And even the definition of these ostensibly more tangible objectives, particularly in the workers' economic struggle with their employers, are subtly adjusted to the differences in the mood and expectations of the various working class groups to which they are presented. 22. Without an uncompromising dual struggle against the ultra-left and the liquidators, without an uncompromising struggle against the conciliators who sought to maintain a unified party with such profoundly divergent forces, without an independent party based on the Bolshevik program, the Bolsheviks could not have functioned as effectively as historians and contemporaries have reported they did. One key sector of the working class to which the Bolsheviks began to give special attention in this period were women workers, who made up roughly one-third of the labor force. While both factions of the RSDLP had always formally adhered to the Marxist position favoring equal rights for women, many of the male party members, imbued with the patriarchal attitudes of their culture, did not see women as equals in their daily lives, let alone in the class struggle. Even leading Bolsheviks, male and female, were suspicious of feminism as a bourgeois current that would blunt class consciousness, and they initially resisted the idea of setting up special organizations for working women. Some of these had been created, however, as early as 1909. At the 5th Congress of the RSDLP, 1907, 15 of the female delegates were Bolsheviks and 4 were Mensheviks. On the other hand, no female delegates were elected to the Prague Conference of 1912 that established the Bolshevik Party. This reflected a situation the Bolsheviks evidently hoped to reverse. Pravda began a special women's section in 1913. In that same year, the Bolsheviks began publishing the journal Rabotnitsa, Working Woman, which, according to historian Anne Bobrov, carried articles embracing a wide range of women's concerns, maternity insurance, female labor, including a demand for female factory inspectors, child care centers, hygiene information, the problems of working women and the family, children's stories, Women's Day, electoral rights for women. The journal explained its position in its first issue, The Women's Question for Working Men and Women. This question is about how to involve the backward masses of working women in organization, how better to make clear to them their interests, how to make them comrades in the common struggle quickly. The solidarity between working men and women, the common cause, the common goals, and the common path to those goals. Such is the settlement of the women's question in the workers' midst. Even this position, however, was secured only after some years of resistance in the ranks and among the leadership of both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Much passive resistance, reminisced Alexandra Kollontai, little understanding, and even less interest for this aim, over and over again, lay as an obstacle in the path. It was not until 1914, shortly after the outbreak of the World War, that finally both factions, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, took up the question in an earnest and practical way. While even the Bolsheviks' improved understanding of women's liberation may seem limited by present-day standards, it represented a major advance in the context of Tsarist Russia and had a significant impact among women workers awakening to political consciousness. 23. In this and in other important ways, the Bolsheviks sought to spread, broaden, and deepen what Ikarianov has aptly referred to as a new proletarian morality, a phenomenon that Leopold Heimson has also vividly described in his discussion of the intensifying revolutionary working class consciousness of this period. Such consciousness was hardly an alien worldview that was somehow inserted into working class heads by Bolshevik propagandists. It was latent within large numbers of workers and was already developing under the impact of experience. To some extent it was the accumulated and shared experience of many years, to some extent it was recent experience laden with new shocks and revelations, for example, the massacre of protesting workers in the Lena goldfields, which set off a massive strike wave in 1912. But the educational and agitational efforts of the Bolsheviks drew this consciousness out in a way that added new dimensions and gave it a new edge. Heimson makes this point in the following way: if Petersburg workers displayed greater revolutionary explosiveness, and especially greater responsiveness to Bolshevik appeals, than the workers of Donbass, it was undoubtedly in part because of the Petersburg workers' greater exposure to Bolshevik propaganda and agitation. Similarly, if the workers in the metalworking industry were so much more agitated politically than the workers in other industries, it was partly because the labor force in the metalworking industry consisted of a peculiar combination of skilled and unskilled, experienced and inexperienced workers, the older and more skilled workers contributing in their contacts with the young and unskilled a long-standing exposure to revolutionary, and specifically Bolshevik, indoctrination. 24. There was nothing mechanistic or alien about such revolutionary indoctrination among the workers. It was not a case of the central committees handing down directives that were parroted by platoons of glib agitators to gullible masses. The dynamic within the factories was described this way in the memoirs of a conscious worker who belonged to the Socialist Revolutionary Party, V. Buzinov. There were few socialist workers and they were supported by the conscious workers. The latter were 10 times more numerous as the socialists. Each was, in a way, juridically reasoning individual capable of understanding all that surrounded him. This is worth noting. The worker Bolshevik functioned in a milieu in which respect and authority were not guaranteed but instead would have to be earned. At the very least, his or her articulation of the party program and positions would have to make sense to experienced and critical-minded conscious workers, whose support would be crucial in gaining a general and sympathetic hearing. Buzinov continues, they all, to a greater or lesser degree, understood the situation of the workers and their relations with the factory owners. Life itself transformed them into the vanguard of the worker masses. Their native keen wit and worker sensitivity did not fail them when they exposed the hidden ends behind this or that maneuver of management. And they were no longer silent. Somehow in their midst, a special type of agitator was created, a man always hammering away at the same point, I would say, of class isolation from the exploiters. In the persons of these agitators, life had hammered a wedge between workers and owners that no party agitator, not so closely tied to the masses as they, could have done. This self-made agitator spoke of that which each worker had in his head but, being less developed, was unable to verbalize. After each of his words, the workers would exclaim, "That's it. That's just what I wanted to say." 25. This has important implications for the functioning of the Revolutionary Party. To be effective in such a context, a party member would have to develop a capacity to think critically, to show initiative, to act independently in a complex and volatile situation. The basic framework and priorities for party activity might be established by a party congress and overseen by a central committee, and special campaigns could be initiated and coordinated on a national level. But such a party could not thrive if its members did not have the confidence to speak up and show leadership in the swirl of radicalization and spontaneous action, without feeling a compulsion to obtain prior approval or instructions from some central authority. As Trotsky later commented, the will to struggle is not stored up in advance, and is not dictated from above. It has on every occasion to be independently renewed and tempered. More than this, a Bolshevik is not merely a disciplined person, he is a person who in each case and on each question forges a firm opinion of his own and defends it courageously and independently, not only against his enemies, but inside his own party. 26. As this statement implies, in some situations the party ranks were most sensitive to shifts in moods and struggles of the working class and were sometimes compelled to interpret and carry out party policies in new ways while at the same time internally challenging and attempting to correct less informed judgments of party leaders. We will see a striking example of this in 1917. Such divergences would have to be resolved through further discussion and the test of events, not through the imposition of mechanical discipline and expulsions. The cadres of worker Bolsheviks were tempered by the experience of learning and growing and proving themselves in the living class struggle. The role and temperament of revolutionary youths were certainly an important component of Bolshevism's internal chemistry. Although there had been efforts to create a social democratic youth group by such Bolshevik students as Bukharin and Sokolinkov in 1907, they did not survive Tsarist repression and were not repeated before 1917. Nonetheless, Krupskia's views on youth organizations, summarized by historian Pierre Brouet, have relevance. Lenin's companion in fact hoped to see an organization of young revolutionaries directed by the youths themselves, that could risk committing its own errors, which she saw as preferable to seeing it strangled under the tutelage of well-intentioned adults. 27 As it turned out, however, young revolutionaries actually were assimilated into Bolshevism's iron guard of professional revolutionaries. Brouet's discussion of this point is interesting. A Mikhail Tomsky, lithographer, who enters the party at 25 years of age, is an exceptional figure, despite his earlier years passed as a non-party fighter. At his age, in fact, the majority of the others have behind them years of political militancy. The student Pyatakov, son of a great bourgeois family in the Ukraine, becomes a Bolshevik at 20, previously having been an anarchist militant. The student Rosenfeld, whose party name was Kamina, is 19 when he joins, as is the metal worker Schmidt and the skilled mechanic I.N. Smirnov. It is at the age of 18 that there enter into the party the metal worker Bakiv, the students Bukharin and Krestinsky, the shoemaker Kaganovich. The clerk Zinoviev, the metal workers Serebryakov and Lutavinov are Bolsheviks at 17. Sverdlov works in a pharmacist's shop when he enters the struggle at 16, as does the student Kuibyshev. The shoemaker Drobnis and the student Smilga enter the party at 15 and Pyatnitsky at 14. These young men haven't left the age of adolescence when they are already old militants and cotters. Sverdlov, at the age of 17, directs the Social Democratic Organization in Sormovo, and the Tsarist police look for him under the nickname Tiny. Sokolnikov is 18 when he is secretary of one of the Moscow districts. Rykov is 24 when, as a spokesman for the committeemen, he enters the Central Committee in London. Zinoviev is already known as a leading Petersburg Bolshevik and writer for Proletary when at the age of 24 he begins his residence on the Central Committee. Kamina is 22 when he is a delegate to London, Sverdlov 20 at the Tammerfors Conference. Serebryakov is the organizer and one of the delegates of the Russian underground organizations, at the age of 20, at the Prague Conference of 1912.28. It is hardly the case that the Bolsheviks or their working class base were exclusively young, but the fact that young revolutionaries were so integrated into the Bolshevik organization was a special advantage as the party related to the working class upsurge in which young workers were such a vital component. The dramatic rise in working class militancy and radicalization on the eve of World War I resulted in an unprecedented swell of both political and economic strikes that was comparable to the revolutionary upsurge of 1905. Heimson writes, by the beginning of the summer of 1914, contemporary descriptions of the labor scene forcibly suggest, the workers, especially in Petersburg, were displaying a growing spirit of buntarstvo, of violent if still diffuse opposition to all authority, and an instinctive sense of class solidarity, as they encountered the repressive measures of state power and what appeared to them the indifference of privileged society. 29 The seasoned worker Bolshevik Alexander Shlyapnikov describes this ferment in a manner that also illuminates the Bolshevik orientation of combining legal with illegal work. Propaganda was done in the plants and shops on an individual basis. There were also discussion circles, but they were joined only by the most conscious workers. Legal meetings took place on matters concerning the insurance funds, but this activity was skillfully integrated into the general struggle for the liberation of the working class. Illegal meetings were arranged fairly often in the plants during the summer of my stay in Petersburg. This was usually done on the spur of the moment but in an organized way, during the lunch or evening break in front of the exit, in the yard or, in establishments with several floors, on the stairs. The most alert workers would form a plug in the doorway, and the whole mass piled up in the exit. An agitator would get up right there on the spot. Management would contact the police on the telephone, but the speeches would have already been made and the necessary decision taken by the time they arrived. Frequently clashes with the police would ensue, in which the latter would put its herrings into action and the workers nuts and cobblestones. Mass rallies took place all round Petersburg. The Vyborg district gathered mainly at Ozerki, Shavalov, and Grozdanka. Holidays brought crowds of visitors to these villages on the outskirts. This made it easier for workers to get to the mass meetings. In the spring of 1914 the atmosphere in the factory districts was tense in the extreme. Every conflict, small or large, irrespective of its origin, provoked a protest strike or walkout. Political meetings and skirmishes with the police were everyday occurrences. The workers began to make contacts among the soldiers at the nearby barracks. Revolutionary propaganda was also carried out in the army camps. An extremely active part in propaganda work was taken by women workers, the weavers, and mill girls. Some of the soldiers were from the same villages as the women workers, but for the most part the young people came together on the basis of interests of the heart, and thus kinship relations were established between barracks and factory. It was totally impossible to turn such troops against the workers. 30. Some historians have suggested that in this period, all the elements of a revolutionary situation were beginning to take shape, a rising crescendo of working class consciousness and militant activity, a sharpening polarization between the working class and the forces of the bourgeois Tsarist order, and growing malaise and divisions within respectable society itself. This is a particularly important question, given the common view that only the devastation of World War I could have shaken the Tsarist order sufficiently to allow a revolution. Leopold Heimsen has argued, to the contrary, that what the war years would do was not to conceive, but to accelerate substantially, the two broad forces of polarization that had already been at work in Russian national life during the immediate pre-war period. He suggests a set of hypothetical circumstances under which Russia might have undergone even in the absence of the specific strains induced by the war, though maybe under the immediate stimulus of some other, purely domestic crisis, the kind of radical overturn on which Lenin was already gambling by late 1913 early 1914 and which Russia actually experienced with the October Revolution 31. If this revolution actually erupted, it would differ from that of 1905 in many ways. The working class now had many fewer illusions, a considerably greater amount of experience, a higher level of organization, a more revolutionary consciousness. Also the Bolsheviks themselves were far more numerous, experienced, influential, and rooted in the working class. At the same time, there was a danger that the spontaneous upsurge could rapidly overwhelm the revolutionary and working class organizations and yet be too diffuse, that the moment of the revolutionary final conflict would come too soon, that the revolutionary forces insufficiently prepared, as in 1905, would be crushed by the still considerable repressive forces of a desperate autocracy. Lenin's concern about this possibility is reflected in a report of the Tsarist secret police regarding one of his communications with a Bolshevik deputy to the Duma in April 1914. Defining the state of affairs at the present moment, Lenin expressed himself as follows: "Our victory, i.e., the victory of revolutionary Marxism, is great. The press, the insurance campaign, the trade unions, and the societies of the Enlightenment, all this is ours. But this victory has its limits. If we want to hold our positions and not allow the strengthening labor movement to escape the party's sway and strike out in an archaic, diffuse movement, of which there are some signs, we must strengthen, come what may, our underground organizations. Can give up a portion of the work in the State Duma which we have conducted so successfully to date, but it is imperative that we put to right the work outside the Duma. 32. 3 months later, however, international events profoundly altered the situation, when the First World War began. 10. Party and War. The outbreak of the First World War, in August 1914, disrupted the combined revolutionary and Bolshevik upswing in Russia. It also provided a new and severe test for all revolutionary currents in that country throughout the world. The result was both the devastation and the transformation of the international socialist movement, generating a revolution within Marxism of which Lenin became the foremost proponent. Out of this upheaval came the Bolshevik Revolution, which became the inspiring beacon for those who would change the world. Some writers have overstated the theoretical shifts entailed by this revolution within Marxism. The young Antonio Gramsci, the early George Lukács, Karl Korsch, and others identified as praxis theorists or Western Marxists were inclined to invoke Lenin's authority to justify their own innovative, often idealist and voluntaristic, reinterpretations of Marxism. Perhaps the most extreme example was Gramsci's suggestion that the Bolshevik Revolution is the revolution against Karl Marx's capital. Events have exploded the critical schema determining how the history of Russia would unfold according to the canons of historical materialism. Although they soon became aware that this distorted Lenin's Marxism, offering initial formulations in some ways closer to the Bolshevism of Bogdanov than to that of Lenin, later writers have been influenced by their early views. 1 Some have seen almost an epistemological break in 1914 that divides Lenin's thought more fundamentally than he himself would have accepted. It has even been argued recently, by the late Steve Zellick, that the Leninist conception of the party came into existence only with World War I, which yielded Lenin's theory of monopoly capital, imperialism, and the presumed theory of a labor aristocracy. Zellick asserts that only then was the theoretical basis laid for Lenin to emerge from his Koskin shell both politically and organizationally, and break with the Mensheviks of all varieties and nationalities on principle. 2 As we have seen in previous chapters, this is not the case. At least for Russia itself, the essential components of the Leninist party had become fully developed theoretically in the years 1903 to 1914. Nonetheless, in the 1914 to 1917 period, Lenin's thinking underwent a profound reorientation. The eruption of World War I and the collapse of the Second International forced him to deepen his understanding of Marxism in order to develop a better analysis of capitalist reality and a more sharply focused revolutionary strategy. In his philosophical notebooks he labored to attain a surer grasp of the dialectical philosophy of Hegel, which had been an essential source of the Marxist method. He developed a critique of the vulgarization of Marxist theory and the abandonment of revolutionary politics that had come to characterize the orthodox center of the Second International. He found it necessary to study more closely new trends in the world economy, producing imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Related to this, he sharpened his understanding of nationalism and produced a more advanced Marxist approach to this thorny question. And he pioneered in the development of a deeper comprehension of the Marxist theory of the state and of revolutionary strategic and tactical perspectives, which was reflected in his classic The State and Revolution and in a wealth of other writings during 1917 that among other results advanced the working-class socialist revolution in Russia as an immediate goal. 3. We should not make the mistake of assuming that the ideas, analyses, and perspectives of Lenin simply were translated into Bolshevik policy or even reflected the theoretical understanding of a majority of the Bolsheviks. Yet the Bolshevik party was certainly altered by the experience of the war. One of the most important developments was a heightening of the revolutionary internationalism that, while always a component of Bolshevism, took on greater meaning and assumed a more dynamic function in the Bolshevik program. Given the profound repercussions of this development, it will make sense for us to give it significant attention. As we will see in this chapter, it was not simply a product of Lenin's thought, but was part of a broader internationalist revitalization taking place in the left wing of the world socialist movement. After examining this revitalization, we will take up the question of whether or not there was a fatal illusion built into this vibrant internationalism that became so crucial to Bolshevik perspectives. Finally, we will turn our attention to how the Bolshevik organization functioned in this complex and stressful period, touching both on the role it played in the larger Russian and world movements and also on its internal functioning inside and outside of Russia. The wartime evolution and experience of Lenin's party, in the realms of program and organization and class party interaction, were a vital prelude preparing it for the great events of 1917. 1. Revolutionary internationalism. We have seen that the Bolshevik program was grounded in a revolutionary internationalist orientation. The Bolsheviks were loyal and committed partisans of the Second International, looking for inspiration especially to the German Social Democratic Party, particularly to what they considered its orthodox Marxist majority, represented theoretically by Karl Koski. They consistently sought to learn from and contribute to the theoretical and practical work of this World Federation of Working-Class Socialist Organizations, embracing close to 25 million workers. The Bolsheviks found nothing abstract about this internationalism, because they were convinced that the struggle of workers in other countries would strengthen the revolutionary movement in Russia and that advances of the Russian workers' movement would bring closer the possibilities of socialist revolution in the West. It was their conviction in 1905 that the overthrow of Tsarism through a working-class upsurge with peasant support could lead to a similar upsurge in Western and Central Europe that would overturn capitalism. That Western revolution would then be decisive both for the thoroughgoing triumph of Russia's own bourgeois democratic revolution and for a relatively rapid transition to socialist revolution in Russia. Since capitalism was an international system, the dynamics of class oppression and proletarian insurgency were also international. The struggle to overthrow it would therefore have to unfold on a world scale, and socialism could come into being only as a world system. Beginning in the latter part of the 19th century, tensions began to increase among capitalist nations, generated by the competition for world markets and raw materials and by the national drive of capitalist economies to expand and seek new investment opportunities in other countries. There was a marked increase in militarism and national chauvinism, in new alliances and counter-alliances among the most powerful nations. The possibility of a destructive world war began to loom over Europe. From the center to the left end of opinion in the Second International, there tended to be a general consensus around the remarks Frederick Engels had made in 1892, "No socialist of whatever nationality can wish the triumph of the present German government in the war, nor that of the bourgeois French Republic, and least of all that of the Tsar, which would be equivalent to the subjection of Europe, and therefore the socialists of all countries are for peace. But if it comes to war nonetheless, just one thing is certain: this war in which 15 or 20 million men will slaughter one another, and all Europe will be laid to waste as never before. This war must either bring the immediate victory of socialism, or it must upset the old order of things from head to foot and leave such heaps of ruins behind that the old capitalistic society will be more impossible than ever, and the social revolution, though put off until 10 or 15 years later, will surely conquer after that time all the more rapidly and all the more thoroughly." 4. August Bebel, the aging leader of the German Social Democrats, commented at the 1907 Congress of the Second International, "We do not wish for such a dreadful means of reaching our goals. However, if those who have the greatest stake in maintaining bourgeois society cannot perceive that such a war would uproot it, then we cannot object. Then I say, just keep right at it, we shall be your heirs." If the ruling class had not known this, we would long ago have had a Europe-wide war. Only the fear of social democracy has prevented it so far. If such a war breaks out, then much more will be at stake than mere trifles like insurrection and mass strike. Then the entire civilized world will change, from the ground up. Never before in the history of the civilized world has a movement embraced the masses as profoundly as does the socialist movement. Never before has a movement given the despised masses such an insight into the nature of our society. Never have there been so many who knew what they wanted from the state and society. Let us keep our eyes open and our heads clear, so that we are prepared for the moment, when it comes. 5. At this same Congress, a manifesto was adopted, including key amendments submitted collectively by Lenin, Martov, and Rosa Luxemburg, that concluded, if a war threatens to break out, it is the duty of the working classes and their parliamentary representatives in the countries involved, supported by the coordinating activity of the International Socialist Bureau, to exert every effort in order to prevent its outbreak. In case war should break out anyway, it is their duty to intervene for its speedy termination and to strive with all their power to utilize the economic and political crisis created by the war to rouse the masses and thereby hasten the downfall of capitalist rule. 6. Nevertheless, serious differences remained, dividing revolutionary socialists from those inclined toward reformism, and there were also differences dividing those adhering to a revolutionary standpoint. The resulting debates contributed substantially to the enrichment of the Bolshevik program. By and large, the reformists in the Second International favored imperialism. Hendrik van Kool of the Netherlands argued that without capitalist expansion into the colonized areas of Asia and Africa, the native peoples there would today still be living in the most backward social conditions. Edward Bernstein asserted, "We must get away from the utopian notion of simply abandoning the colonies. The colonies are there, we must come to terms with that." Socialists too should acknowledge the need for civilized peoples to act somewhat like guardians of the uncivilized. Our economies are based, in large measure, on the extraction from the colonies of products that the native peoples had no idea how to use. Another right-wing German social democrat, Eduard David, similarly warned against the demand to abolish colonies as such. It would mean giving them back to their native peoples. What then would occur in the colonies? They would not experience humane rule but a return to barbarism. The colonies as well must go through a stage of capitalist development. There too you cannot simply leap from savagery to socialism. Nowhere is humanity spared the painful passage through capitalism. The scientific outlook of Karl Marx makes very clear that this stage is a precondition for the socialist organization of society. 7. Lenin's view was that colonialism represented the downright enslavement of primitive populations. The bourgeoisie was actually introducing slavery in the colonies and subjecting the native populations to unprecedented outrages and acts of violence, civilizing them by the spread of liquor and syphilis. 8. Rosa Luxemburg also took a dim view of capitalism's civilizing mission, expressing herself in terms that continue to illuminate capitalist desire for imperialist expansion, as the expression of its highest maturity in the last period of its life, has the tendency to change the whole world into capitalistically producing nations, to sweep away all superannuated, pre-capitalistic methods of production and society, to subjugate all the riches of the earth and all means of production to capital, to turn the laboring masses of the peoples of all zones into wage slaves. In Africa and in Asia, from the most northern regions to the southernmost point of South America and in the South Seas, the remnants of old communistic social groups, of feudal society, of patriarchal systems, and of ancient handicraft production are destroyed and stamped out by capitalism. Whole peoples are destroyed, ancient civilizations are leveled to the ground, and in their place profiteering in its most modern forms is being established. This brutal triumphant procession of capitalism through the world, accompanied by all means of force, of robbery, and of infamy, has one bright phase: it has created the premises for its own final overthrow. It has established the capitalist world rule upon which, alone, the socialist revolution can follow. This is the only cultural and progressive aspect of the great so-called works of culture that were brought to the primitive countries. To capitalist economists and politicians, railroads, matches, sewerage systems and warehouses are progress and culture. Of themselves such works, grafted upon primitive conditions, are neither culture nor progress, for they are too dearly paid for with the sudden economic and cultural ruin of the peoples who must drink down the bitter cup of misery and horror of two social orders, of traditional agricultural landlordism, of supermodern, super-refined capitalist exploitation, at one and the same time. Only as the material conditions for the destruction of capitalism and the abolition of class society can the effects of the capitalist triumphal march through the world bear the stamp of progress in a historical sense. In this sense imperialism, too, is working in our interest. 9. Revolutionary Marxists argued, as the Dutch socialist Herman Gorter put it, that it makes no difference to the working class as a whole whether England or another country possesses a greater part of the world. They should oppose capitalistic colonial policies, because they aim at a better society than this capitalistic one, a society that needs no colonies to exploit. The colonial program of revolutionary social democracy is as follows: 1. Protesting against colonial usurpation and extortion. 2. Attempting to protect and liberate the natives so long as they themselves are too weak for revolutionary action. 3. supporting every revolutionary act of the natives and demanding their political and national independence, as soon as they begin revolutionary activity for themselves. Lenin noted the following in regard to the growing anti-colonial struggle: hundreds of millions of the downtrodden and benighted have awakened to a new life and are rising to fight for elementary human rights and democracy. The workers of the advanced countries follow with interest and inspiration this powerful growth of the liberation movement, in all its various forms, in every part of the world. The awakening of Asia and the beginning of the struggle for power by the advanced proletariat of Europe are a symbol of the new phase in world history that began early in this century. 10. And yet imperialism was a relatively new phenomenon, the dynamics and implications of which Marxists were still laboring to understand in the early years of the 20th century. As late as 1907, Lenin commented that imperialism provides in certain advanced capitalist countries the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat with colonial chauvinism. Of course, this may be only a temporary phenomenon, but the evil must nonetheless be clearly realized and its causes understood in order to be able to rally the proletariat of all countries for the struggle against such opportunism. This struggle is bound to be victorious, since the privileged nations are a diminishing faction of the capitalist nations. 11. This optimistic view, shared by such orthodox thinkers as Koskai, proved to be woefully inadequate. But the first substantial Marxist theoretical work to analyze imperialism, Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital, appeared only in 1910. Rosa Luxemburg's study The Accumulation of Capital appeared in the following year, generating a fierce controversy over how best to comprehend this new phenomenon. The major Bolshevik works on imperialism were written only after the eruption of World War I. Nikolai Bukharin's theoretical treatise Imperialism and the World Economy, 1915, and Lenin's popular outline Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916, point 12. A failure to integrate a thoroughgoing analysis of imperialism into a general strategic orientation was common throughout the Second International and helped to politically disarm many in the face of the oncoming war. In previous Marxist thinking on war and international affairs, aside from a general and somewhat vague opposition to capitalist wars, various notions had influenced social democrats, a belief that socialists of different countries should support defensive wars to protect their homeland, a bias toward more industrially advanced countries with democratic republican governments, as opposed to economically backward nations under autocratic regimes, and a belief that Russian Tsarism was the bulwark of reaction in Europe that must be resisted and in case of military aggression defeated by all possible means. But what of a situation in which England, France, and Russia were aligned against Germany and Austria-Hungary, a situation in which who was responsible for the onset of hostilities was obscured by secret diplomatic maneuvers and massive propaganda, and in which complex and long-term economic and geopolitical trends formed the background for an explosive world conflict? For this eventuality, the common wisdom of the socialist movement offered no clear guidelines. This was precisely the situation, however, when World War I began. Massive socialist anti-war demonstrations throughout Europe in July 1914 were followed by ineffectual hand-wringing consultations among Second International leaders of the various parties. When war was declared, in the name of defending the nation against one or another allegedly aggressive act, everywhere the masses and the socialist organizations rallied to support their governments, as Karl Koskai noted. He added, "Taking sides in a war according to your national point of view clearly endangers the international. This is not because such a course violates our principles. We certainly can rally behind a war fought to fend off enemy invasion. Proletarian internationalism would be in a grievous state if it were not compatible with national defense. The international is not an effective tool in wartime, in essence it is an instrument of peace. Only in peacetime can it develop its full strength, and insofar as it is able to bring this strength to bear, it always works for peace." This apology for the collapse of the Second International and rationalization for power socialists permanently placed Koskai on the opposite side of the barricades from those continuing to adhere to a revolutionary Marxism. Their approach to the war and their method of analysis were qualitatively different. Yet even among the Bolsheviks there was some initial confusion. Krupskaya later recalled that people were not clear on the question, and spoke mostly about which side was the attacking side. 13. Lenin expressed what came to be the viewpoint of all revolutionary internationalists in sharply distinguishing between national wars of the late 18th and 19th centuries and the modern imperialist war. The old national wars were struggles for the self-determination of the nation, for its independence, for the freedom of its language, for popular representation, the creation of national states, which were, at a certain stage of capitalism, indispensable soil for the growth of productive forces. On the other hand, he wrote, it is imperialism that lends the present war an entirely different imprint, it is imperialism that distinguishes it from all past wars. Only when we observe this war in its peculiar historical surroundings can we determine our attitude towards it. Else we would be manipulating with old terms, with arguments fitting old and different surroundings. Among such antiquated terms is the term fatherland and the distinction between defensive and aggressive wars. The historic era of national wars is past. We are now confronted with an imperialist war, and it is the task of socialists to turn the national war into civil war. This being the case, it is unimportant who has made the attack. Everybody was prepared for the war, the attack was made by one who considered it most auspicious for himself at a given moment. 14. Even Lenin, however, had not yet entirely broken free from the old terms of 19th-century socialist analysis. Continuing to see Tsarism as the bulwark of reaction in Europe, he argued that by far the lesser evil would be the defeat of the Tsar's armies and the Tsar's monarchy in the World War. This was the initial basis for Lenin's controversial slogan of revolutionary defeatism, a desire to see the Tsar's armies defeated by the opposing side. Within a fairly short period, however, it became clear that the already weakened Tsarist autocracy was no longer capable of playing as powerful a reactionary role in Europe as it had assumed in the 19th century. Also, the special revolutionary defeatist position with regard to Russia left an opening for proud German socialists to justify their own orientation. The slogan then became generalized by Lenin for all combatant nations and came to be understood as a call for the workers of all countries to advance the class struggle of the workers in spite of the war effort, and to work uncompromisingly for the overthrow of their own capitalist governments rather than supporting defense of the fatherland. 15. Lenin's orientation in regard to imperialism was related to the position he developed on nationalism. Some revolutionaries, such as Rosa Luxemburg and even some Bolsheviks, were inclined to argue that in the new imperialist epoch, all forms of nationalism were incompatible with working-class internationalism. Lenin, on the other hand, made a sharp distinction between the nationalism of the imperialist nations and the nationalism of those countries oppressed by imperialism. The socialists cannot reach their great aim without fighting against every form of national oppression. They must therefore unequivocally demand that the social democrats of the oppressing countries, of the so-called great nations in particular, should recognize and defend the right of the oppressed nations to self-determination in the political sense of the word, i.e., the right to political separation. A socialist of a great nation or a nation possessing colonies who does not defend this right is a chauvinist. Imperialism is the period of an increasing oppression of the nations of the whole world by a handful of great nations. The struggle for a socialist international revolution against imperialism is therefore impossible without the recognition of the right of nations to self-determination. 16. To the actuality of world revolution. As always, a central theme of Bolshevik education and agitation in this period was something that George Lukács had identified as an element at the core of Lenin's thought: the actuality of revolution. Comparing Lenin to what he called the vulgar Marxists of the Second International, Lukács commented that the average man first sees the proletarian revolution when the working masses are already fighting on the barricades, and if he happened also to have enjoyed a vulgar Marxist education, not even then. For to a vulgar Marxist, the foundations of bourgeois society are so unshakable that, even when they are most visibly shaking, he only hopes and prays for a return to normality, sees its crises as temporary episodes, and regards a struggle even at such times as an irrational and irresponsible rebellion against the ever-invincible capitalist system? In 1920 the poet Valery Brusov observed, "Now, for example, there is talk of travel to other planets, but few of us hope to see them." That is exactly how far away the Russian Revolution seemed to us then. To foresee that the revolution was not so far away and that now was the time to be moving towards it, this was possible only for a man of colossal wisdom. And this is what astonishes me most of all in Lenin. Lukács points out, on the one hand neither Marx nor Lenin ever thought of the actuality of the proletarian revolution and its aims as being readily realizable at any given moment. On the other hand, however, it was through this actuality that both gained a sure touchstone for evaluating all questions of the day. The actuality of the revolution provides the keynote of a whole epoch. So it was with Lenin's orientation during the First World War. 17. War inflicts horrible sufferings on the people, but we must not, and we have no reason at all, to despair of the future, Lenin insisted in early 1916. The millions of victims who will fall in the war, and as a consequence of the war, will not have died in vain. The millions who are starving, the millions who are sacrificing their lives in the trenches, are not only suffering, they are also gathering strength, they are pondering over the real causes of the war, they are becoming more determined and are acquiring a clearer revolutionary understanding. In all countries of the world there is growing discontent among the masses and greater ferment. There are strikes, demonstrations, and protests against the war. This is an earnest of the proletarian revolution against capitalism that is bound to follow the European war. Gregory Zinoviev similarly gave voice to the revolutionary internationalism that underlay the Bolshevik orientation. The imperialist world war has indissolubly bound the revolutionary crisis in our country to the growing proletarian socialist revolution in the West. Even 10 years ago revolutionary Russian social democracy conceived of the democratic revolution in Russia as the prologue to the socialist revolution in the West. Developments have taken a strong step forward. The time of the prologue is approaching that of the epilogue. The tie between the democratic revolution in Russia and the socialist revolution in the West has become closer still. 18. Ultimately, the shock of the First World War did not shake the Bolsheviks' internationalism but, if anything, deepened it. Before examining the relationship of the revolutionary internationalist orientation to the functioning of the Bolshevik organization in 1914 to 1917, we should give some attention to the argument of some commentators that this programmatic fundamental of Bolshevism was based on an absurd or tragic illusion. From the left end of the political spectrum, perhaps the most succinct expression of this view has been offered by Fritz Sternberg. The period of capitalist-imperialist development which culminated in the outbreak of the First World War, he writes, was not characterized as many socialists, including Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, thought by a simultaneous increase of both social and foreign political tension. The truth was that the period immediately before the First World War was marked by a lessening of social tension and by a rise in living standards for all sections of the population in the highly developed imperialist states, though this had been brought about by capitalist and imperialist expansion all over the world, and this expansion necessarily aggravated foreign political antagonisms and finally led to war. Sternberg suggests that imperialism brought about only a temporary decline of social tension, but stresses that the revolutionary Marxists refused to see that the repercussions of this outward expansion of capitalism had raised living standards for the whole of the working class in the highly developed industrial countries, and had done so not for a short time only, but for years, even whole generations, in succession. The result of this blindness was that the left wing of the working class movement believed that if a world war did break out it would end comparatively swiftly in the overthrow of capitalism. In the period leading up to World War I, there was no fear of social revolutionary developments, nor could the war lead to social revolutionary actions on any dangerous scale in the big European industrial countries. 19. To the extent that this analysis is accurate, the program of the revolutionary Marxists, the Bolsheviks, most of all was fatally flawed. This has been the judgment of many scholars, conservatives, liberals, and moderate socialists. As one moderate socialist, George Lichtheim, put it, the Russian Revolution was to spring from a unique constellation of events, and therefore Western Europe and North America came to represent a reality against which revolutionary movements inspired by Russian example would beat in vain. 20. Yet this seemingly hard-headed analysis suffers from a crude economic determinism that leaves out so many essential factors as to make it almost valueless. Its reduction of social stability to a generalized rise of living standards limits its usefulness for any social scientist wishing simply to understand the world, let alone for a revolutionary intent upon changing it. Even the non-Marxist social historian Peter Stearns has felt the need to point out that in pre-war Western Europe there was discontent, although it was not strong enough to shake the foundation of society. The massive agitation of workers could not be ignored. Sometimes it had revolutionary overtones, certainly it sought major change. Nowhere was the social question solved in the period, although welfare measures and collective bargaining satisfied some. In countries where economic conditions deteriorated significantly for the working class, notably Britain and Belgium, discontent grew to alarming proportions. Stearns's picture of the non-industrial areas of Europe indicates even more that a clearly revolutionary mood prevailed at the end of the century. Peasants were everywhere restive because they suffered from the pressures of agricultural crisis, overpopulation, and, often, the dominance of large landowners. Urban workers were also discontent. Their numbers were not yet large, but they could dominate the cities. Socialist and anarchist doctrines spread, and the harsh working conditions and brutal police repression gave a revolutionary cast to strikes and riots in Catalonia, Sicily, and Russia. Unlike most strikes in Western Europe, these often raised direct questions about the nature of the political regime. In a comparative analysis of pre-1914 Germany and Britain, Michael R. Gordon goes somewhat further. Each nation experienced an alarming wave of unsettling events, resulting in social strife, economic dislocation, and left-right polarization. In both a constitutional crisis was emerging and with it the prospect of large-scale violence. 21. If we focus on highly industrialized and prosperous Germany, we find the rising living standards to which Sternberg refers, the index of annual real income for industrial and commercial workers, standing at 100 points in 1895, rose to 114 by 1905 and to 125 by 1913. Yet as German historian Volker R. Berghahn points out, the material benefits of industrial growth were very unevenly distributed. In Prussia, the second largest state in the German Reich, more than half of the 15.7 million taxpayers were in the lowest income category. Fluctuations of the economy tended to affect many workers very immediately, and it appears that living conditions experienced a deterioration shortly before the First World War. This implies that working-class families, most of whom fell into this low-income category, still found it extremely difficult to make ends meet, and relative improvements were often achieved only because several family members went out to work. Illness and layoffs, not uncommon phenomena, could send such families tumbling into poverty, and about 30% of all family households, writes Berghahn, lived in destitution and abject misery. Yet even those whose income was sufficient and who kept it above the rate of inflation did not enjoy a particularly comfortable life. Over half the weekly wage packet was spent on food, with bread being the main item in the diet. What more than anything else made their daily existence so arduous were not only the 10 to 12 working hours, often in very unhealthy conditions, for 6 days of the week, but also their housing conditions. 22. Little wonder, then, that the Russian working class upsurge of 1905 had struck a responsive chord in the West. In 1906, Rosa Luxemburg offered to her comrades a pioneering analysis, the mass strike, the political party and the trade unions, that drawing from her rich knowledge of the Polish and Russian movements demonstrated the relevance of the Russian upsurge for the German workers' movement. Enumerating whole sections of the German working class that had not been drawn into the organizations of the Social Democratic Party and its trade union affiliates, among the unorganized sectors were mine workers, textile and clothing workers, electricity workers, railway and postal employees, agricultural workers. She argued that the party could encourage the development of spontaneous or semi-spontaneous mass actions and mass strikes in which the living revolutionary class feeling, capable of action, affect the widest and deepest layers of the proletariat in Germany, suggesting that when conditions in Germany have reached the critical stage for such a period, the sections which are today unorganized and backward will, in the struggle, prove themselves the most radical, the most impetuous element, and not one that will have to be dragged along. The Russian events had demonstrated that 6 months of a revolutionary period will complete the work of the training of these as yet unorganized masses which 10 years of public demonstrations and distribution of leaflets would be unable to do. 23. This was not simply the reaction of one revolutionary enthusiast. On January 23, 1905, the first reports of Bloody Sunday and the outbreak of revolution in Russia reached Berlin, notes historian Robert C. Williams. In the following months the SPD and the German labor unions responded to the fresh wind from the east that revitalized the forces of radicalism against those of reformism within the movement. Over 500,000 German workers were involved in work stoppages, strikes, and lockouts in 1905, more than the total for the previous 5 years. For all of 1905 and into 1906, German socialists followed the news from Russia with great interest through a daily column in Vorwärts. The SPD collected some 350,000 marks to aid Russian revolutionaries inside Russia and abroad. The fact that the ideological justification of the new radicalism, Rosa Luxemburg's mass strike, party, and trade unions, had been written by an Easterner was not lost on German opinion. The very enthusiasm of German socialists for the Russian Revolution and the discovery of Russian revolutionaries within the SPD heightened the fears of similar violence in Germany. 24. Despite the fact that moderate, reformist, bureaucratic elements in the Social Democratic Party quickly and successfully moved to check this sentiment and redirect it into safely disciplined parliamentary and conservative trade union channels, the situation was by no means stable. After 1909, class conflicts had again become more intense, notes Wolfgang J. Mommsen. The employers tried to check the rise of the trade unions by the use of effective counter-organizations, and they used all their means of influencing public opinion to bring a stop to Sozialpolitik. On the other hand, real wages, after a period of almost continuous rise, had again become almost stagnant, largely as a result of rising food prices. According to Michael R. Gordon, the SPD's revisionism did little to assuage the fears of the forces of order. On the contrary, the most moderate proposals for electoral and fiscal reforms were denounced as though tantamount to revolution. And, indeed, in a sense they were, for the Bismarckian system, fabricated for a traditional social order, could hardly accommodate strong bourgeois participation, let alone that of the working class. Following the SPD advances in the 1912 Reichstag elections, a precarious situation, latent for years, was thus pushing to the surface. The more the forces of change pressed for reforms, the more the forces of order took fright. Hence the alarming wave of fanatical chauvinism, mass demagogy, and crude racism that enveloped the nation from the right in the years before the war. Hence, too, the revived interest in coup d'état schemes. The whole interrelated but untenable system of power and privilege was moving toward crisis and probable breakdown. 25. It was this context that gave Rosa Luxemburg's perspective a particular vibrancy. She ridiculed the conception, articulated by her moderate critics, of some apocalyptic mass strike in which the stoutest oaks crack, the earth bursts asunder and the graves open. Surveying the proliferation of actual mass mobilizations among the workers of Western Europe, she commented, "None of the mass strikes known till now was a final struggle to the death. None led to the total victory of the workers, but none smashed the totality of organizations and the entire strength of the proletariat for years on end. Success was mostly a partial and indirect one. They contained, she believed, a developing sense of the proletariat's power in which the fighters steal their strength and sense of responsibility, and the ruling classes become conscious of their adversaries' might. Despite the moderation of the party leadership, she was convinced that it is just because we in Germany have a half-century of socialist enlightenment and political freedom behind us, that as soon as the situation has so ripened that the masses take to the field, the action of the proletariat set in motion will roll together all ancient reckonings against private and state exploitation, and unite the political with an economic mass struggle. The powerful bureaucratic conservative tendencies in the SPD would, by themselves, prove incapable of providing a permanent break on the radicalizing dynamics of the class struggle. 26. Indeed, a recognition of this danger was a contributing factor in the thinking of political and economic decision-makers to pursue policies resulting in World War I. In more than one way, German imperialism was essentially a defensive strategy of the upper and middle classes against the Social Democrats and, in a wider sense, against the democratic tendencies of the age in general, as Mommsen has commented. The advance of capitalist modernization and industrialization, on which rising profits and living standards were dependent, required further economic expansion beyond German borders, and this in itself was a prerequisite for the prosperity capable of turning back the revolutionary threat. But there was an additional concern among those who made and influenced German foreign policy, the desire to divert the internal struggle to the foreign sphere, because as the Prussian Minister of Finance stated, in foreign affairs the sentiments of the nation could usually be united. A German banker was more candid in an informal conversation soon after World War I erupted: this war had to come. If it had not come this year, it would have come next year. The military program in Germany had reached the ultimate. Its maintenance for 5 years more meant a possible revolution and overturning Prussian militarism, perhaps the downfall of the Hohenzollerns. By that time the appeal to patriotism and the war spirit might not overcome the rising democratic trend. Thus it would be better for the present monarchy to bring on the war now, unite factions in the cry of fatherland, and thus discredit the social democratic movement in the eyes of the whole civilized world. True, it might mean a defeat by the Allies, but even the worst probable defeat would not be so bad, from the monarchy's standpoint, as a possible social revolution which, within a few years, might overthrow the autocracy forever. 27. The Kaiser's government was prepared to discredit the Social Democrats not simply through propaganda measures, but also through elaborate plans to suppress them politically and physically, a fact of which the Social Democratic Party leaders had been well aware. But a majority of them proved unwilling to endure either fate, allowing themselves instead to be persuaded that the Kaiser's war effort merited socialist support. 28. As we have noted, a similar dynamic became manifest in almost all of the major parties affiliated with the Second International. Yet the triumphant patriotic impulse did bring another kind of discredit to the party, dramatically identified by Rosa Luxemburg. If the stand taken by the German Reichstag group on the 4th of August was correct, then the death sentence of the Proletarian International has been spoken, not only for this war but forever. For the first time since the modern labor movement exists, there yawns an abyss between the commandments of international solidarity of the proletariat of the world and the interests of freedom and nationalist existence of the people. For the first time we discover that the independence and liberty of the nations command that working men kill and destroy each other. It was left to the present World War and to the Social Democratic Reichstag group to uncover, for the first time, the terrible dilemma: either you are for national liberty or for international socialism. 29. Similarly, a terrible blow was, in fact, delivered to the organizations and cadres of the socialist movement. Once again, it was vividly described by Luxemburg: it is the mass destruction of the European proletariat. Millions of human lives were destroyed in the Vosges, in the Ardennes, in Belgium, in Poland, in the Carpathians and on the Save. Millions have been hopelessly crippled. But 9/10 of those millions come from the ranks of the working class of the cities and the farms. It is our strength, our hope that was mowed down there, day after day, before the scythe of death. They were the best, the most intelligent, the most thoroughly schooled forces of international socialism, the bearers of the holiest traditions, of the highest heroism, the modern labor movement, the vanguard of the whole world proletariat, the workers of England, France, Belgium, Germany, and Russia who are being gagged and butchered. For the advance and victory of socialism we need a strong, educated, ready proletariat, masses whose strength lies in knowledge as well as in numbers. And these very masses are being decimated all over the world. The flower of our youthful strength, hundreds of thousands whose socialist education in England, in France, in Belgium, in Germany, and in Russia was the product of decades of education and propaganda, other hundreds of thousands who were ready to receive the lessons of socialism have fallen, and are rotting upon the battlefields. The fruit of the sacrifices and toil of generations is destroyed in a few short weeks. The choicest troops of the international proletariat are torn out by the life roots. She added, another such war, and the hope of socialism will be buried under the ruins of imperialistic barbarism. 30. Luxembourg and her comrades in Germany, in the face of this horror and in the teeth of fierce repression, labored to organize a revolutionary socialist opposition to the war and called for the creation of a new and disciplined revolutionary international of the working class, whose first principle would be, the class struggle against the ruling classes within the boundaries of the bourgeois states, and international solidarity of all countries, are the two rules of life, inherent in the working class in struggle and of world historic importance to it for its emancipation. There is no socialism without international proletarian solidarity, and there is no socialism without class struggle. 31 similar revolutionary internationalist groupings came together throughout Europe. The most substantial of these consisted of the revolutionaries of Russia, among whom the Bolsheviks were the most cohesive force. In addition, the war created a new revolutionary dynamic in Russia that enabled the Bolsheviks to play the magnificent role for which they had been preparing for a decade and a half. 3. How the party functioned. The development of Lenin's views during the war, and his immense efforts to advance a clear, effective revolutionary orientation within the international current of anti-war socialists deserve a separate and detailed study. In his excellent History of Russian Revolutionaries Living in Switzerland from 1914 to 1917, Alfred Sen has summed up important aspects of Lenin's orientation. Among the émigrés, only Lenin responded to the new conditions of wartime with a comprehensive program of action. To be sure, at first he worked just to consolidate his own party ranks. He made little effort to appeal to Western Europeans in the first months of the war. Nevertheless, by the winter and spring of 1915 he had developed a clear pattern, unyielding criticism of other socialist leaders and violent denunciation of the Second International, combined with a more flexible attitude toward dissident members of foreign socialist parties. The Bolshevik orientation forcefully advanced at international conferences of anti-war socialists at Zimmerwald, 1915, and Kienthal, 1916. In Switzerland linked an anti-war position to a perspective of intensifying class struggle and working class revolution. Lenin insisted on a thoroughgoing split of genuinely revolutionary socialists away from the opportunistic and prower socialists of the Second International, arguing that a new international must arise again, which can only be born of the revolutionary class struggle of the proletarian masses in the most important capitalist countries. 32. The Bolsheviks became notorious for their uncompromising attitude, but this was to be a pole of attraction as the bankruptcy of the Second International came to be more widely recognized among anti-war socialists. The section of Central Committee members which was abroad, Zinoviev later recounted, began to work on uniting internationalists on an international scale. We took part in the Zimmerwald Conference where we constituted a weak minority and organized the Zimmerwald Left, which in fact served as the first nucleus of the future Third International. Alfred Sen's account gives an even greater sense of dramatic shifts taking place. Now, for the first time, Lenin began to collect an international following. No matter that we are so few, he declared, we shall have millions with us. He considered his work already different, closer to action. In contrast, other Russian internationalists proved incapable of developing strong organizations, and a drift into Lenin's camp was already visible in the spring of 1915. 33. The impact of the war on the workers' movement and the Bolsheviks inside Russia was complex. As discussed in the previous chapter, the period of 1912 to 1914 saw a crescendo of working-class radicalization and militant struggle, in which the Bolsheviks became the hegemonic force among the workers. In July 1914, this culminated in mass strikes and street fighting in Petersburg that were reminiscent of the early 1905 events. At this point, according to the Bolshevik A.E. Batayev, the Tsarist government did not let anything stand in the way of their endeavors to crush the incipient revolution. The series of lockouts had struck at the economic conditions of the workers, and mass arrests and deportations weakened the political organization of the working class. Different leading Bolsheviks who had been on the scene later looked back on this period with different estimates. From his vantage point as Bolshevik deputy in the Duma, Batayev tells us that the proletariat required a certain time to recover, to collect its forces for fresh onslaughts on Tsarism. On the other hand, from his vantage point as prominent underground activist functioning in the factories, Alexander Shlyapnikov asserted that the mood of workers was very buoyant, in spite of the orgy of repression, the lack of newspapers and the fortnight's unemployment. Everyone was overjoyed and encouraged by the recent strike, which had united a large army of labor in one vivid upsurge of anger. Everyone felt that a decisive and nationwide battle was just around the corner. 34 In any event, the outbreak of the World War prevented the realization of either the time to recover or the decisive nationwide battle. Events developed so rapidly that organized workers were caught off guard, noted Shlyapnikov. Batayev recalls, the declaration of war was a signal for the blackest reactionary forces to redouble their attacks on the working class movement. In the atmosphere of rabid chauvinism and artificial jingoism, the Tsarist government savagely repressed all legal and illegal working class organizations. Added to this was the political disorientation brought on by the collapse of the Second International and especially the betrayal of German social democracy. Workers showered us with questions as to the meaning of the behavior of the German socialists, writes Shlyapnikov, whom we had always presented as models for ourselves. Where was all that world solidarity? Burying the German leaders did not come easily to us, as in the broad circles of workers supporting social democracy the idea emerged of, if the Germans have done it, we might as well too. It took a lot of effort to explain to thinking workers that betrayal by some must not lead to universal betrayal, as only the capitalists would stand to gain from that. It was vital to restore international contact between workers over the heads of the leaders. 35. Shlyapnikov describes a meeting between the Bolshevik deputies to the Duma and a few key working-class activists, who gathered in an attempt to find a key to the Germans' conduct. Several expressed the sentiment that the deciding factor was probably the threat of Tsarism, and it was common knowledge that even Engels had, in his day, wished for a war against Tsarist Russia. But whatever the reasons, it all amounted to one thing only: such behavior was a betrayal of all the precepts of revolutionary socialism. At the crucial moment the German Social Democrats had felt that they were closer to their own bourgeoisie than to the workers of other countries. Nationalism had proved stronger than socialism. 36 Independently of the exiled Lenin, from whom they were cut off at the outset of the war, these Bolshevik stalwarts were determined to remain true to the revolutionary internationalism that was an essential component of their program. Despite such sentiments, the revolutionary workers' movement was overwhelmed by the tidal wave of war. Trotsky summarizes, the more active layers of the workers were mobilized. The revolutionary elements were thrown from the factories to the front. Severe penalties were imposed for striking. The workers' press was swept away. Trade unions were strangled. Hundreds of thousands of women, boys, peasants, poured into the workshops. The war combined with the wreck of the International greatly disoriented the workers politically, and made it possible for the factory administration, then just lifting its head, to speak patriotically in the name of the factories, carrying with it a considerable part of the workers, and compelling the more bold and resolute to keep still and wait. The revolutionary ideas were barely kept glowing in small hushed circles. In the factories in those days nobody dared to call himself a Bolshevik for fear not only of arrest, but of a beating from the backward workers. It seemed as though the war had produced a new working class. To a considerable extent this was the fact. In Petrograd the personnel of the workers had been renewed almost 40%. 37. Political repression hit the Bolsheviks harder than the Mensheviks. All 5 Bolshevik deputies in the Duma, there were only 5 after the defection of the police spy Malinovsky, were arrested, while the Menshevik deputies remained at liberty. The Bolshevik organization was especially hard hit by repression, while those elements among the Mensheviks who, with various rationalizations, supported the war effort were able to assume prominent positions in what was left of the workers' movement. The Bolshevik daily Pravda was quickly closed down completely, while patriotic labor papers continued to appear. On the other hand, as historian Ronald Suney has commented, while the war years demonstrated the fragility of the Bolsheviks' newly conquered positions within the working class and arrests and patriotism ate into their influence, the potential for a renewal of militants remained intact. 38. The Mensheviks made particularly significant gains in the network of war industry committees set up in 1915 to bring more closely together the industrialists, the workers, and the government, and thus to encourage greater effort in production for war needs. The Bolsheviks opposed participation, as did the most consistent of the Menshevik internationalists outside of Russia, such as Martov. Yet according to Leonard Shapiro, unlike the more disciplined Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks were disinclined to accept such leadership as emanated from the Secretariat in exile. This was true especially, though not exclusively, of the pro-defense liquidators. Consequently, they immediately welcomed the new opportunity for concrete social democratic activity in these government-sponsored bodies. This enabled them to regain much of the ground they had lost to the Bolsheviks in the 1912 to 1914 period. And yet David Mondale remarks that among certain strata of the workers there was a fundamental internationalism, both in relation to ethnic groups within Russia and towards the war and the struggles of oppressed peoples abroad. Even the initial patriotic wave that swept up broad strata of workers throughout Russia found only a weak and relatively short-lived echo in Petrograd, and, according to the police, little remained of it by the autumn of 1915. Ani Patrasov, a right-wing Menshevik and defensist, bitterly lamented in 1915 the fact that the German invasion had aroused nothing in the proletarian masses, no response worthy of the most revolutionary class of today's society. 39. These realities set the stage for Bolshevik resurgence. The Bolsheviks' orientation in Russia was not dictated from abroad by Lenin. For one thing, underground communications with him were initially disrupted by war and repression. When Lenin's theses on war were finally transmitted, according to Shlyapnikov, they responded to the mood of party workers at the time, but the question of defeatism did cause perplexity. Comrades did not want to link their tactics to the army's strategic situation, but at the same time nobody wished Nicholas to the smallest victory, as it was clear that a victory would strengthen the vilest reaction. 40. The Bolsheviks' outlook was summed up in inscriptions that appeared first on factory walls and ultimately on banners carried by factory workers. Comrades, we won't be any better off if Russia wins, they'll squash us even harder. 41. We swear to achieve the brotherhood of all peoples. Long live the Russian Revolution as the prologue to the social revolution in Europe. 42. It bears remembering that after the February-March Revolution of 1917, particularly after Lenin's return to Russia, Lenin himself dropped the revolutionary defeatism slogan, which had been his trademark in polemics he had conducted from his Swiss exile. We Bolsheviks are in the habit of adopting a maximum of revolutionism, he commented. But this is not enough. We must study the situation. The situation during his exile, from 1914 through 1916, when he was attempting to bend the stick far to the left in order to consolidate an international revolutionary socialist current completely free from conciliation with power and moderate social democrats, had been one thing. The situation among war-weary soldiers and peasants and workers in Russia was something else again. There is no doubt that, as a class, the proletariat and semi-proletariat are not interested in the war, he remarked in a speech on the political situation in early 1917. They are still influenced by tradition and deception. They still lack political experience. Therefore, our task is that of patiently explaining. Our principles remain intact, we do not make the slightest compromise, yet we cannot approach those masses as we approach the social chauvinists. 43. The new slogan he favored in regard to the war was now simpler peace, linked with demands advancing the rights of the workers and peasants. And this approach had, despite some vacillations, characterized the Bolshevik approach in Russia during the war. The divergence between Lenin and his comrades inside Russia before 1917 should not be overstated, although among certain currents in the party it seemed to go deeper than simply a choice of different slogans. The Bolshevik deputies to the Duma and Pravda editor Kamenev had equivocated in the direction of patriotic sentiment. A joint statement of Bolshevik and Menshevik deputies, although denouncing the war as resulting from imperialist politics, nonetheless contained the ambiguous assertion that the proletariat, permanent defender of freedom and the interests of the people, will carry out its own duty at all times and will defend the cultural welfare of the people from all kinds of encroachments, wherever they come from, either from inside or outside. This statement was mitigated by the walkout of the RSDLP deputies when the Duma was about to vote on war credits, but during the later trial of the Bolshevik deputies and Kamenev, the defendants explicitly disassociated themselves from Lenin's revolutionary defeatism and presented the Bolshevik opposition to the war in muted tones. This caused some consternation among the Bolsheviks, and historian Tsuyoshi Hasegawa finds that it was the rank-and-file activists who accepted Lenin's radical position quickly. Lenin's intransigent theses on the war, in the words of one underground worker, gave us a fresh spirit, vindicated and inspired us, fired our hearts with an irresistible desire to go further, not stopping at anything. Some took bold initiatives independently of the more cautious leaders inside Russia, publishing an illegal workers' paper with a clear anti-war stand and producing leaflets with such messages as this: "The Russian proletariat will find a method against the war. And there is only one method, to strengthen its class organizations by oral and printed propaganda among the troops of the active army and among the workers and the peasants against militarism, with the appeal for a general insurrection for a democratic republic." These became the dominant themes of Bolshevism inside Russia, and they had growing impact as the war's devastating effects were felt among the workers. 44. Despite the gains that particularly the prower reformist wing of the Mensheviks was able to make in wartime Russia, it was noted by many that the Bolsheviks were, in Leonard Scapiro's words, somewhat better organized, and the more united, and that they were attracting the more vigorous elements among the workers. The strongest and most dynamic organization of worker Bolsheviks was concentrated in the solidly proletarian Vyborg district of Petersburg. While not yet able to win the majority of workers to their banner, the Bolsheviks maintained an impressive underground network based in the factories and were capable of exercising increasing influence despite unremitting Tsarist repression. 45. Both inside and outside Russia, the Bolsheviks' political and organizational achievement was a powerful pole of attraction for revolutionary-minded activists, including many who had previously remained aloof from Lenin's party. In the pages of Trotsky's paper Nash Slovo at the beginning of 1916, one writer expressed the growing conviction of many: one ought not to and one need not share the sectarian narrow-mindedness of. But it cannot be denied that in Russia, in the thick of political action, so-called Leninism is freeing itself from its sectarian features. And that the workers' groups connected with Social Democrat, Lenin's paper, are now in Russia the only active and consistently internationalist force. For those internationalists who belong to no faction, there is no way out but to merge with the Leninists, which in most cases means joining the Leninist organization. 46. Many such activists ultimately concluded that much of the sectarian narrow-mindedness they had found so offensive in fact reflected a realistic appraisal of the necessary tasks at hand, as well as of the actual bankruptcy of the bulk of the Mensheviks, and of the moderates of the Second International, an appraisal that was a key component of the Bolsheviks' ability to become the only active and consistently internationalist force, and genuinely revolutionary party, in Russia. A minor indication of the anti-war militancy of Bolsheviks inside Russia is that when the autocracy changed the name of Petersburg to the more Russian-sounding name of Petrograd after the war began, the Petersburg Committee of the Bolsheviks remained the Petersburg Committee. Tsuyoshi Hasegawa offers this illuminating description of the internal functioning of the Petrograd Bolsheviks during this period. The central leadership could not and did not extend a strong control over the local organizations. The Russian Bureau of the Central Committee did not exist most of the time during the war, and when it finally came into existence, it was too weak and its means too limited to assume effective leadership. The Petersburg Committee assumed virtual leadership over the Bolshevik organizations in Petrograd, but its members were subject to constant police repression, and the turnover rate of its membership was high. Thus, most of the day-to-day operations was left to the discretion of the local organizations. The rank-and-file activists freely exchanged opinions, unafraid of challenging directives from the center. It was thanks to such independent but dedicated party activists united by a common repudiation of the war and hatred against the regime, and motivated only by their desire for revolution that the Bolshevik Party endured the trials and tribulations of the war. 47. These independent-minded and resourceful militants, Hasegawa points out, were the key to the Bolshevik Party's maintaining contact with the working class, and they were the first to rebuild the party organizations in the wake of the repression. They met clandestinely, organized an illegal network of party organizations, recruited sympathizers, set up illegal printing presses. In their apartments, printed leaflets and distributed them among the workers. They lived under constant peril of arrest, court-martial, and exile. The Bolsheviks had had almost 6,000 members in Petrograd immediately before the war. The disruptive effects of repression left them with about 100 by December 1914. The membership climbed to 1,200 by the end of 1915, then to 2,000 in the autumn of 1916, and 3,000 in the beginning of 1917. And they were predominantly young, as the then 32-year-old Shlyapnikov later recalled. The red banner of the workers' movement passed out of the weakening hands of the old men to a younger and more energetic generation of workers. Of the Petersburg Committee in 1917, only one member was over 40, 5 were in their 30s, and 9 were in their 20s. Despite their youth, Hasegawa comments, the Petersburg Committee members had been arrested a total of 44 times and exiled 11 times, proof that they were experienced revolutionary leaders. A majority were workers. This was also true of the Bolshevik Party as a whole. By early 1917, the organization throughout Russia had about 24,000 members, over 60% of whom were workers. 48. As we have seen, Lenin was able to exert little direct influence over the daily internal functioning of his comrades inside Russia. It is worth noting how he operated in contexts within which he could have direct influence. Among the Bolsheviks living abroad, many immediately agreed with his opposition to the war, but some were uncertain. Lenin did not attempt to ram his position through. Krupskaya writes, Vladimir Ilyich realized how important it was at such a serious moment for every Bolshevik to have a clear understanding of the significance of events. A comradely exchange of opinions was necessary. It was inadvisable to fix all shades of opinion right away until the matter had been threshed out. 49. Such threshing out was essential for the Bolshevik unity that was achieved during the war years. Yet such unity did not extend to all questions. Sharp differences flared up, particularly between Lenin and a group that gathered around the young theoretician Nikolai Bukharin. Lenin respected Bukharin's intellectual abilities, but also viewed him as somewhat immature, unstable, and ultra-leftist. Bukharin had been influenced in earlier years by Alexander Bogdanov, and during the war years by the Dutch left Marxists around Anton Pannekoek. His group included Nikolai Krylenko, Elena Rozmarovak and, later, G. L. Pyatakov and Yevgenia Bosch. These last two, influenced by Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Radek, sharply disagreed with Lenin's support of self-determination for oppressed nationalities, counterposing to it a somewhat abstract proletarian internationalism. Not only did Bukharin share this position, but in this period he dismissed the peasantry as a significant ally of the working class, and he also disagreed with Lenin's strong emphasis on the importance of democratic demands, as opposed to specifically socialist ones. It could be strongly argued that, on all of these questions, Lenin's position was subsequently vindicated. There were other points of disagreement on which Lenin was ultimately to shift somewhat in Bukharin's direction. For example, Bukharin disagreed with Lenin's initial position of labeling Russia's defeat in the war a lesser evil, rather than damning all the imperialist powers equally. He disagreed with Lenin's inclination to sweepingly exclude peace slogans appealing to broader anti-war sentiment, something that could not be done by calling for revolutionary defeatism or turning the imperialist war into a civil war. Also, he believed that, as Stephen Cohen expresses it, the future Third International should include all anti-war social democrats, including left-wing Mensheviks around Lev Trotsky whom Lenin was ostracizing. Bukharin and his friends simply wanted the new organization to be as broad as possible. Not all anti-war socialists rallied to the new international, but those around Trotsky certainly did. Finally, Bukharin was developing an interpretation of the Marxist theory of the state that Lenin at first dismissed as semi-anarchism. By 1917, however, he was to conclude that Bukharin's interpretation had merit. It would coincide with much of Lenin's classic study, The State and Revolution. 50. Apart from the question of who was right or wrong on particular issues, however, was the question of how such disagreements should be handled in the Bolshevik Party. Even before it was clear that there were differences, in early 1915, Bukharin and some like-minded thinkers decided to publish their own newspaper. According to Krupskaya, they went about it with such precipitancy that they did not even arrange the matter with the central organ. Such a publication would hardly have been expedient in any case. There was no money with which to publish the central organ, and although there were no differences so far, they might easily arise. An unguarded phrase might be pounced upon by opponents and exaggerated in every way. We had to keep step together. It was such a time. Bukharin hastened to offer the assurance that the new periodical was conceived not as an opposition, but as a supplement. What can you have against another party newspaper which in the very first editorial states that it stands on the viewpoint of the central organ? The Bolshevik Central Committee Bureau explained that such initiatives should be decided collectively and not by just several comrades. There was no attempt, however, to apply disciplinary measures. Rather, a special Bolshevik conference in Switzerland, convened to deal with wartime policies, was at the last minute lengthened to enable Bukharin and his co-thinkers to attend and participate in the discussions and decision-making. Bukharin was able to influence some of the formulations of the Bolsheviks' positions. At the same time, he and his comrades agreed to drop their plan for a separate periodical. 51. Not long afterward, Lenin agreed to participate as a contributor and on the editorial board of a theoretical magazine, Communist, initiated by Bukharin, Pyatakov, and Bosch. It was seen as a publication of the Bolshevik Central Committee, which contributed significant resources, although the dissident comrades would assume major editorial responsibility. Lenin was uneasy with this abnormal arrangement, but he went along with it for practical reasons, which included the fact that the three had acquired money to publish the magazine. As it turned out, however, Bukharin, Pyatakov, and Bosch were not inclined to collaborate closely with the party leadership in this venture. Instead, they moved to open the magazine's pages to non-Bolshevik currents within the Zimmerwald left and to initiate a discussion presenting their own views on the national question. A furious Lenin withdrew from the editorial board, and the Central Committee ruled that Communist was no longer a Bolshevik publication. "We cannot contribute and shall be compelled to fight it," Lenin wrote to the three editors, "since we find your attitude to the party's program to be not only wrong and harmful, but frivolous. Your arguments for a free journal, free from the party program, from the central bodies of the party, are just as frivolous, if not worse anti-party." He added, "If you wish to persist in the theses, we, 1. Are prepared to publish them and, 2. We are bound to give our opinion. Publish them yourselves, if you do not want us to do it, and furnish them with a discussion pamphlet in which all three of you could make clear to the party your motives." A new theoretical magazine was established under the control of the Central Committee. Lenin also made it clear that he had no desire to muzzle the dissidents. The young contributors want freedom of opinion for themselves, freedom of discussion that is legitimate. But he denounced their attempt to use communist. If you want to help disorganize our party, do it on your own responsibility. Your purse is full. Go ahead, and then the Russian workers will see at once that you are intriguers and will kick you out. But you want to play this trick under cover of a collective board. Sorry, but I won't accept this and will expose you. He proposed instead that the Bolshevik leadership and dissidents publish either a miscellany, essentially, a public discussion bulletin, on the national question, open only to Bolshevik contributors, or a separate pamphlet with a debate between Bukharin and Lenin. 52. As it turned out, Bukharin and his sympathizers backed off, and Communist went out of existence. On the other hand, Bukharin felt free to submit articles expressing his own distinctive views to non-Bolshevik publications, and Lenin felt free to criticize them in Bolshevik publications. Despite the great strain in relations, Bukharin remained in the Bolshevik Party. And the revolutionary upsurge of 1917 was to draw him and Lenin much closer together than seemed possible in 1915, 1916.53. Inside Russia throughout 1915 to 1916, a profound radicalization developed within the working class, which was reflected in a dramatic proliferation of strikes. Along with this, the ineptness and corruption of the Tsarist autocracy was increasingly exposed under the pressures of the war. Hasegawa summarizes, the workers in Petrograd were the fundamental source of instability in Russian politics during the war. The patriotism at the outbreak of the war was quickly dissipated as wartime reality hit. Excluded from the established order of society and deprived of legal organizations to air their grievances, yet asked to continue their sacrifices for national honor and pride, the workers became receptive to the agitators' call for radical action. Objective conditions blended with revolutionary agitation and organizing to create a general mood of proletarian insurgency. 54. The Bolsheviks were central to this process. In the course of the war, there had been a realignment of socialist organizations in Russia. Gradually, a loose alliance of anti-war, internationalist forces came into being: the Bolsheviks, radical Menshevik internationalists, who became known as the Initiative Group, the Mezhransky, inter-district group left-wing non-faction Social Democrats, whose standpoint coincided with Trotsky's positions, and the left wing of the Socialist Revolutionaries. The non-Bolshevik components of this alliance were extremely important, but Hasegawa notes, there is no question that the Bolsheviks were the dominant force among the internationalist groups, with their organizational strength, ideological unity, and tactical militancy. Counterposed to the internationalists were the defensist and semi-defensist moderates, predominantly Mensheviks and right-wing social revolutionaries who were committed to a proletarian bourgeois alliance against Tsarism and for the fatherland. The key formation in this moderate socialist axis was what became known as the Workers' Group, a Menshevik current coordinating involvement of the workers in the war industry committees. Its moderation enabled it to function legally and thereby gain influence among workers. And yet, as Hasegawa writes, by the fall of 1916, the workers' group was obviously losing ground to the Bolsheviks, and to regain its lost influence among the workers, the workers' group turned leftward in December 1916, sharpening its attack on the government and advocating a decisive offensive for its overthrow. Hasegawa concludes that the conflict between the two groups did not hinder, but rather hastened the development of the revolutionary crisis. 55. In other words, the Bolsheviks were having an impact not only among revolutionary socialists but also upon the moderates. And this influence, in part a result of the Bolsheviks' legendary intransigence and organizational seriousness, was helping to bring on the revolution. Throughout this study it has been necessary, in examining the Leninist conception of the party, to take up non-organizational questions in order to grasp the meaning of Lenin's organizational thought. In the present chapter in particular, it has been necessary to go rather far afield to examine the revolutionary internationalist foundations of the Bolshevik-Leninist orientation and the world realities of 1914 to 1916, in order to understand elements of the Bolshevik program, and also the beginnings of a programmatic evolution, that had profound political and organizational implications both in Russia and beyond. This helps explain the final phase of Bolshevism's development as a force capable of leading the Russian Revolution of 1917 and founding the Communist International in 1919. 11. Party and Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was in large measure the triumph of the organizational perspective that has been the focus of this study, combined with the political perspective which held that revolutionary Marxists would have to lead the working class and peasant masses toward the creation of proletarian rule in Russia. Much can be learned from the examination of the reasons why the Bolshevik Party was able to play a decisive role in Russia's revolution and the manner in which it did so. The story of the Bolshevik triumph has been told and retold in great detail. One of the best eyewitness accounts is John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, written 1 year after the event. One of the most profound was offered 15 years later in Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution. 60 years after the event, one of the most scholarly accounts, Alexander Rabinowich's The Bolsheviks Come to Power, was published. Each of these classics corroborating the others in all fundamentals provides a clear outline and rich detail for any interested reader. In addition, recent studies by a new wave of historians have greatly added to our understanding of this inspiring chapter in the history of the labor and socialist movements. 1. Still powerfully influential, however, is the slant offered by historians who see the Bolshevik triumph as a historical disaster. George Katkov is one of many to suggest that the working class strikes and demonstrations that toppled Tsarism were, in fact, instigated by agents of the German Kaiser as a wartime maneuver, although Lenin was, we are told, afflicted by a brain disease that resulted in very peculiar thinking on his part. A vast influx of German money was sufficient to promote the decisive effectiveness of Bolshevik propaganda in these confusing times. 2. Such respected historians as Leonard Shapiro and Robert V. Daniels have similarly given credence to the myth of German gold in Bolshevik coffers, but they are inclined to take Lenin's peculiar thinking, minus the brain disease, more seriously. 3. So does Bertram D. Wolfe, who characterizes the Bolshevik leader as a virtuoso of organization and total power who had a remarkable ability to mobilize, manipulate, and organize discontent and hatred. John Keep agrees that Lenin's achievement was less a matter of mobilizing class-conscious proletarians than of harnessing elemental energies and hatreds of all segments of society. This interpretation has implications for Lenin's conception of organization that these historians have not hesitated to point out. For Lenin, Keep tells us, the active catalyst of change is a body of professional revolutionaries, bound together by close ties of loyalty to their leader, so homogeneous as to reduce to a minimum the likelihood of dissent or indiscipline. Wolfe has taken it further. The first peculiarity that strikes one in Lenin's organizational doctrine is his centralism, and his extreme distrust not only of whole classes, the intelligentsia, the petty bourgeoisie, the peasantry, the working class itself, but even of the rank and file of his own party, his own local organizations. According to Robert V. Daniels, Lenin insisted that the proletarian revolution had to be accomplished by the deliberate action of a tightly organized conspiratorial party. He did not trust spontaneous mass movements, and at several crucial moments in 1905 and in July 1917 opposed the adventurism of Bolsheviks who wanted to exploit a popular outburst. In the fall of 1917, when it seemed as though the proletarian revolution might roll to victory almost as spontaneously as the bourgeois revolution of February, Lenin was beside himself. He was desperate then to demand that his party impose itself by force, to prove its own necessity and keep alive for himself the chance of ruling alone. 4. If such an organization is what made the revolution, this has implications for how one understands the revolutionary process and the nature of the working class. We find, as Diane Koenker has aptly noted, an image among Western historians of these masses as irrational, easily swayed, and prey to the machinations of political leaders. They are acted upon, they do not act. 5. This is the outlook not only of prominent anti-communist ideologists, but also despite a twist of romanticization of some left-wing sects that would like to duplicate this elitist scenario. The question is this: can an organization with such an approach win enough support to lead a revolution? This would seem doubtful, because such an understanding of the working class has little to do with real working people, particularly as the new historians have demonstrated the Russian working class in 1917. Recent works of scholarship have confirmed the judgment Trotsky offered more than 50 years ago: the swift changes of mass views and moods in an epoch of revolution thus derive, not from the flexibility and mobility of man's mind, but just the opposite, from its deep conservatism. The chronic lag of ideas and relations behind new objective conditions, right up to the moment when the latter crash over people in the form of a catastrophe, is what creates in a period of revolution that leaping movement of ideas and passions which seems to the police mind a mere result of the activities of demagogues. The fundamental political process of the revolution thus consists in the gradual comprehension by a class of the problems arising from the social crisis, the active orientation of the masses by a method of successive approximations. 6. Irrationality certainly comes into play in such complex situations, but all is not simply elemental energies and hatreds. In 1917 large numbers of working people in Russia thought long and hard about what they were experiencing, discussed and debated a number of options before them, and although not without deep passion made reasoned choices about what to do next. It is within this context that the Bolshevik Party operated in 1917. The ideals and ideas and proposals it articulated, the plans of action it offered, could become relevant only to the extent that the party won the respect and confidence and agreement of the masses of increasingly critical-minded and energetic individuals who constituted the most experienced and active layers of the Russian working class. What is more, the Bolsheviks had articulate rivals with comparable or greater material resources, who attempted to win the support of the working class for quite different programs. But within 8 months after the Tsar was overthrown, the Bolsheviks outstripped all rivals and won majority support for a socialist revolution. For detailed examinations of the Russian Revolution, the reader is urged to begin with the works mentioned earlier in this chapter. In what follows, we will focus on the dynamic interaction between the Bolshevik Party and the insurgent masses as revolutionary events unfolded, on the crucial programmatic shift that enhanced the Bolsheviks' capacity to play a decisive role, and on the manner in which the Bolshevik organization functioned internally in this stormy period. 1. Overthrowing Tsarism but not taking power. In February, March 1917 there was a working-class revolution in Petrograd that overthrew Tsarism, but that also stopped short of transferring power to the workers themselves. An examination of the causes and dynamics both of this proletarian initiative and of proletarian hesitation suggests much regarding the role of the Revolutionary Party. As many contemporaries and historians have commented, there had been no plan to make a revolution on this date, and no one had guessed beforehand how close was this event nor how quickly and easily it would finally take place. At the same time, however, this point has been so overstated by some that it has assumed the character of a myth. In retrospect, Robert V. Daniels writes, repeating the conventional wisdom, it is easy to see that Russia was ripe for revolt, though no one realized it at the time, not even the Bolsheviks. Lenin, spinning theories of world revolution against imperialism while he fretted in his Swiss exile, said as late as January 1917, we of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this revolution. Yet as the Soviet historian and dissident Roy Medvedev notes, the widely quoted comment of Lenin that Daniels cites was only a rhetorical device utilized to make an important point, the need to have a long view of history if one is a revolutionary, in a particular context, an educational talk to a group of young Swiss workers. Medvedev documents that Lenin actually felt a great certainty that the revolution was not far off, and that the World War would end in a revolution in most of the countries of Europe, but he could not of course predict the exact course of events, either political or military. One can find many statements in the period immediately preceding the February Revolution that the revolution is growing, that Europe is pregnant with revolution, that our day will come. As Krupskaya writes, never before had Vladimir Ilyich been in such an uncompromising mood as he was during the last months of 1916 and the early months of 1917. he was positively certain that the revolution was imminent. A careful analysis of Lenin's writings in this period will disclose that, while he obviously could have no idea of the specific date or details of the uprising, there was no question in his mind that Russia was ripe for revolt. Nor did one need to be a political genius to understand that the radicalization process was again in motion. 7. The new wave of working-class radicalization was part of a general collapse of the Tsarist system and of an even deeper crisis that was overtaking Russian society under the impact of the First World War, which had greatly intensified the immense problems already generated by the processes of industrialization and modernization. Many millions of people were displaced by the war. 15 million were mobilized into the army, millions were drawn into the factories and cities to keep the economy running, millions more became refugees from the war zones. The absolute destructiveness of the war, 6 million Russian soldiers killed, wounded, or captured, the loss of 1/4 of the Russian Empire's richest lands to the German forces, and so forth, was matched by the breakdown of much of the Russian economy, prices rising far above wages, deteriorating transportation and distribution systems, food and fuel shortages, dramatically worsening living conditions. The faith of the most loyal of Tsar Nicholas's lowly subjects began to turn into its opposite as they asked, if the Tsar were a good Tsar, why could he not save Russia and its people? Scandalous corruption and ineptness in the highest circles, topped by the immoral intrigues and escapades of the Tsar's favorite holy man, Gregory Rasputin, undermined the confidence of even the most conservative elements of Russia's ruling classes in Tsarism's capacity to endure. 8. Another important factor was the profound weakening of Tsarism's repressive forces, particularly the army. Alan Wildman writes that the soldiers felt they were being used and recklessly expended by the rich and powerful, of whom their officers were the most visible, immediate representatives. Roy Medvedev adds, by drafting millions of peasants and workers into the army and training them to handle weapons, the Tsarist regime, without intending to, provided military and technical training. The likely allies of the working class, the peasants, were armed and organized in military garrisons in every major city, with especially large garrisons in Moscow and Petrograd. 9. William Henry Chamberlain once commented that the collapse of the Romanov autocracy in March 1917 was one of the most leaderless, spontaneous, anonymous revolutions of all time. This is both true and false, a paradox that sheds much light on the role of the Revolutionary Party. John M. Thompson aptly notes that war-weariness, despair, and hatred of the old system became dominant throughout all levels of Russian society. The people's only hope seemed to lie in victory, which seemed increasingly illusory, or in a radical change, some sudden liberation from their bonds and burdens. 10. These moods and feelings and beliefs, spontaneously generated by objective conditions, were certainly the source of the uprising, but the revolutionary parties played an essential role in offering coherent conceptual alternatives to the status quo. Only the organized socialists, defensists as well as internationalists articulated such alternatives, and their appeals were generating an increasingly visible response among the Russian workers as 1916 faded into 1917. It is important to recognize that the Bolsheviks were not the only group playing this crucial role. The active members of the revolutionary parties combined constituted no more than 2% of the total number of Petrograd workers, writes Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, but with the indifference of the vast majority of workers to the doctrinal differences separating the parties, they found it significant that both camps stood for overthrow of the regime. The differences assumed practical importance only after the February Revolution, not before. Of course, not all of the different currents were doing their work in the same manner. The Menshevik moderates and their allies were concentrating their efforts in the war industries committees and in caucusing with elements of the bourgeois liberal opposition. The 24,000 Bolsheviks, including 2,000 in Petrograd and 600 in Moscow, were, according to the Menshevik internationalist Sukhanov, buried in a completely different kind of work, keeping the equipment of the movement in repair, forcing the pace for a decisive clash with the Tsarist regime, organizing propaganda and the underground press. 11. Yet according to Gregory Zinoviev, the February Revolution found our Central Committee in part abroad and in part in jail or exile. The party appeared not to exist, it was dispersed and broken. It did not play a decisive role in the February Revolution. There is an important element of truth in this, but also a serious distortion, which is perhaps not surprising, given Zinoviev's own inclinations toward interpreting Bolshevik organizational norms in a mechanistic and bureaucratic elitist manner. He overlooks the remarkable initiative of the local Bolshevik organizations. Trotsky has described how conscious and tempered workers educated for the most part by the party of Lenin played an essential role, in every factory, in each guild, in each company, in each tavern, in the military hospital, at the transfer stations, even in the depopulated villages. The molecular work of revolutionary thought was in progress. Everywhere were to be found the interpreters of events, chiefly from among the workers, from whom one inquired, "What's the news?" and from whom one awaited the needed words. These leaders had often been left to themselves, and nourished themselves upon fragments of revolutionary generalizations arriving in their hands by various routes, had studied out by themselves between the lines of the liberal papers what they needed. Their class instinct was refined by a political criterion, and though they did not think all their ideas through to the end, nevertheless their thought ceaselessly and stubbornly worked its way in a single direction. 12 Recent scholarship has corroborated this imaginative insight. On the other hand, the local Bolsheviks and their sympathizers were hardly in control of events. The overthrow of Tsarism involved a far more interesting dynamic. The Petrograd Bolsheviks were intending to make May 1st, the International Workers' Holiday, the time for massive demonstrations and a general strike that they hoped would culminate in the overthrow of the autocracy. Yet International Women's Day, March 9th, or February 23rd of the old Russian calendar, was also a day observed by the workers' movement. It took place amid rising prices, bread lines, and the disappearance of bread from some bakeries, on top of a lockout and militant strike at the massive Putilov works. According to David Mondale, the mood of the women workers was very militant. He continues, the day began with meetings featuring anti-war speeches, but no other actions were planned. Among the Bolsheviks, who tended to be the most militant, the strategy was to conserve energy for a decisive general strike on May Day. Nevertheless, in the Vyborg district the women workers of several textile mills quit work and, gathering outside the nearby metalworking factories, easily persuaded the men to join them. 13 Earlier in this study we noted the relative political backwardness and passivity of unskilled workers such as female textile workers throughout the early history of the workers' movement, as well as the determination of the more conscious workers, such as those predominating in the heavily Bolshevik-influenced metal trades, to reach out to them and draw them into the struggle. Consider the recollection of one Bolshevik machinist. On the morning of February 23 one could hear women's voices in the lane which the windows of our department overlooked, "Down with the war, down with high prices. Down with hunger. Bread for the workers." Myself and several comrades were at the windows in a flash. The gates of number 1 Bolshaya Samtsioevskaya Manufaktura were wide open. Masses of women workers filled the lane, and their mood was militant. Those who caught sight of us began to wave their arms, shouting, "Come out! Quit work!" Snowballs flew through the window. We decided to join the demonstration. A brief meeting took place outside the main office near the gates, and we poured out into the street. The comrades in front were seized by the arms amidst the shouts of hooray, and we set off with them down Bolshoi Samtzianevsky Prospect. 14. Such scenes took place at numerous factories. Some Bolsheviks were anxious or even indignant that the undisciplined workers were not heeding their advice to stay calm and conserve their energy for future battles. But the Bolshevik rank and file threw itself into the actual struggle that was erupting around it. On the following day demonstrations and strikes spread throughout Petrograd. A police informant reported on the scene, since the military units did not hinder the crowd and in individual cases even took measures to paralyze the initiative of the police, the masses have acquired a sense of certainty that they will go unpunished, and now after 2 days of unhindered marching about the streets, when revolutionary circles have put forward the slogans "Down with the war" and "Down with the government," the people have become convinced that the revolution has begun, that success is with the masses, that the government is powerless to suppress the movement since the military units are not on its side, that victory is close since the military units will soon cross over to the revolutionary forces. 15. The day after the street fighting broke out, the police attempted to take the offensive and fired into the crowds. But the workers persisted with growing confidence. As a general strike paralyzed the city, the overwhelming majority of the working class demonstrated that it shared the views of the agitator who proclaimed, "We cannot live like this any longer. We are human beings, not animals." 16. By the fourth day of the insurgency the troops were disobeying the commands of Tsarist officers, openly joining the workers in massive numbers, firing on the police stations, helping to free all political prisoners. The Tsarist autocracy collapsed. The revolution was triumphant. The insurgents went on to establish Soviets, democratic councils, through which the workers and their most loyal allies confronted and gradually developed responses to their difficult situation. We will touch on these later developments in the final section of this chapter. At this point we must take a closer look at the dynamic between the Bolshevik Party and the revolutionary masses during the February-March events. Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, summarizing the historical data, stresses the importance of the middle echelon activists of the Bolshevik Party in the February Revolution. A group located between the top revolutionary leaders and the rank and file often played a crucial role in providing the masses with direct, immediate leadership, channeling their diffused discontent into specific actions, and communicating their sentiment to the revolutionary leaders. In the case of the February Revolution, the radical orientation of the mass movement came precisely from this group. 17. To understand what happened, we must examine the structure and internal functioning of the Bolshevik organization in Petrograd at this time. The party in Petrograd consisted essentially of factory cells, which were coordinated by district committees. The committees were coordinated by the Petersburg Committee. In addition, at the highest level inside Russia, there was the recently reconstituted Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, made up of V.M. Molotov, P.A. Zalutsky, and the experienced underground activist and worker Bolshevik Alexander Shlyapnikov, the most authoritative of the three. Trotsky comments that this central Bolshevik staff was amazing in its helplessness and lack of initiative. 18. This assessment brings to mind the limitations of the Bolshevik leadership in the beginning of 1905, although the caliber of Shlyapnikov as a working-class leader was certainly higher than that of the 1905 committeeman Sigasev. Yet Shlyapnikov, who had seen the workers' movement ebb and flow time and again over the years, later admitted that he had no idea that this would be the last and decisive battle against Tsarism. On the third day of the upsurge he said to one of the militants of the Vyborg District Committee, "What revolution is happening here? Give the workers a loaf of bread, and the movement would be gone." His primary concern was to counter the spread of revolutionary illusions, to prevent unnecessary and fruitless bloodshed, and to conserve Bolshevik and working-class energies and organizations for the struggles of the future. The Bolshevik rank and file, particularly the confident working-class activists of the Vyborg district, were openly dissatisfied with the orientation provided by their leaders of the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee. They attempted to pressure Shlyapnikov into providing revolutionary leadership, then despairing of this ignored his advice and defied his directives, took initiatives on their own, issued their own leaflets, and made their own decisions on how they would function in the struggle. In their own district organizations and partially through the Petersburg Committee, which they temporarily dominated, the radicals sought to coordinate Bolshevik activity without being impeded by those who, according to party rules, had greater authority. At certain points even the Petersburg Committee seemed too cautious and conservative for the embattled rank-and-file militants. On the other hand, when the Petersburg Committee was wiped out by arrests, the radical Vyborg District Committee assumed its functions. Regardless of who was formally supposed to be leading the work, however, the real struggle was a higher priority for them than were the formalities of party discipline. 19. A colossal role was played by the Revolutionary Party members, organically connected with the crowds, a working-class member of the Socialist Revolutionaries later recalled. They were internal, moral inspiration, led the masses, and experienced all the peripeteia of the movement with them. Only the workers and a handful of intelligentsia integrally connected with the workers could be such leaders. Soviet historian E. N. Burjalov has noted that the party affiliations of these key activists faded in the heat of the struggle. In the streets of Petrograd, the Mensheviks, SRS, and non-party workers fought together with the Bolshevik workers. In the course of this struggle the unity of their aims took shape and the unity of their action was formed. 20. The limitations of rank and file initiative, however, quickly became evident. As the fighting was still raging, the moderate Menshevik and right-wing socialist revolutionary leadership was taking bold steps to channel the victory in a proper direction. Among the insurgent workers, the idea had begun to circulate that, as in 1905, a Soviet was necessary to coordinate the workers' activities throughout Petrograd. The moderate socialists, particularly the Menshevik deputies to the Duma, utilized this sentiment to rally the workers around a widely publicized proposal for the workers and soldiers to quickly select representatives for a Soviet to meet at the Tauride Palace, the seat of the Duma. The moderates dubbed themselves the Provisional Executive Committee of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Convinced that the liberal bourgeoisie must assume leadership of the bourgeois democratic revolution, they intended through the creation of the Soviet to draw the revolutionary movement into support for a bourgeois liberal provisional government to be created through the Duma. Elements among the Bolsheviks, the Mezrayancy, and the left socialist revolutionaries wanted to see the Soviet itself become the provisional government, but they were not sufficiently organized to communicate this notion as a coherent and reasonable alternative to the revolutionary workers who were overturning Tsarism. The moderate leaders, although not involved in the strike movement or insurrection in the way that the semi-leaderless Bolsheviks were, had the capacity and the resources to articulate effectively a course of action. A very important additional factor has been noted by David Mondell: it was one thing to overthrow the government in the capital, but quite another to obtain the allegiance of peasants and soldiers throughout the country and to set the state and economic machines working effectively. The workers did not feel prepared to attempt this on their own. They needed the authority that the Duma presumably enjoyed outside the capital and especially within educated society. 21. Thus, the working-class revolution of February-March did not transfer power to the workers themselves. Instead, there was the creation of a dual power. On the one hand there were the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, the political expression of the socialist working class and its allies. On the other hand there was the Provisional Government, whose outstanding liberal member, Cadet Party leader P. N. Miliukov, expressed the sentiment of its bourgeois members in this statement: "We did not want this revolution. We did not wish particularly that it would come at the time of the war. And we had desperately struggled so that this would not happen." One of Miliukov's colleagues, V.V. Shulgin, commented that if we do not take power, others will take it for us, those rotters who have already elected all sorts of scoundrels in the factories. The most radical of the provisional government liberals, N.V. Nekrasov, expressed the hope that the government could achieve the avoidance of social revolution through social reform. The reluctant bourgeois leaders of the provisional government enjoyed, if one can use the term, the support of the revolutionary Soviets that were proliferating throughout Russia. Shlyapnikov remarked with surprise how easily the worker masses were taken in by the trap of national unity and the unity of revolutionary democracy, in which the capitalists were included. The logic of this trap was, as we have seen, a fear that the working class, a minority class in Russia, would be isolated and crushed, as had happened to the Paris Commune of 1871 and, in a different and less definitive way, to the Russian workers' uprising of 1905. It was a complex situation, and the common-sense solution for even many of the more militant workers seemed to be precisely the unity of revolutionary democracy, in which the capitalists were included. 22. Tony Cliff's judgment also seems well taken. Although the revolution was led by class-conscious workers who were mostly Bolsheviks, it was not led by the Bolshevik Party. Furthermore, the number of class-conscious workers active in the revolution could be counted in thousands, or tens of thousands, while the number who were aroused by the revolution was measured in millions. No wonder the leadership of the rank-and-file Bolsheviks in the February Revolution, although able to achieve the victory of the insurrection, could not secure political power for the working class or the Bolshevik Party. The Mensheviks, however, felt that the revolution was a vindication of their own perspective. Our revolution is a political one. We destroy the bastions of political authority, but the bases of capitalism remain in place. A battle on two fronts against the Tsar and against capital is beyond the forces of the proletariat. 23. The Mensheviks' article of Marxist faith, of course, had been that the bourgeois democratic revolution must have a bourgeois leadership. Yet blended with this was an outlook that soon became characteristic of modern social democracy. Marcel Liebman has described it well. The men who at that moment held the country's fate in their hands belonged to the variant of European socialism which, although concerned for the interests of the proletariat and sincerely devoted to its cause, had never believed in the possibility of entrusting political power to this class. Such a development seemed to them to be conceivable only after a long period of preparation and education. The sentiments of these social democrats in relation to the bourgeoisie were a mixture of hostility and respect, in which respect often outweighed hostility. The Menshevik Patrusov expressed a belief common to many socialists in Russia and the West when he declared that, at the moment of the bourgeois revolution, the best prepared, socially and psychologically, to solve national problems, is bourgeoisie. In reality, despite all proclamations of faith in socialism, many socialists believed that the bourgeoisie would continue, for an indefinite period, to be the necessary and almost natural wielder of political and social authority. As for the proletariat, if Sukhanov was to be believed, isolated as it was from other classes, could create only fighting organizations which, while representing a real force in the class struggle, were not a genuine element of state power. 24. Such a perspective, however, rather than being boldly stated, was muted and glossed over amid revolutionary euphoria and rhetoric. The insurgent masses of workers who were newly drawn into the struggle did not distinguish clearly among the variety of revolutionary and moderate socialists who seemed equally opposed to Tsarist oppression and in favor of democracy and social justice. The system of dual power seemed a reasonable way to consolidate their victory, and only a militant minority was inclined to question the decision of the newly established Soviet to give power to the predominantly bourgeois provisional government. Yet the alliance of the Soviets and the provisional government, which combined working class power and capitalist authority, was necessarily unstable and temporary. Given the nature of the situation, the gains of the workers' revolution could not be preserved and extended by relying on the liberal capitalist politicians. The clear-sighted revolutionary minority realized, as historian David A. Longley has expressed it, that the Russian bourgeoisie, through its involvement in the war, was tied very closely to the capitalists of Britain and France. The Russian bourgeoisie, caught between fear of its own workers and peasants and pressure from its allies in Britain and France, was incapable of implementing any real reforms. On the contrary, they would only attempt to curtail those freedoms that the workers and soldier peasants had won. 25 Over the next 7 months a working-class majority became convinced of the need to transfer power from the provisional government to their own Soviets. The Bolshevik Party was to play an essential role in this process, but not before its programmatic orientation underwent a crucial shift. 2. Reorientation. We have already noted a key tension in the Bolshevik orientation, an uncompromising class struggle attitude that rejected proletarian subordination to the liberal bourgeoisie in the anti-Tsarist struggle, and yet adherence to the traditional assumption that Russia would have to undergo a period of capitalist development before being ready for a socialist revolution. This tension became explicit in 1917 and created profound strains that were overcome only through a process of programmatic reorientation. Even before this reorientation, major shifts were taking place in Lenin's thinking. By 1915 to 1916 Vladimir Ilyich had gone deep into the question of democracy, Krupskaya recalled, which he examined in the light of socialist construction. She draws our attention to a particular passage that strikingly expresses the thoughts which had occupied Ilyich's mind at the end of 1915 and during 1916, thoughts which tinctured all his subsequent utterances. 26. It is worth turning our attention to this passage, which occurs in a polemic with Karl Radek on the national question. The proletariat can win only through democracy, i.e., through putting into effect full democracy and linking up every step of its progress with democratic demands in their most emphatic wording. It is absurd to offset the socialist revolution and the revolutionary struggle against capitalism by one of the questions of democracy, in this case the national question. We must combine the revolutionary struggle against capitalism with the revolutionary program and tactics in respect of all democratic demands, including a republic, a militia, election of government officials by the people, equal rights for women, self-determination of nations, etc. So long as capitalism exists, all these demands are capable of realization only as an exception, and in incomplete, distorted form. Basing ourselves on democracy as already achieved, and showing up its deficiency under capitalism, we demand the overthrow of capitalism and expropriation of the bourgeoisie as an essential basis both for abolishing the poverty of the masses and for fully and thoroughly implementing all democratic transformations. Some of those transformations will be started before the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, others in the course of this overthrow, and still others after it. The social revolution is not a single battle but an epoch of a series of battles on all and every problem of economic and democratic transformations, whose completion will be effected only with the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. It is for the sake of this ultimate goal that we must formulate every one of our democratic demands in a consistently revolutionary manner. It is quite conceivable that the workers of a given country may overthrow the bourgeoisie before any single cardinal democratic transformation has been fully implemented. But it is quite inconceivable that the proletariat, as an historical class, will be able to defeat the bourgeoisie unless it has been prepared for it by being educated in a spirit of the most consistent and determined revolutionary democratism. 27. This vision of the democratic revolutions flowing over into the socialist revolution brings to mind Trotsky's conception of permanent revolution. It is unlikely, given Lenin's antipathy toward Trotsky in 1915, and given indications that he had never read Trotsky's Results and Prospects or 1905, that Trotsky was Lenin's source. On the other hand, there are indications that the two were influenced by a common source, the writings of Marx and Engels in 1850, especially the two addresses of the Central Committee to the Communist League. According to David Ryazanov, Lenin, who knew them by heart, used to delight in quoting them. 28. Marx and Engels had written as follows: "The relation of the Revolutionary Workers' Party to the petty bourgeois Democrats is this: it marches together with them against the faction which it aims at overthrowing, it opposes them in everything whereby they seek to consolidate their position in their own interests. While the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, and with the achievement, at most, of the above demands, it is our interest to make the revolution permanent, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians has ceased and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians." 29. The First World War convinced Lenin that such an orientation had new relevance throughout the world. Imperialism forces the masses into the struggle by sharpening class contradictions on a tremendous scale, by worsening the conditions of the masses both economically, trusts, high cost of living, and politically, the growth of militarism, more frequent wars, more powerful reaction, the intensification and expansion of national oppression and colonial plunder. It would be a mistake to think that the struggle for democracy was capable of diverting the proletariat from the socialist revolution or of hiding it, overshadowing it, etc. On the contrary, in the same way as there can be no victorious socialism that does not practice full democracy, so the proletariat cannot prepare for its victory over the bourgeoisie without an all-around, consistent, and revolutionary struggle for democracy. 30. This was the orientation Lenin brought to the situation created by the overthrow of the Tsar. The imperialist war was bound, with objective inevitability, immensely to accelerate and intensify to an unprecedented degree the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. It was bound to turn into a civil war between hostile classes, he wrote in his letters from afar. This transformation has been started by the February-March Revolution of 1917, the first stage of which has been marked, firstly, by a joint blow at Tsarism struck by two forces: 1. The whole of bourgeois and landlord Russia with all her unconscious hangers-on and all her conscious leaders, the British and French ambassadors and capitalists, and the other, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, which has begun to win over the soldiers' and peasants' deputies 31 to the Mensheviks' attitude toward the bourgeois provisional government. Lenin counterposed a profoundly different perspective. Ours is a bourgeois revolution, therefore, the workers must support the bourgeoisie, say the Patrasovs, Gvozdyovs, and Shkiages, as Plekhanov said yesterday. Ours is a bourgeois revolution, we Marxists say, therefore the workers must open the eyes of the people to the deception practiced by the bourgeois politicians, teach them to put no faith in words, to depend entirely on their own strength, their own organization, their own unity, and their own weapons. 32. Stressing that the only guarantee of freedom and of the complete destruction of Tsarism lies in arming the proletariat, in strengthening, extending and developing the role, significance, and power of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, Lenin argued for a transition from the first stage of the revolution to the second. He argued that the Russian workers had two allies in the second revolution: the broad masses of the semi-proletarian and partly also of the small peasant population, who number scores of millions and constitute the overwhelming majority of the population of Russia, and also the proletariat of all the belligerent countries and of all countries in general. 33. In his farewell letter to Swiss workers, Lenin expressed the revolutionary internationalist dimension of his orientation with special clarity. It was not our impatience nor our desire, but the objective conditions created by the imperialist war that brought the whole of humanity to an impasse, and faced it with the dilemma of either permitting the extermination of more millions of lives and the complete extinction of European civilization, or handing over the power to the revolutionary proletariat and achieving the socialist revolution in all civilized countries. To the Russian proletariat has fallen the great honor of initiating the series of revolutions which are arising from the imperialist war with objective inevitability. The Russian proletariat single-handed cannot successfully complete the socialist revolution. But it can lend such a sweep to the Russian Revolution as would create the most favorable conditions for a socialist revolution, and, in a sense, start that revolution. It can render more favorable the conditions under which its most important, most trustworthy, and most reliable coadjutor, the European and the American socialist proletariat, will undertake its decisive battles. The objective conditions of the imperialist war make it certain that the revolution will not be limited to the first stage of the Russian Revolution, that the revolution will not be limited to Russia. 34. In the fifth installment of Letters from Afar, Lenin focused on the specific forms that would be taken by the struggle for democracies flowing over into the struggle for workers' power, a workers' state. The workers, guided by their class instinct, have realized that in revolutionary times they need an entirely different organization, of a type above the ordinary. They have taken the right attitude suggested by the experience of our revolution of 1905 and by the Paris Commune of 1871, they have created a Soviet of Workers' Deputies, they have set out to develop it, widen and strengthen it, by attracting to it representatives of the soldiers and no doubt of the hired agricultural workers, as well as, in one form or another, of the entire poor section of the peasantry. The question, then, is, what is to be the work of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies? We repeat what we once said in number 47 of the Geneva Social Democrat, October 13, 1915. They must be regarded as organs of insurrection, as organs of revolutionary power. This theoretical formula, derived from the experience of the Commune of 1871 and of the Russian Revolution of 1905, must be elucidated and concretely developed on the basis of the practical experience gained at this very stage of this very revolution in Russia. We need revolutionary power, we need, for a certain period of transition, the state. We need the state, but not the kind needed by the bourgeoisie, with organs of power in the form of police, army, bureaucracy, distinct from and opposed to the people. All bourgeois revolutions have merely perfected this government apparatus, have merely transferred it from one party to another. The proletariat, however, if it wants to preserve the gains of the present revolution and to proceed further to win peace, bread, and freedom, must destroy, to use Marx's word, this ready-made state machinery, and must replace it by another one, merging the police, the army, and the bureaucracy with the universally armed people. Advancing along the road indicated by the experience of the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Russian Revolution of 1905, the proletariat must organize and arm all the poorest and most exploited sections of the population, so that they themselves may take into their own hands all the organs of state power, that they themselves may constitute these organs. 35. Careful scholars have provided us with a detailed picture of how the Bolshevik Party responded to Lenin's orientation. We have noted that the party whose cadres were made up of seasoned and independent-minded militants had been divided over how to respond to the revolutionary upsurge of February 1917. In the period leading up to Lenin's return to Russia in early April, new divisions and discussions opened up. One Bolshevik veteran, Vladimir Blanc, later recalled, when the February Revolution broke out to so speedily topple the monarchy of Nicholas II, we Petrograd Bolsheviks, who were undoubtedly in the minority in all institutions that appeared, nevertheless participated most vigorously, and strove to consolidate the new order and pursue our own policy wherever possible. Nevertheless we felt the absence of one common will, one common leadership in all this extremely responsible work in a situation that changed with kaleidoscopic rapidity and was marked by madly racing political developments. Everyone felt the absence of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. 36. In fact, there were four distinct tendencies, during the month of March, that crystallized within the Bolshevik Party's center in Petrograd, one represented by the influential Vyborg District Committee, one represented by the citywide Petersburg Committee, one represented by the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, which had expanded to 15 members under Alexander Shlyapnikov's leadership, and one represented by a newly returned leadership group headed by Kamina, Stalin, and the former Duma deputy M.K. Muranov, which had minority adherents in each of the other three bodies and which took control of the resurrected Daily Pravda. Yet when Lenin arrived, the positions he advanced were questioned by each of these tendencies, in some cases arousing fierce opposition. Historian Alexander Rubinovich has effectively challenged as vastly exaggerated the organizational unity and discipline commonly attributed to the Bolsheviks. While acknowledging that they were doubtless more unified than any of their rivals for power, Rubinovich finds the Bolshevik organization to have had an internally relatively democratic, tolerant, and decentralized structure and method of operation, as well as essentially open and mass character. 37. Lenin was in no position to simply call the shots upon his return. The open and mass character of the Bolshevik Party is shown by the fact that it grew from 24,000 in February to 80,000 in April, 240,000 in July, and 350,000 in October. Of the entire Russian working class, it is estimated that over 5% had enrolled in the Bolshevik Party by October. In Petrograd 7% of all industrial workers were Bolsheviks. Workers represented 61% of the Bolshevik membership. Bolshevik influence was, of course, considerably broader than its membership, and the influence of the insurgent working class was also powerfully felt, as we have seen in Bolshevik ranks. Rubinovich has identified another important aspect of the Bolsheviks' openness. Within the Bolshevik Petrograd organization at all levels in 1917 there was continuing free and lively discussion and debate over the most basic theoretical and tactical issues. Leaders who differed with the majority were at liberty to fight for their views, and not infrequently Lenin was the loser in these struggles. 38. Initially, Lenin was the loser when he articulated his position on the course to be followed after the overthrow of Tsarism. N. Sukhanov has referred to his complete intellectual isolation, not only among social democrats in general but also among his own disciples. 39 The only prominent party leader to endorse his new orientation from the beginning was Alexandra Kollontai, a recent convert to Bolshevism. In order to understand Lenin's minority status and how the situation was reversed within a month, it is necessary to consider at least briefly the positions of the existing tendencies in the party before his arrival: the Vyborg District Committee, the Petersburg Committee, the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, and the newly arrived team of Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov. The Vyborg District Committee, as we have seen, was directly in touch with the most militant sectors of the Petrograd working class and had played a leadership role in the February uprising. While reflecting the uncompromising class struggle militancy of its constituency, however, it was not capable of projecting the sweeping vision Lenin had developed, and it feared that if the revolution became too radical, the workers of the cities would be cut off from the peasants and 1917 would merely repeat the events of the Paris Commune of 1871, when an isolated working-class uprising established a proletarian state that was quickly drowned in blood. Nonetheless, the committee thoroughly distrusted the provisional government and wanted the Soviets to constitute themselves as a provisional revolutionary government to replace it. This Soviet provisional government would oversee the establishment of the Constituent Assembly, a democratic republic, which would become a permanent government. 40. After the February Revolution, the Petersburg Committee was reconstituted in its majority with members who had gone into prison at a very low moment in the party's fortunes, had virtually no contact with the outside world, and come out to find the revolution over. As one of them later acknowledged, they were not psychologically prepared for the new situation and could not share the militancy of their Vyborg comrades. A majority of them resolved to not oppose the power of the provisional government insofar as its activities correspond to the interests of the proletariat and of the broad democratic masses of the people. This attitude slid over into one of conditional support for the provisional government, not dissimilar to that of the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries. 41. The Russian Bureau of the Central Committee initially called for the replacement of the provisional government by a new provisional revolutionary government made up of the parties represented in the Soviets. Unlike the Vyborg Bolsheviks, however, the Bureau hoped to bring this about not through militant actions but through negotiations with the other Soviet parties, a hope that soon proved utopian. The Bureau then developed a perspective that envisioned the Soviets themselves, not some future constituent assembly, as becoming the new state power, which should keep a careful check on the provisional government while preparing to replace it. The Soviets, according to this perspective, should consolidate themselves and deepen the revolution by working to arm the masses of the people and by creating an independent Red Guard. Yet even this current, seemingly the most radical in the party, declared in the days when it was setting the editorial line in Pravda, "Of course there is no question among us of the downfall of the rule of capital, but only of the downfall of the rule of autocracy and feudalism." Nonetheless, as historian David Longley asserts, the majority of the members of the Bureau, while not anticipating Lenin's full program, were moving towards a similar position before he returned. The Russian Bureau's effectiveness was undercut by the fact that the majority of the Vyborg Bolsheviks and of the Petersburg Committee, although from different vantage points, viewed it as too removed from the practical struggle to offer more than academic and unrealistic generalizations. 42. The Russian Bureau's authority was even more profoundly undercut by the positions and activities of Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov, who, according to Shlyapnikov, introduced into the leading bodies of the party disagreements and deep organizational frictions. Through their insistence on pushing through their own vision of the correct line despite majority decisions and rank-and-file protests, Shlyapnikov tells us, disorder continued inside the party. Breaches of Bolshevik policy were committed in many areas, and the example for all this was given by comrades whom we had grown accustomed to regard as leaders in Tsarist times. As is generally the case, the high-handed attitude in regard to organizational norms was inseparable from a deeper political difference. Kamina and his co-thinkers were convinced that the bourgeois democratic revolution would have to be completed before the working class could think of taking power. They followed this notion to its logical conclusion. The provisional government, precisely because it was a political reflection of the bourgeoisie, had a progressive role to play and should be supported by Marxists not from fear, but from conscience. What is more, the new revolutionary government and the gains won by the workers must be defended from all enemies, including German imperialism. Therefore, and here Kamina and his co-thinkers were sharply at variance with the other Bolshevik tendencies, the character of the Russian war effort had changed and should be supported by all revolutionaries, with the proviso, of course, that any imperialist or annexationist goals should be repudiated. 43 These positions were in harmony with radical public opinion, that is, majority views among the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, and their sympathizers, and corresponded with the views of many workers. But they also had a coherence and internal consistency that, before the arrival of Lenin, seemed difficult to challenge. This current was not, however, embraced by the party as a whole. The Russian bureau majority was furious, a sentiment that continued to reverberate in Shlyapnikov's memoirs several years later. Comrades Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov decided to take over Pravda and give it their line. On the basis of their formal rights, they completely took into their hands the editing of the regular issue number 9, of March 15, employing their majority and formal prerogatives to prevail over the representative of the Central Committee Bureau, Comrade V. Molotov. Angry protests were raised in the Vyborg and other working-class districts over the moderation and defensism of the new leadership, and there were even demands that Kamina, Stalin, and Muranov be expelled from the party. Trotsky reports, the same thing was to be observed in the provinces. Almost everywhere there were left Bolsheviks accused of maximalism, even of anarchism. These worker revolutionists only lacked the theoretical resources to defend their position. But they were ready to respond to the first clear call. 44. Yet before April there was no such clear call. The problem can be traced to a fundamental theoretical programmatic limitation of Bolshevism. It was commonly assumed that there would be an interval, perhaps of decades, between the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, and many Bolsheviks, as Stalin later expressed it, had an inadequate theoretical preparation for grasping Lenin's deepening conviction that the bourgeois democratic revolution would grow into a proletarian socialist. 1.45 Zinoviev noted, similarly, that while the Bolshevik demand for a democratic republic had been put forward often, we did have some lack of agreement and confusion over this question in 1915, 1917, and that some of us, including myself, for too long upheld the idea that in our peasant country we could not pass straight on to the socialist revolution, but merely hoped that if our revolution coincided with the start of the international proletarian one it could become its overture. 46 The veteran Bolshevik publicist Mikhail S. Almansky suggested in 1921 that one problem was that the old democratic dictatorship perspective, despite its profoundly radical thrust, was based on the view that the coming revolution must be only a bourgeois revolution. That was an obligatory premise for every member of the party, the official opinion of the party, its continual and unchanging slogan right up to the February Revolution of 1917, and even some time after. In mid-April, as the debate initiated by Lenin was generating a complete revolution in the thinking of the party's leaders, as the Bolshevik Raskolnikov termed it, one of the leading women Bolsheviks, Ludmila Stahl, commented, "All the comrades before the arrival of Lenin were wandering in the dark. We knew only the formulas of 1905. Seeing the independent creative work of the people, we could not teach them." 47 Even the most radical opponents of the Kamina-Stalin-Muranov line had found themselves trapped in the bourgeois democratic framework that justified that line. There had been a muted contradiction in the old democratic dictatorship formula: on the one hand radical working-class tactics, involving a worker-peasant alliance that was counterposed to the bourgeoisie; on the other hand, a rejection of creating a workers' state of the Paris Commune type, because first the bourgeois democratic revolution would have to run its course. The contradiction became manifest with the overthrow of Tsarism. The party began to fragment, with one wing holding firm to the militant tactical orientation and another wing insisting that the bourgeois democratic limitations of Russia's revolution necessitated the Bolsheviks, and the workers, coming to terms with the undeniably bourgeois democratic provisional government. In the end of March and beginning of April, a conference of Bolshevik representatives from all of Russia met in Petrograd to thrash out the differences and forge a more unified policy for the complex situation. Kamina and Stalin adjusted their formulations in order to mollify their more militant comrades. Sharp differences continued to be voiced at the conference, but a synthesis of the different positions seemed to be evolving. Stalin gave a report on the attitude to the provisional government, designed to help bridge the gaps between the positions of the different Bolshevik tendencies, in which he commented, "The question of support, let us even allow that support is not permissible. Insofar as the provisional government fortifies the steps of the revolution, to that extent we must support it, but insofar as it is counter-revolutionary, support to the provisional government is not permissible." Many comrades who have arrived from the provinces ask whether we shouldn't immediately pose the question of the seizure of power. But it is untimely to pose the question now. 48. At the same time, there was a strong pull toward Bolshevik/Menshevik unity at the conference. The meeting was interrupted for a joint session with several Menshevik spokesmen to discuss the possibility of a common statement on the war. One of these spokesmen noted, "At the present time, in many places in the provinces there is taking place the spontaneous unification of the masses of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Every time that party activity is revived, such a unification takes place. I consider this to be a sign of a healthy instinct on the part of the working class masses who strive with all their might for the creation of a united social democratic party." In a later session of the resumed Bolshevik conference, Stalin expressed his agreement that at least those supporting the broad anti-war resolutions of the Zimmerwald and Kienthal conferences should join together in a common party. The Menshevik Tsereteli had proposed a meeting to discuss unification. "We should go," argued Stalin. "It is necessary to define our proposals as to the terms of unification." 49. Members of the Russian Bureau argued against this perspective. Molotov remarked that Tsereteli wants to unite heterogeneous elements. Tsereteli calls himself a Zimmerwaldist and a Kienthalist, and for this reason unification along these lines is incorrect both politically and organizationally. It would be more correct to advance a definite internationalist socialist platform. "We will unite a compact minority." Zalutsky elaborated, "If we enter into negotiations with the Mensheviks, we must put forward our own views. We proceed from a definite position. Only a petty bourgeois and not a social democrat can proceed from a mere desire for unification. There is disagreement between us on the following questions: 1. The attitude to war, 2. The evaluation and role of the capitalist forces in the revolution. If we now slur over them, we will have a split in a week just the same. It is impossible to unite on the basis of a superficial Zimmerwald-Kienthal token. He is a poor social democrat who will allow himself to become dissolved in the mass. It is necessary to lead the masses behind us. It is necessary to advance a definite program." 50. This impulse of the Russian Bureau majority and especially the reasoning of Zalutsky on the primacy of the revolutionary program was consistent with the entire history of Bolshevism, particularly with the thrust of Lenin's thinking. Yet we have noted that there was a lack of programmatic clarity even among the members of the Russian Bureau. They did not offer a framework that was clearly distinct from that of Stalin. Only one maverick Bolshevik, Krasikov, ventured even to suggest a clear alternative framework: "If we recognize the Soviets of Workers' Deputies as the organs that express the will of the people, then the question before us is not the consideration of what concrete measures must be taken on this or that issue. If we think the time has now come to realize the dictatorship of the proletariat, then we ought to pose the question that way. We unquestionably have the physical force for a seizure of power." But Krasikov was ruled out of order. The chairman of the meeting admonished him that the question under discussion involves the practical steps for today, and no one defended his point or raised it again. Krasikov himself seems to have raised it to demonstrate the necessity of taking steps in relation to the provisional government that would be conciliatory, as the Mensheviks were doing. 51. One delegate in favor of a unity orientation, Loganovsky, argued that the Kharkov Committee is carrying on negotiations precisely along these lines. Many disagreements have been outlived. It is out of place to underscore tactical differences. We can have a joint congress with the Mensheviks, the Zimmerwaldists and Kienthalists. Stalin added, there is no use running ahead and anticipating disagreements. There is no party life without disagreements. We will live down trivial disagreements within the party. We will have a single party with those who agree on Zimmerwald and Kienthal. 52. A majority of the delegates voted in favor of entering negotiations with the Mensheviks on this basis. Given the shared conceptual framework regarding the nature of the Russian Revolution, there was a logic to all of this. In the new situation, Bolshevism could not maintain itself as a distinct current, or, one might say, Bolshevism could not remain true to itself, unless the old orthodox framework was transcended. It was precisely the transcendence of the old orthodoxy in the Bolshevik program that Lenin's position represented. Lenin himself recognized this quite clearly and called for the immediate convocation of a party congress and the alteration of the party program, particularly 1. On the question of imperialism and the imperialist war. 2. On our attitude toward the state and our demand for a commune state. 3. Amendment of our out-of-date minimum program. 53. We see, then, that Lenin, convinced of the need for major revisions in the party program, did not try to camouflage the changes or sneak them through. Instead, he responsibly indicated that the only way this could fruitfully be accomplished was with a frank and democratic discussion in the party, followed by clear-minded decision-making by the party's most authoritative body, a party congress. Such a discussion was in fact opened, although a broad party conference at the end of April had to suffice for deciding upon the new orientation. Yet at first Lenin's position proved too radical for the majority of his comrades. When he presented the new perspective in his April theses, first at the end of the Bolshevik conference of late March and early April, then immediately afterward at a joint meeting of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, it was received with shock and embarrassment by his own comrades. The Petersburg Committee voted against Lenin's position by a vote of 13-2, with one abstention. The Bolshevik committees of Moscow and Kiev also formally rejected it. Pravda published the April theses with this editorial comment: as for the general scheme of Comrade Lenin, it seems to us unacceptable in that it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois democratic revolution is ended, and counts upon an immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist revolution. A debate was opened in which leading Bolsheviks sharply criticized the proposed revisions. Kamina argued forcefully, Lenin is wrong when he says that the bourgeois democratic revolution is finished. The classical relics of feudalism, the landed estates, are not yet liquidated. The state is not transformed into a democratic society. It is early to say that the bourgeois democracy has exhausted all its possibilities. Bolshevik trade union leader Mikhail Tomsky insisted on the continued relevance of the orientation Lenin himself had developed in 1905, the democratic dictatorship is our foundation stone. We ought to organize the power of the proletariat and the peasants, and we ought to distinguish this from the commune, since that means the power of the proletariat alone. The veteran underground organizer Alexei Rykov asserted that gigantic revolutionary tasks stand before us, but the fulfillment of these tasks does not carry us beyond the framework of the bourgeois regime. 54. It is important to note that Lenin did not favor an immediate seizure of power and initiation of the socialist revolution. The reason for this, however, had nothing to do with an alleged bourgeois democratic stage of the revolution, but stemmed purely from the present level of consciousness of the Russian working class. In his April theses he stated this explicitly: we must explain to the masses that the Soviet of Workers' Deputies is the only possible form of revolutionary government, and that, therefore, our task is, while this government is submitting to the influence of the bourgeoisie, a patient, systematic and persistent explanation to the masses of the error of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. So long as we remain in the minority, we carry on the work of criticism and of explaining errors, advocating all along the necessity of transferring the entire state power to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, so that the masses may learn from experience how to rid themselves of their errors. Responding to his comrades' criticisms in his letter on tactics, Lenin stressed that it is not possible to establish even a commune state, i.e., a state organized on the type of the Paris Commune, in Russia immediately, since that would require that the majority of the deputies in all, or in most of, the Soviets should recognize the utter erroneousness and perniciousness of the tactics and policy of the socialist revolutionaries, Chkij, Tsereteli, Steklov, etc. And I explicitly declared that in this respect I calculate only on patient explanation. 55. Lenin found it necessary to patiently explain to his own comrades that the Bolshevik slogans and ideas in general have been fully corroborated by history, but concretely, things have turned out differently, and in particular that the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry had become a formula that is already antiquated. Whoever speaks now of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry only is behind the times, has consequently in effect gone over to the side of the petty bourgeoisie and is against the proletarian class struggle. He deserves to be consigned to the archive of Bolshevik pre-revolutionary antiques, which might be called the archive of old Bolsheviks. 56 Many of his comrades were offended. For example, Mikhail Kalinin, who had been part of the radical Russian bureau, responded, "I belong to the old Bolshevik Leninists, and I consider that the old Leninism has not by any means proved good for nothing in the present peculiar moment, and I am astonished at the declaration of Comrade Lenin that the old Bolsheviks have become an obstacle at the present moment." 57 But Lenin was unyielding. One must know how to adapt schemes to facts, rather than repeat words regarding a dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in general, words which have become meaningless. No, that formula is antiquated. It is worthless. It is dead. And all attempts to revive it will be in vain. 58. The new framework and vision that Lenin projected to guide the work of the Bolsheviks transcended the contradiction that had, under the impact of new events, begun to pull the party into the Mensheviks' orbit. Internationally, the time was ripe for the spread of working-class socialist revolutions. These could be initiated by the rapid transition of the Russian Revolution from the bourgeois democratic stage to the proletarian stage. There was a need for militant class struggle tactics on the part of the Russian workers in alliance with the poor peasants and oppressed nationalities to realize democratic rights, immediate and pressing economic needs, and the withdrawal of bleeding Russia from the imperialist war. The bourgeois democratic provisional government stood as an obstacle to all of this and, despite its democratic trappings, was a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. That is, it was a state form that kept political power in the hands of the capitalist class. The Soviets, on the other hand, not only were organs of struggle through which the workers and the oppressed could fight for their interests, but also were embryonic forms of an alternative kind of state, the radically democratic Paris Commune type state. At various points, Lenin was to make it clear that he considered this to be the dictatorship of the proletariat, referring to the Paris Commune as a new type of state, a proletarian state, and as a proletarian dictatorship. 59 While this new state form could not immediately bring socialism to Russia, it could give power to the working class and the oppressed that would enable them to deal effectively with the problems facing them and would involve taking introductory steps towards socialism. In turn, this proletarian revolution in Russia would help inspire and generate working-class socialist revolutions in more industrially developed countries that, when victorious, would be able to assist in Russia's socialist development. A majority of Bolsheviks soon embraced this orientation. Later Mikhail Almansky asked, how did it happen that the party, from its leaders to its rank-and-file members, so suddenly renounced everything that it had regarded as fixed truth for almost 2 decades? Part of the answer can be found in the fact that, as Trotsky commented, Lenin was relying against the old formula upon the living tradition of the party, its irreconcilable hostility to all halfway measures. We have seen that over the 2-year period preceding the outbreak of World War I, this living tradition became rooted in a layer of worker Bolsheviks. It was on this stratum of workers, decisively risen to their feet during the upward years of 1912–14, that Lenin was now banking. Trotsky has also pointed out that despite the similarities in the formal program of the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in early 1917, the tactical orientation characteristic of each current tended to be quite different. The worker Bolsheviks immediately after the revolution took the initiative in the struggle for the 8-hour day. The Mensheviks declared this demand untimely. The Bolsheviks took the lead in arresting the Tsarist officials, the Mensheviks opposed excesses. The Bolsheviks energetically undertook the creation of a workers' militia, the Mensheviks delayed the arming of the workers, not wishing to quarrel with the bourgeoisie. Although not yet overstepping the bounds of bourgeois democracy, the Bolsheviks acted, or strove to act, however confused by their leadership, like uncompromising revolutionists. The Mensheviks sacrificed their democratic program at every step in the interests of a coalition with the liberals. 60. Almansky's succinct comment is quite apt. We, or at least many of us, were unconsciously steering a course toward proletarian revolution, although thinking we were steering a course toward a bourgeois democratic revolution. 61. Another factor facilitating the rapid adoption of Lenin's perspective was the provisional government's failure to satisfy the needs and win the continued loyalty of the workers. In Petrograd, according to Alexander Rubinovich, mass disenchantment with the revolution, partly a consequence of continued economic hardship, was just starting to set in. A citywide meeting of the Petrograd Bolsheviks in mid-April, where Lenin and Kamina debated their perspectives, saw an overwhelming majority vote for Lenin's perspective. Given the central importance of Petrograd and the fact that it now contained 15,000 Bolsheviks, this was extremely significant. But similar shifts were taking place elsewhere. At the end of April, a conference of 151 delegates representing 80,000 Bolsheviks from all over Russia also carefully considered the contending perspectives of party leaders and then adopted Lenin's basic position. Lenin did not have his way on all questions, however, as Rubinovich has pointed out. Taken as a whole, however, the resolutions of the April conference were a summons to prepare for a socialist revolution and thus constituted a great personal triumph for Lenin. 62. His authority in Bolshevik ranks increased phenomenally. One conference participant later recalled, when V.I. Lenin appeared in the hall, all of us delegates were overwhelmed by an undescribable delight. The conference ardently acclaimed Lenin as leader of our party and of the revolution. In those days such acclamation and tumultuous applause were a novelty in the party. What particularly struck us at the time in Lenin was his combination of highly scholarly approach to the analysis of events, fearless thought, and the mastery of a revolutionary leader who never carried his head in the clouds. 63. Such mastery was related to the fact that Lenin's orientation was in harmony with the experience and mood of a growing majority of party members. Lenin's triumph and the party's reorientation were the culmination of and could not have been achieved without a thoroughly democratic process in which the party ranks had an opportunity to hear, debate, and vote on alternative perspectives regarding what to do next. 3. Diversity and discipline. John Basil, in his recent study The Mensheviks in the Revolution of 1917, has described the dilemma of the Menshevik organization. Divisiveness within the party was rife and organizational unity, although sought, was never found. Individuals or small groups firmly convinced of the correctness of their own opinions prevented the Mensheviks from enjoying the advantages of unified action. During the events of 1917, internal controversy frustrated attempts to create a cohesive political party and divided the Mensheviks during their efforts to present a consistent program to the provisional government. It easily kept the party divided in its relations with the Bolsheviks and the West European socialists. Disagreement might also have been less harmful if large numbers of industrial workers had been lured into the ranks of the movement, but they were not present in sufficient force to coax the Mensheviks onto the path of unity. As a result, the Mensheviks were always prevented from acting in unison, and often their strongest weapons were rendered useless simply because party members disagreed on how to aim them. Basil, like many other historians sympathetic to Menshevism, argues that there were virtues embedded in these weaknesses. They brought independence to party members, freeing them from the narrow and tyrannical leadership of one figure. They brought a well-founded confidence and an ability to judge events by one's own standards. 64. Here he is obviously using Lenin and the Bolsheviks as a negative contrast. As we have seen throughout this study, however, Lenin had no iron grip over the Bolshevik organization, which was composed of confident activists who also judged events with critical minds and who consequently formed a spectrum of diverse shades of opinion within the Bolshevik Party. This has been documented for the period spanning late 1904 through April 1917. The victory of Lenin's April theses in no way reversed this dynamic, but, if anything, heightened it. To gauge the importance of this tolerance of differences of opinion and ongoing give and take, writes Alexander Rubinovich, it is enough to recall that throughout 1917 many of the Bolsheviks' most important resolutions and public statements were influenced as much by the outlook of right Bolsheviks as by that of Lenin. In addition, more moderate Bolsheviks like Kamina, Zinoviev, Lunacharsky, and Ryazanov were among the party's most articulate and respected spokesmen in key public institutions such as the Soviets and the trade unions. 65. Rubinovich elaborates on this in a passage that deserves to be quoted at length. In 1917 subordinate party bodies like the Petersburg Committee and the military organization were permitted considerable independence and initiative, and their views and criticism were taken into account in the formation of policy at the highest levels. Most important, these lower bodies were able to tailor their tactics and appeals to suit their own particular constituencies amid rapidly changing conditions. Vast numbers of new members were recruited into the party, and they too played a significant role in shaping the Bolsheviks' behavior. Among these newcomers were many of the leading figures in the October Revolution, among them Trotsky, Antonovovzhenko, Lunacharsky, and Chudnovsky. The newcomers included tens of thousands of workers and soldiers from among the most impatient and dissatisfied elements in the factories and garrison who knew little, if anything, about Marxism and cared nothing about party discipline. This caused extreme difficulties in July when leaders of the military organization and Petersburg Committee, responsive to their militant constituencies, encouraged an insurrection, against the wishes of the Central Committee. But during the period of reaction that followed the July uprising, in the course of the fight against Kornilov, and again during the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks' extensive, carefully cultivated connections in factories, local workers' organizations, and units of the Petrograd garrison and the Baltic Fleet were to be a significant source of the party's durability and strength. 66. The difference between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, as we can see, did not lie in the existence of openness and democracy in the latter and their absence in the former. This does not mean that there were no organizational differences, however. The Bolsheviks traditionally enjoyed a higher degree of internal cohesion than could be found among the Mensheviks, in part because of Bolshevik loyalty to the notion that majority decisions must be respected by dissenting minorities. Under normal circumstances, neither factions, nor tendencies nor prestigious individuals could disregard decisions they did not like. We have seen that this sometimes happened, nonetheless, within the Bolshevik organization. When it did, there was neither the shrugging off of the violated decisions on the one hand nor mechanical expulsions on the other. Instead, a democratic process of political clarification often accompanied by incisive polemics and fierce factional conflict would be initiated. Ultimately, the cohesion of democratic centralist norms would again reassert itself around the clarified political positions. Another essential element helps to explain this cohesion and also helps us to understand the dynamic growth and final triumph of Bolshevism in 1917, the fact that the Bolsheviks were organized around a revolutionary program. Proletarian independence and hegemony in the struggle for democracy, as well as militant class struggle and mass action tactics to advance the workers' interests, were always central to this program. In April 1917 this evolved into a commitment to replace the capitalist state with a workers' state. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, were profoundly disoriented by a fatal contradiction in the heart of their own programmatic perspective. John Basil has termed it a clumsy strategic position of seeing the democratic revolution as a socialist-liberal alliance, with the liberals running up front, while at the same time seeing the liberals as natural enemies because they were the representatives of capitalism, which the Mensheviks hoped to overthrow in the long run. At the root of the Menshevik dilemma was the incompatibility of their liberal socialist alliance scheme and their radical mentality encouraged by doctrinaire Marxism. This contradiction generated a disunity of diverging standpoints, some giving greater weight to the liberal socialist alliance, some remaining closer to the principles of what Basil terms doctrinaire Marxism. But all were united in the debilitating contradiction. Basil concludes, the presence of Russian liberals was essential for the full operation and understanding of Menshevism. The Mensheviks were part of that group in the Russian socialist intelligentsia that saw the revolution against Tsarist Russia as a cooperative effort, even when their anti-liberal strain was playing an influential role in the day-to-day political combat. Menshevism as a viable revolutionary program ceased to exist once the cadets were driven from Russian politics and Tseretelli, Martov, and Dan were left without their foil. 67 The Bolsheviks' programmatic orientation for the most part generated internal cohesion and political effectiveness, even with all of the tumult and diversity that characterized 1917. An important contribution to Bolshevik cohesion was, in fact, made by the vitality of inter-party democracy. Marcel Liebman points out that all the major choices and great decisions that the party had to take in 1917 were always subjected to discussion and a vote. He adds, all these votes showed that a strong minority, the numbers of which fluctuated but which was always there, existed among the party cadres, and there was never any question of excluding this minority from the executive organs of the party. The idea that these organs must, for reasons of efficiency, be marked by strict political homogeneity and therefore composed exclusively of members of the majority, had not yet entered into communist practice. Whenever the Bolsheviks had to elect their leading bodies, a more or less proportional representation of the different tendencies was guaranteed. This desire to associate the minority with the deciding and application of party policy is to be seen in other ways: the presence of minority members in the Bolshevik press organs, and the practice of providing for a minority report, giving a representative of the opposition an opportunity of expounding the latter's view in thorough fashion at important party meetings. 68. Although Liebman has done much to challenge anti-Leninist myths, he has also tended to concede too much to Lenin's critics. Thus he writes of the challenging within his own organization of the leader who had been thought unchallengeable, asserting that Lenin had sought, when it became an independent formation, 1912, to exclude every factor of division from the Bolshevik organization. Alluding to Trotsky's reference in the spring of 1917 to a debolshevized party, he elaborates that if Bolshevism in its original form meant, above all, on the organizational plane, centralism, discipline, and the party spirit, then the formula of debolshevization, whatever its shortcomings, does indeed illuminate the process of genuine transformation that Lenin's party underwent in the Great Revolutionary period, opening with the fall of Tsardom in February 1917. Lenin understood that this Bolshevik party was profoundly different from the Bolshevik organization as it had existed before the revolution. He understood it so well that he called, on his return to Russia, for a change in the party's name, for it to abandon the title Social Democrat and become the Communist Party, thus cutting the terminological cord that bound it to the past. 69. This is all quite misleading. Lenin had hardly been unchallengeable before 1917, nor had he ever sought the elimination of every factor of division. Lenin did seek to change the name of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Bolsheviks, to the Russian Communist Party, a change finally made in 1918, but it is well known that this change was meant to signify a decisive break with the bankrupt social democratic movement of the Second International, which had failed the tests of war and revolution so miserably, not to signify the existence of greater openness and democracy than had existed in the old Bolshevik organization. It is certainly the case that the Bolshevik Party experienced a profound transformation in 1917, But far from throwing into question the pre-1917 experience of Bolshevism, this transformation vindicated that experience. Historian Pierre Brouet has put it this way: the Bolshevik Party of 1917, the revolutionary party that Lenin called upon to form around the better elements of Bolshevism, was born from the heart of the Bolshevik current coming together with independent revolutionary currents which constituted the Interdistrict Group and numerous organizations of social democratic internationalists that until then had remained outside of Lenin's party. Thus the conception of the party which he had defended for years was solidified. The Bolshevik faction succeeded in making prevail, in the way that he'd hoped it would, his conception of a workers' party, and rallying other revolutionaries to it. 70 The result hardly conformed to the monolithic and authoritarian organization that has in later years passed for the Leninist party, but Lenin had never been such a Leninist. Although there was, in these months of ferment and fluidity, a continual tendency for party groupings and activists to assume initiative in a manner that sometimes overstepped the normal bounds of discipline, Lenin seems to have accepted this as an inevitable and acceptable element of party life with certain crucial exceptions. It is worth taking note of what he viewed as acceptable and unacceptable in this period of revolutionary turmoil. Vladimir Blanc describes accompanying Lenin to a mass rally where various left-wing speakers were haranguing the crowds. Suddenly one extremely nervous, almost hysterical comrade spoke and began frantically to urge the crowd to rise up at once, and spewed forth interminable, utterly unrealistic anarchistic phrases. Lenin asked someone for his name, and with a wry grin asked also if he was a Bolshevik, which he was. Meanwhile the man, as if wishing to capture everyone's fancy, brandished his arms with all his might, shouted at the top of his voice, bent, twisted, turned and bellowed one slogan after another as he exhorted the throng. An exasperated Lenin remarked, "No, that's impossible. He has to be checked at once. That's some sort of leftist Tommy rot." 71 But under the circumstances described, it was hardly possible to oversee and control the utterances and actions of every Bolshevik orator and militant. Lenin had stressed the need of patiently explaining the necessity of a proletarian revolution and of not attempting to initiate one until the majority of the workers had become disillusioned with the moderate orientation of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. But the radicalization of the working class, proceeding unevenly, soon swept important sections of the workers, soldiers, and sailors far to the left of the class as a whole. Important sections of the Bolshevik Party such as the reorganized Petersburg Committee and the military organization, set up to conduct revolutionary work among soldiers garrisoned in Petrograd and sailors at the Kronstadt naval base, assumed a militantly radical orientation. There was a growing impatience with the firemen of the Central Committee, Lenin included, who sought to dampen the fiery moods of the more revolutionary elements among the masses until their class sisters and brothers could catch up. In May, June, and especially July, this extreme left wing again and again pulled ahead of the party as a whole, more than once directly challenging the authority and disregarding the decisions of the party leadership. Especially in early July, this contributed to serious difficulties, when armed mass demonstrations of workers, soldiers, and sailors carried away by their impatience and revolutionary fervor provoked violent repression by the provisional government. Although the Bolshevik Central Committee had issued directives instructing party members to work for restraint, Petersburg Committee member M.I. Kalinin later admitted that the majority of communists in the districts took upon themselves an active role in the aggressive militancy. But the provisional government still enjoyed the support of many workers and soldiers. The radicalized sectors found themselves isolated, temporarily discredited, and demoralized. Many were arrested and the Bolsheviks were forced partially underground. Within the organization itself, it was proposed that a party trial be organized for some of the undisciplined leftist comrades. While Lenin would obviously have preferred a greater degree of revolutionary patience among the Bolsheviks and was concerned about the centrifugal tendencies that might undermine the party's effectiveness, he opposed bringing anyone up on charges or expelling anyone to set an example. 72. Other instances can be cited of the party's lower bodies refusing to subordinate themselves to the higher bodies. For example, in May the Petersburg Committee decided to set up a newspaper that would be independent of the organ of the Central Committee, Pravda, which it felt was too moderate. Opposing this as wasteful and harmful, Lenin proposed that a compromise resolution be adopted providing other guarantees of freedom of expression for the Petrograd organization. This idea was rejected by the militants, but Lenin insisted that the decision of the Petrograd Committee's executive to establish a special newspaper in Petrograd is utterly wrong and undesirable. Nonetheless, a conference of Petrograd Bolsheviks decided by a substantial majority to go ahead with the plan. By August, the Central Committee decided that for the moment the Petersburg Committee could not have a separate organ, but the Petersburg Committee then made it clear that it still intended to put out its own paper. Only the October Revolution swept aside this controversy. Similarly, an attempt by the Central Committee to end the virtual autonomy of the military organization's paper, Soldatskaya Pravda, Soldier's Truth, ran into intransigent opposition, although Stalin made it clear to the military organization that, once arrived at, a Central Committee decision must be carried out without discussion. Terming this unacceptable, the military organization forced a discussion that resulted in a compromise. There was also the case of a handful of Bolshevik writers who regularly contributed to Maxim Gorky's paper, Novaya Zhizn, which occupied a position between Bolshevism and Menshevism and was often critical of Bolshevik policy. The Central Committee decided to order these party members to inform the editorial board of their refusal to continue writing for Gorky's paper, but their resistance also forced a compromise. In none of these cases, as Russia moved rapidly towards socialist revolution, were disciplinary measures taken. 73. In most of these cases, it should be noted, the delinquents were guilty of running ahead of a general revolutionary trajectory of the party, with which they were in harmony. Also they were challenging certain proposals or interpretations of the Central Committee, not violating the basic decisions or program of a party congress or conference. There is the well-known case, however, of Lenin's demanding the expulsion of two outstanding veterans of the Bolshevik leadership, Lev Kamina and Gregory Zinoviev. This occurred in October, on the eve of the Bolshevik insurrection. An expanded meeting of the Central Committee, to which members of the Petersburg Committee's executive, the military organization, and leading Bolsheviks in the Petrograd Soviet, the trade unions, and the factory committees were invited. There was a full discussion of the proposal for the Bolshevik Party to begin preparations for an armed uprising to overthrow the provisional government. After a number of reports and a thorough debate, with Kamina and Zinoviev arguing forcefully against, the proposal received a decisive majority of the votes. Lenin was enraged not by the opposition of the two dissidents, but by what they did after the vote was taken. As the party began to move toward the implementation of this decision, Kamina and Zinoviev, deeply convinced that to proclaim an armed insurrection now is to put at stake not only the fate of our party but also the Russian and international revolution, insisted that the Bolsheviks would, by assuming the initiative for a rising in the present circumstances, putting the proletariat under attack from the whole unified counter-revolution, supported by the petty bourgeois Democrats, the non-Bolshevik left, and it is against this fatal policy we raise our voice in warning. Each had denounced the proposal as adventurism at the expanded Central Committee meeting. After they lost the vote, they withdrew from activity on the Central Committee, Kamina formally resigning, and they continued working against the proposed uprising, in a manner that caused information about the dispute, including hints that preparations for the insurrection were underway, and an indication of what the timetable might be to leak out to the Bolsheviks' opponents. Kamina, in his efforts to force the party to draw back from this adventurism, went so far as to write for Gorky's Novaya Zhizn that not only Comrade Zinoviev and I but also a number of comrades with experience in the field consider it would be inadmissible, and fatal for the proletariat and the revolution, for us to initiate an armed insurrection at the present moment, although he also asserted, dishonestly, that I am not aware of any decisions by our party which fix a rising of any sort, for this or any other date. 74. In the face of objections against their campaign to reverse the decision, Zinoviev pointed out that Lenin had felt free to do campaigning of his own, circulating letters in the party arguing for an insurrection before decisions of any kind were taken. Lenin responded, "Is it really so difficult to understand that before the center has come to a decision on the question of a strike, there can be agitation both for and against, but after a decision in favor of a strike, and after an additional decision to conceal this from the enemy, to campaign against the strike after that is strike breaking? Any worker will understand it." The question of an armed insurrection has been discussed in the center since September. That is when Zinoviev and Kamina could and should have put their view in writing so that everyone, seeing their arguments, could judge their confusion. To conceal your views from the party for a whole month before a decision is taken and to circulate a dissenting opinion after the decision, that makes you a strike breaker. Condemning those who would campaign in the lower bodies against the decision after it had been made by the Central Committee, Lenin stressed that until the party Congress, the CC takes the decisions, and that any kind of dispute after the decision has been taken is inadmissible. To come out against a decisive resolution of the party in a newspaper which, on this particular issue, is of one mind with the whole bourgeoisie. If this is tolerated, there can be no party, the party will be destroyed. Lenin added, Kamina's and Zinoviev's statement in the non-party press was particularly despicable, too, because the party cannot publicly refute their slanderous lie. "I know of no decisions about a date," writes Kamina, publishing it in his own name and that of Zinoviev. How can the CC refute this? "We cannot tell the truth in front of the capitalists, that is, we have decided on a strike and have decided to keep its timing secret on the basis of all this." He drew his harsh conclusion, "It is not easy for me to write this about people who were once close comrades, but it would seem to me a crime to hesitate here, for a party of revolutionaries which did not punish prominent strike breakers would perish. The more prominent the strike breakers, the greater the obligation to punish them instantly by expulsion." 75. Lenin is not arguing here that challenging or campaigning against any Central Committee decision should be seen as grounds for expulsion, although clearly he views such activity on the part of party leaders as inadmissible. But we have seen that others had challenged or even flouted Central Committee decisions without his proposing expulsions. Rather, his demand for the expulsion of Kamina and Zinoviev flows from the view that this is a measure to be used against those who become strike breakers, those willing to undermine class struggle actions of the workers' movement, whether a strike or a working class uprising, giving aid to the bourgeoisie to the detriment of the organizations of the working class. Lenin was not able to attend the Central Committee meeting that considered the problem of Zinoviev and Kamina. It is worth considering the thinking of other Central Committee members. Interestingly, Stalin hoped that the matter may be considered closed, without any disciplinary measures, because he believed that Kamina and Zinoviev will submit to CC decisions, and because what is needed is to preserve party unity. He felt that despite the sharp tone of Lenin's proposals, this did not change the fact that, fundamentally, we remain of one mind. This appears to have been a minority opinion, however. Adolf Joffe, for example, suggested that it be announced that Zinoviev and Kamina are not members of the CC and that a resolution be passed that not a single party member may come out against party decisions, otherwise things will run wild in the party. Sverdlov, one of the most conscientious of Bolsheviks on organizational matters, considered that nothing can justify the behavior of Kamina, but the CC does not have the right of expulsion from the party. However, he urged the acceptance of Kamina's resignation from the Central Committee. Trotsky, agreeing with this proposal, argued that the situation which has been created is completely intolerable and that conciliatory gestures were inadmissible. While Kamina and Zinoviev were not expelled, Kamina's resignation from the Central Committee was accepted. The committee agreed formally to warn Kamina and Zinoviev that they must refrain from any statements against the decisions of the CC and its projected line of work, and it agreed formally that not a single member of the CC should have the right to come out against decisions passed by the CC. 76. As it turned out, Kamina and Zinoviev drew back from their undisciplined actions and soon resumed, and were allowed to resume, leadership responsibilities in the party. Two obvious lessons can be drawn from this. First, once again, simply because Lenin forcefully demanded something, his comrades did not feel obligated to agree, and he could be outvoted. Second, the Bolshevik Central Committee did not have a rigid or mechanistic attitude regarding party discipline and disciplinary measures. Some independent-minded commentators on the left, seeking to fashion a libertarian Leninism, have been inclined to celebrate the great organizational difficulties of 1917 Bolshevism, creating an idealized model out of the contradictions and compromises that proliferated in that tumultuous period. Often they have done this to underscore the differences between Leninism and Stalinism, yet sometimes also as a means of harmonizing a rather amorphous anything-goes organizational practice with a sentimental attachment to the Bolshevik tradition. The celebration of the 1917 party is often combined with a rejection or blurring of pre-1917 Bolshevism. This kind of libertarian Leninism, however, differs profoundly from the real, historical Leninism of Lenin and his comrades, and it obscures the revolutionary process of 1917. A careful examination of the reaction of Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders to the many challenges of 1917 hardly suggests the abandonment of pre-1917 organizational perspectives. Rather, there is a dynamic tension, one element of which is the tenacious commitment to the preservation of the old democratic centralist norms, in order to avoid things running wild in the party. Without the maintenance of a coherence and discipline in the organization, which was not achieved without mistakes and compromises and adaptations, but which was achieved, it is questionable whether the Bolshevik Party would have been capable of being a pole of attraction and at the decisive moment of providing effective revolutionary leadership to the working class of 1917 Russia. The tension between diversity and discipline, between local or individual initiative and centralism, was mediated through the common commitment to the revolutionary program and through the dynamic of inter-party democracy. Looking back on this period, Trotsky commented on how much a revolutionary party has need of internal democracy. The will to struggle is not stored up in advance, and is not dictated from above. It has on every occasion to be independently renewed and tempered. Expanding upon this, he explained the interplay between diversity and discipline that characterized Bolshevism in 1917, and, indeed, how could a genuinely revolutionary organization, setting itself the task of overthrowing the world and uniting under its banner the most audacious iconoclasts, fighters, and insurgents, live and develop without intellectual conflicts, without groupings and temporary faction formations? The Central Committee relied upon this seething democratic support. From this it derived the audacity to make decisions and give orders. The obvious correctness of the leadership at all critical stages gave it that high authority which is the priceless capital of centralism. 77. For-party and masses in the workers' revolution. In the 1960s, the radical sociologist C. Wright Mills, not unsympathetic to the Bolshevik Revolution, expressed the commonly held notion that whatever orthodox Marxism may reasonably be taken to mean, it does not include Bolshevik practice. Acknowledging that the Bolsheviks claimed to be guided by Marx in everything they did, Mills insisted that the doing was not in line with his theory or with his political orientation. Rather, taken as a whole, Bolshevism is a distinct theory and has a quite different political orientation. Two essential components of Bolshevik ideology, he felt, made this so. 1. A socialist revolution can occur in a backward country which has a weak capitalist development, and 2. A disciplined, tightly organized party of professional revolutionaries represents, or replaces, the proletariat as the spontaneous historical agency of this revolution. 78. Yet this second point especially, which is central to Mills's, and others, whole argument, is not in harmony with what happened in 1917. Less than a year after the Bolshevik Revolution, in one of the more perceptive, if underrated, eyewitness accounts, Louise Bryant wrote, "In Russia, where the proletariat is armed, the proletariat becomes the only real influential body. The Bolsheviks are in power because they bow to the will of the masses." Another eyewitness, John Reed, offered a similar picture, not by compromise with the propertied classes, or with other political leaders, not by conciliating the old government mechanism, did the Bolsheviki conquer the power. Nor by the organized violence of a small clique. If the masses all over Russia had not been ready for insurrection, it must have failed. The only reason for Bolshevik success lay in their accomplishing the vast and simple desires of the most profound strata of the people, calling them to the work of tearing down and destroying the old, and afterward, in the smoke of falling ruins, cooperating with them to erect the framework of the new. 79. This coincides with the way Lenin viewed the revolution. In a speech he gave to the Third Congress of the Communist International in 1921, he polemicized against a strong ultra-left current that did believe, to use Mills's formulation, that tightly organized communist parties could replace the proletariat as the spontaneous historical agency of revolution. Lenin argued, he who fails to understand that in Europe, where nearly all the proletarians are organized, we must win over the majority of the working class, is lost to the communist movement. If such a person has not yet learned this in the course of the 3 years of a great revolution, he will never learn anything. We achieved victory in Russia, not only because we had the undoubted majority of the working class on our side. During the elections in 1917, the overwhelming majority of the workers voted for us and against the Mensheviks, but also because half the army immediately after we seized power and 9/10 of the masses of the peasantry within the course of a few weeks came over to our side. 80. The fact remains, however, that the Bolshevik Revolution of October-November 1917 was not a spontaneous uprising of the working class as a whole in the way that the February-March uprising had been. It was decided upon, planned, and led by the Bolshevik Party. Trotsky has pointed out that it was the conscious preparation of an overturn, the plan, the conspiracy that is offensive to democratic liberals and post-1917 social democrats who are able to sympathize with spontaneous uprisings. 81 Since Trotsky has offered the clearest discussion of the Revolutionary Party/mass dynamic from the Bolshevik standpoint, it may be useful to give attention to his argument. First of all, an insurrection such as that organized by the Bolsheviks cannot be successful if there is no revolutionary situation. People do not make revolution eagerly any more than they do war. There is this difference, however, that in war compulsion plays the decisive role, in revolution there is no compulsion except that of circumstances. A revolution takes place only when there is no other way out. And the insurrection, which rises above a revolution like a peak in the mountain chain of its events, can no more be evoked at will than the revolution as a whole. At the same time, Trotsky argues, a spontaneous insurrection cannot transcend the framework of capitalism. To overthrow the old power is one thing, to take the power in one's own hands is another. The bourgeoisie may win the power in a revolution not because it is revolutionary, but because it is bourgeois. It has in its possession property, education, the press, a network of strategic positions, a hierarchy of institutions. Quite otherwise with the proletariat. Deprived in the nature of things of all social advantages, an insurrectionary proletariat can count only on its numbers, its solidarity, its cadres, its official staff. Only if these working class resources are consciously mobilized in a particular way can the framework of capitalism be transcended. The working class, a vast and complex social formation composed of individuals with diverse experiences and inclinations, cannot spontaneously as if with a single mind and will formulate such a plan of action. If a referendum could have been taken on the question of insurrection, it would have given extremely contradictory and uncertain results. An inner readiness to support a revolution is far from identical with an ability clearly to formulate the necessity of it. Yet such clear formulation is essential. The proletariat can become imbued with the confidence necessary for a governmental overthrow only if a clear prospect opens before it, only if it has had an opportunity to test out in action a correlation of forces which is changing to its advantage, only if it feels above it a far-sighted, firm, and confident leadership. This brings us to the last premise, by no means the last in importance, of the conquest of power, the Revolutionary Party as a tightly welded and tempered vanguard of the class. 82. It could be argued that the working class had an adequate revolutionary instrument in the form of its own democratic councils, the Soviets. Had Lenin and Trotsky themselves not held up these institutions as the revolutionary formations through which the workers should shape their own destiny? Trotsky responds, however, the Soviets by themselves do not settle the question. They may serve different goals according to program and leadership. Until late August 1917, it was the program and leadership of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries that were predominant within the Soviets, the Bolsheviks being only an increasingly influential minority. By September the Bolsheviks were able to win decisive majorities. The Soviets received their program and leadership from the party. Whereas the Soviets in revolutionary conditions and apart from revolution they are impossible comprise the whole class with the exception of its altogether backward, inert or demobilized strata, the revolutionary party represents the brain of the class. The problem of conquering the power can be solved only by a definite combination of party with Soviets or with other mass organizations more or less equivalent to Soviets. For the final revolutionary triumph, however, it is necessary to go beyond the counting up of absolute majorities, because under the circumstances we have been discussing, as Rosa Luxemburg put it, the road to victory runs not from achieving a majority in order to make a revolution, but rather from winning a majority through the act of making a revolution. According to Trotsky, the difference in level and mood of the different layers of the people is overcome in action. The advance layers bring after them the wavering and isolate the opposing. The majority is not counted up, but won over. Insurrection comes into being at exactly that moment when direct action alone offers a way out of the contradictions. This was true for the working class as a whole, but also for the other insurgent layers of society. Although lacking the power to draw by themselves the necessary political inferences from their war against the landlords, the peasants had by the very fact of agrarian insurrection already adhered to the insurrection of the cities, had evoked it and were demanding it. Within those limits in which the support of the peasantry was necessary for the establishment of a Soviet dictatorship, the support was already at hand. In order that the soldiers, peasants, and oppressed nationalities, floundering in the snowstorm of an elective ballot, should recognize the Bolsheviks in action, it was necessary that the Bolsheviks seize the power. 83 In short, the question of the insurrection dramatizes the need for a party to provide effective revolutionary leadership. At the same time, this would have to be the kind of leadership that insurgent masses would be willing to accept. The whole history of Bolshevism can be seen as a process through which such a revolutionary party was forged, the development of the revolutionary program, through study and research, through practical experience, through polemics and factional disputes, the immersion in and growth of influence through effective involvement in the actual struggles of the working class and the oppressed, the accumulation of cadres and the building up of a political culture, internal thinking and operating that could sustain and ensure the development of the vital revolutionary activists who would be capable of influencing the consciousness and activity of the working class, the maintenance of an organizational structure that would enable these revolutionary activists to collectively analyze complex, often rapidly changing situations and formulate revolutionary yet practical perspectives to offer the masses of workers and the oppressed. Ultimately, the adequacy of such a party would be demonstrated by the manner in which the working class and its allies responded to the perspectives and proposals the party advanced. Studying the aspirations of factory workers, soldiers, and sailors as expressed in contemporary documents, writes Alexander Rubinovich, I find that these concerns corresponded closely to the program of political, economic, and social reform put forth by the Bolsheviks at a time when all other major political parties were widely discredited because of their failure to press hard enough for meaningful internal changes and an immediate end to Russia's participation in the war. As a result, in October the goals of the Bolsheviks, as the masses understood them, had strong popular support. 84. Still influential Cold War scholarship about the elitist Bolshevik coup enfolds the Bolshevik Revolution in thick layers, making it difficult for even some who are sympathetic to revolutionary socialist ideas to see this event without distortion. Yet a growing body of careful research by a new wave of social historians peels away these polemical layers to reveal the revolution's true nature. In what follows, an attempt will be made to summarize their findings. In February, March, the uprising of the workers smashed the power of the Tsar, and in the course of this struggle the Soviets came into being once again. Yet there was a general spirit of national democratic unity in which the Soviets, while continuing to exist and develop their own authority, handed much of their power over to a predominantly bourgeois provisional government, under the liberal former monarchist Prince Lvov, creating a situation of dual power. The provisional government was empowered to create a framework for setting up a democratic parliament, the Constituent Assembly, and to govern the country in the interim. The revolutionary masses hoped that the provisional government would initiate far-reaching social reforms, and although they wanted to defend their revolution from any possible assault by German imperialism, they also hoped that the provisional government would begin to initiate a Russian withdrawal from the First World War. The Soviets, now organized on a national scale, the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies was held in April, with a Menshevik Socialist Revolutionary majority, stood for all of these things. It soon became clear, however, that the provisional government was reluctant to go too far or too fast with the hoped-for reforms, and Pavel Miliukov, Cadet Party leader who was Minister of Foreign Affairs, made it clear that the government remained committed to the war effort. The consequent popular anger and mass demonstrations forced a reshuffling within the regime, with Miliukov and others resigning, as Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries agreed to assume 6 ministerial posts in a new coalition government. A polarization began to set in, the bourgeois liberal cadets shifted further to the right, while even more reactionary elements became involved in counter-revolutionary plotting. On the other end of the spectrum, growing numbers of workers were enthusiastic about Bolshevik proposals for a Menshevik socialist revolutionary provisional government without any capitalist participation, and for the transfer of all political power to the Soviets. The working class ferment rose to a peak in July. Some of the most militant sectors in Petrograd insisted on organizing a revolutionary armed demonstration. The Bolshevik leaders found it impossible to defuse the volatile situation but also chose not to draw back from their ties with the impatient sectors of the working class that were attempting to push the revolution forward. This was used as a pretext for government repression against the Bolsheviks in the wake of the violent suppression of the armed demonstration. For their part, the Bolsheviks withdrew their call for all power to the Soviets, which under Menshevik socialist revolutionary leadership seemed, in Lenin's words, to be acting like sheep brought to the slaughterhouse 85. Yet working class discontent remained as strong as ever, and the failure of a new Russian military offensive generated deepened opposition to the war. The Soviets were becoming restive. The pressures of the situation resulted in another governmental reshuffling, with Prince Lvov stepping aside for the moderately radical lawyer Alexander Kerensky. The tensions of the dual power situation mounted, however, and Kerensky appointed military strongman General Kornilov as commander-in-chief of the army. With this move he hoped to counter the pressure of the unreasonable workers, who since February had been establishing militant trade unions, setting up aggressive factory committees for workers' control, though not takeovers, of the workplaces, and even organizing their own Red Guard paramilitary groups to help maintain public order and guard against reactionary violence and counter-revolutionary attempts. Although Kerensky was disturbed by such radicalism, right-wingers such as General Kornilov found moderates like Kerensky just as distasteful. Thus in August, Kornilov decided to march his troops to Petrograd in order to establish a military dictatorship of his own. A frightened Kerensky appealed to the workers' organizations, including the Bolsheviks, who were again granted full legality, to rally to the defense of the revolution. The Bolsheviks played an especially aggressive role in mobilizing against the counter-revolutionary attempt, and their authority in the working class soared. In the face of the determined working class mobilization, and through the efforts of revolutionary agitators who made contact with the soldiers under Kornilov's command, the right-wing military offensive simply disintegrated before reaching Petrograd. While the Bolsheviks were willing to form a united front against Kornilov, they gave no political support to Kerensky, and once again they raised the demand for all power to the Soviets. Meanwhile, throughout the summer, disorder had been escalating across the countryside as the rural poor, impatient with government promises of a future land reform that would redistribute agricultural holdings more equitably on their own, began to take over and divide up the great landed estates. Urban discontent was also rising as food shortages hit the cities. Lenin was now convinced that the overthrow of the provisional government was a practical possibility, especially as Bolsheviks began to win majorities in the Soviets. Bolshevik demands for peace, bread, land clearly had majority support throughout the country, but it was clear too that the provisional government was incapable of satisfying them. The Socialist Revolutionary Party split, with a sizable group of leftists supporting Bolshevik proposals. Elements from the Mensheviks also were drawn to the Bolshevik orientation, despite the rigid opposition of their leaders. Lenin was now eager to see the revolutionary insurrection carried out as soon as possible, and therefore urged that it be done by the Bolshevik Party in its own name. Other Bolshevik leaders, closer to the scene, believed that this could be done more effectively through the Soviets. They proved to be right. The Petrograd Soviet established a military revolutionary committee to coordinate defense of the city against possible German attacks and counter-revolutionary attempts. Under Trotsky's direction, it began covertly to prepare for the overthrow of the provisional government. It gained control over government troops in the city when representatives of military units agreed to obey only orders that the Soviet confirmed. The provisional government made repressive moves against both the committee and the Bolshevik Party, and it ordered the transfer of loyal troops to Petrograd. In response, the forces of the committee took over the city, storming the Winter Palace, where they arrested most of the provisional government's ministers. On the same day, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies began. By an overwhelming majority, it approved the Bolshevik-led actions and formed a new government. Similar events in Moscow and other cities consolidated the power of the new workers' state, which began as a coalition of Bolsheviks and left socialist revolutionaries. Diane Koenker's detailed study of Moscow workers in this period provides important insights into the dynamics of the revolution. First of all, she writes, the view that the workers are one uniform mass must be rejected. Urbanized workers possess different values from those of workers recently migrated from the countryside. Workers in small shops faced organizational constraints different from those confronted by workers in large plants. Workers living in purely working-class neighborhoods form different attitudes from those of workers living in socially mixed neighborhoods. She notes that the 8-month period from the February to the October revolutions provided a complex and rich experience that helped to educate workers and to develop their political as well as their class consciousness. Observing the initial differences between the more conscious skilled workers, such as metal workers, and less conscious unskilled workers, such as textile workers, Koenker demonstrates the existence of a leading, politically experienced segment of the working class uniting over time with other varying but less mature segments. Plus the existence of a dynamic revolutionary process, new approaches to the familiar and important problems of radicalization, Bolshevization, class consciousness, and organization. She finds overwhelming evidence not of workers' notoriously irrational militancy but in fact of its opposite. The behavior of Moscow's workers in 1917 suggests a working class that was both highly rational and extremely patient as well. Radicalization was an incremental process, which took place in response to specific economic and political pressures, and it reflected the political maturation of an increasing number of workers. She finds it natural that the Bolsheviks would enjoy only minority support within the working class in the first few months of the revolution, when the prevailing sentiment was for national unity and thus ran counter to the Bolsheviks' class-focused perspective. But gradually the situation changed. Capitalists began to behave as Marx said they would: no concessions to the workers, no compromise on the rights of factory owners. Mensheviks and SRS tried to straddle both sides of the class split. This appeal can be seen in the mixed social composition of their supporters. The Bolsheviks, however, had offered the most consistent class interpretation of the revolution, and by late summer their interpretation appeared more and more to correspond to reality. 86. David Mondel's detailed study of Petrograd workers yields similar findings. He documents, also, a demoralization afflicting major sectors of the working class in the autumn of 1917, and writes, in these circumstances, the presence of a resolute minority willing and able to take the initiative was critical. All that was required was for them to begin, to force the issue, to inject a new dynamism into the movement and to make it impossible to procrastinate further. The others would rally. But without this initiative, the very powerful, commonly shared yearning for revolutionary change would have had little real impact. Political stagnation and economic misery would have completely demoralized the workers, paving the way for the counter-revolution. Mondel finds that the great majority of Petrograd's workers greeted the news of the insurrection unconditionally. Resolutions supporting the action came from every type of factory, from longtime supporters of Soviet power in the machine construction plants of the Vyborg district to the relatively recent converts in the textile mills, the Nevsky district, and even a significant number of printing plants. He notes, many writers hostile to the October Revolution are unable to reconcile themselves to the absence of the outer trappings of a popular rising. Yet the October insurrection, perhaps best of all, shows that a planned, military-like operation can be a popular insurrection in the sense that it was embraced by the masses as a whole even if their direct participation was not called for. He quotes the Menshevik Sukhanov, who pointed out that the broad masses had nothing to do on the streets. They did not have an enemy which demanded their mass action, their armed forces, battles and barricades. This was an especially happy circumstance of our October Revolution, for which it is still being slandered as a military rising and almost a palace coup. It would be better if they asked, did the Petrograd proletariat sympathize or did it not with the organizers of the October insurrection? There are no two answers here. Yes, the Bolsheviks acted on the mandate of the Petrograd workers and soldiers. 87. Rex A. Wade, who has studied the Red Guards and workers' militias, which ultimately encompassed about 200,000 activists throughout Russia, has focused on the issue of spontaneity versus leadership in the revolution. He finds that out of the militant rank and file of local Soviets and factories, there was a spontaneous tendency toward forming such armed groups with two broad purposes: first, the defense of public order and personal security, especially among workers, and second, the defense of the revolution, and especially worker interests. Noting that they remained basically local in orientation and organization down to the October Revolution, he stressed that their essential characteristics remained more those of self-assertion, self-organization and spontaneity rather than those of leadership, discipline, and direction from above. Yet there was a dynamic that went beyond this. The armed bands were a complex combination of spontaneity, voluntaristic action, and initiative from below, interacting with ideas derived from outside ideologies and attempts at control or influence by political parties. Wade writes that the insurgent masses looked for leadership and direction from the larger working class institutions and parties, yet they also clung to their own autonomy. As early as April, the Menshevik leadership's position on the Red Guard was an early example of a broader attitude of distrust about where spontaneous activity by the masses might lead, and of an insensitivity to worker concerns and fears that would result 4 months later in their loss of control of the Petrograd Soviet. Distrust of both the Bolsheviks and the working class was clear in the Menshevik leaders' commentary about armed workers' groups in their own newspaper. As always in such situations, the workers, revolutionary-minded but insufficiently politically educated, follow revolutionary slogans rather than the voice of reason. Wade concludes, the impulse toward a more class-oriented, disciplined, aggressive armed workers' force was a fundamental urge among the workers in 1917, emerging time and again as one of their most deeply felt needs. One could debate whether they should have arms, or whether they could use them effectively, but this missed the essential point: they felt that they must have them. Only the Bolsheviks made arming the workers an integral part of their party posture, and only they legitimized the workers' desire for arms. The Bolshevik Shlyapnikov pointed out in May 1917, no kind of essay, no kind of resolution, can force the revolutionary workers and people to refrain from arming themselves. The dynamic between spontaneity and leadership that Wade has traced meant, ultimately, that the Red Guards were important in providing both armed force and psychological and moral force for the establishment of Soviet power in late 1917-88. Ronald Suney summarizes the recent scholarship as follows: as historians have shifted their attention away from the political elites that formerly dominated explanations of the Russian Revolution and to the people in the streets, the victorious Bolsheviks have appeared less like Machiavellian manipulators or willful conspirators and more like alert politicians with an acute sensitivity to popular moods and desires. He points out that a heightened feeling of class was forged in the actual experience of 1917 and contained both social hostilities bred over many years and intensified under wartime and revolutionary conditions and a new political understanding that perceived government by Soviets as a preferable alternative to sharing power with the discredited upper classes. The Bolsheviks had since April been advocating such a government by the lower classes. With the failure of the coalition and its supporters to deliver on the promise of the revolution, the party of Lenin and Trotsky took power with little resistance and with the acquiescence of the majority of the people of Petrograd. The Bolsheviks came to power not because they were superior manipulators or cynical opportunists but because their policies as formulated by Lenin in April and shaped by the events of the following months placed them at the head of a genuinely popular movement. 89. Such scholarship tells us much about the nature of the October-November Revolution and the party that led it. So do the statements of the triumphant Bolsheviks themselves. It shines through in such proclamations as this one from Lenin to the people of Russia. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers. The workers' and peasants' revolution has won at Petrograd, at Moscow. From the front and the villages arrive every day, every hour, greetings to the new government. The victory of the revolution is assured, seeing that it is sustained by the majority of the people. Comrades, workers, remember that you yourselves direct the government. No one will help you unless you organize yourselves and take into your own hands the affairs of the state. Your Soviets are now the organs of governmental power. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers. Take immediately all local power into your hands. Little by little, with the consent of the majority of peasants, we shall march firmly and unhesitatingly toward the victory of socialism, which will fortify the advance guards of the working class of the most civilized countries, and give to the peoples an enduring peace, and free them from every slavery and every exploitation. 90. 12. After taking power, we have, in the foregoing chapters, accomplished the primary task we set for ourselves, to trace the manner in which the Bolshevik organization transformed itself into a revolutionary mass vanguard party capable of leading a working-class socialist revolution, and to examine Lenin's ideas on the organization of the revolutionary party within that framework. This lengthy account has hardly exhausted the subject, but it provides a basis from which we can begin to draw some conclusions. Before doing this, however, it will be necessary to give at least minimal attention to developments that took place after the Bolshevik seizure of power. To do this in a satisfactory way would require a work at least as lengthy as the previous chapters. That will not be possible here. But it will be necessary to address these developments because the profoundly inspiring vision Lenin articulated in 1917, which guided Bolshevik efforts from the beginning, was not realized. Instead, a bureaucratic and authoritarian regime was established in the name of Leninism. That regime has been dubbed Stalinism, but it is impossible not to recognize that this was the culmination of a transitional period that began while Lenin was still the leader of the Bolshevik Party and in which that party dominated the new Soviet Republic. Many commentators have argued that Leninism, and particularly the nature of the Leninist Party, cannot be understood and evaluated without coming to grips with this later period. 1. In this chapter it will be argued that there was not some underlying authoritarian essence in Lenin's perspective that led to the rise of a bureaucratic dictatorship. In fact, we can find the beginnings of a realization of the Bolsheviks' libertarian vision in the first months of the new regime. Yet none of this survived the crisis that overwhelmed the Russian workers' state, the Bolshevik Party itself upon taking power, and particularly as it struggled to maintain power, was transformed into an institution quite different from the organization that led the revolution. The Third International, or the Communist International, which the Bolsheviks helped form to coordinate revolutionary socialist efforts on a world scale, transmitted many of the positive lessons that were part of the Bolshevik heritage, yet even in its early years it began to reflect some of the problems affecting Bolshevism in power. Here we will offer some material on these questions. We will, finally, touch on further developments occurring after Lenin's death. One state, revolution, and socialist democracy. Richard N. Hunt, in his valuable work The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels, discusses and documents conclusively the profoundly democratic orientation of scientific socialism's founders, but he contrasts this to what he perceives as an elitism inherent in Leninism. He seeks to illustrate this elitism with the following passage from Lenin's State and Revolution. The proletariat needs state power, the centralized organization of violence, both for the purpose of crushing the resistance of the exploiters and for the purpose of guiding the great mass of the population, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the semi-proletarians, in the work of organizing socialist economy. By educating a workers' party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and of leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new order, of being the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling and exploited in the task of building up their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. Hunt comments, here, in a whole series of tutorial relationships, the great mass of the population would be guided by Russia's small proletariat, which in turn would be led by a still smaller vanguard of the proletariat, and this vanguard would be educated by Marxism, that is, the doctrines disseminated by party intellectuals like Lenin himself. Too, this runs counter to the injunction of Marx and Engels, argues Hunt, that the working class must reject all condescending saviors and emancipate itself, learning from its own mistakes, and shaping through its own self-activity, i.e., activity initiated and directed by the working class itself, the socialist reconstruction of society. Lenin's elitist perspective is related to a totalitarian democratic, as opposed to a genuinely democratic, tradition that goes as far back as Rousseau, Hunt asserts, but that was emphatically rejected by Marx and Engels themselves. He suggests that this element, embedded in Lenin's conception of a vanguard party, logically resulted in a bureaucratic dictatorship. Hunt's argument, of course, is hardly new, but it stands as one of the clearest expressions of a very common and influential view. There are serious problems with this interpretation. A practical problem is that those revolutionary-minded socialists who advance it have failed to articulate a serious alternative orientation for Marxist activists. Consequently, they are subject to deactivization, or to absorption into political phenomena that do not lead in a socialist direction, such as adaptation to welfare state capitalism and to liberal capitalist parties. Only Marxists who accept the concept of the revolutionary vanguard have been able to avoid such a fate. This holds not only for Leninists but also for revolutionary socialists not commonly associated with the Leninist tradition. We saw earlier in this study that Rosa Luxemburg was one such revolutionary, but she is not unique. We should note that there is a historical current among revolutionary socialists associated with Anton Pannekoek, Hermann Gorter, the older Karl Korsch, Arthur Rosenberg, Paul Matic, Noam Chomsky, and others known as Council Communism, in which the rejection of Leninism is an article of faith. Yet even within this alternative tradition, when it was a force within the workers' movement, we find Pannekoek stating, "The function of a revolutionary party lies in propagating clear understanding in advance, so that throughout the masses there will be elements who know what must be done and are capable of judging the situation for themselves. And in the course of revolution the party has to raise the program, slogans, and directives which the spontaneously acting masses recognize as correct because they find that they express their own aims in their most adequate form and hence achieve greater clarity of purpose. It is thus that the party comes to lead the struggle." Gorter elaborates on this by noting that the great majority of the proletariat is badly fed, badly housed, overworked, and has no free time for self-education. It is badly brought up, very poorly informed, and is in such a state of mental dependence from birth onwards, and has been so as a class for centuries, that not only does it not see the road to liberation, it does not dare think of it. Yet not all proletarians are insufficiently well informed. In the German proletariat particularly there are many who are genuine revolutionaries not only in sentiment, but also have a broad and deep understanding of politics and economics. Marx and Engels, Mering, Babel, Luxemburg, and others did not live among them for nothing. According to Gorter, it is necessary to unite this section of the proletariat within one organization that is revolutionary not only in heart, but also in mind. It can therefore lead in word and deed. It takes the lead in both if it is the true party. It should not be surprising that such vanguardist notions are articulated by any revolutionary current that hopes to be relevant in the workers' struggles. Any organized group that has a definite perspective it feels is superior to others, and that seriously attempts to win large numbers of working-class activists, not to mention the majority of the working class, to that perspective, is open to charges of vanguardism. The abandonment of such an orientation can lead only to inactivity, or the elevation of contemplation and commentary to the status of revolutionary praxis, or, in the best of cases, to individualistic political acts. This became the fate of the Council Communist current itself once it abandoned the project of building a revolutionary party. Point 3. There is also an interpretive problem with the argument that Hunt articulates. His reading of the passage in State and Revolution is obviously related to later authoritarian developments in the Soviet Union, but different readings are possible, including one more in harmony with the libertarian thrust of that work, with Lenin's other writings, with the experience of Bolshevism, and with the realities of 1917.4. In order to discuss the alternate interpretation, however, it will be necessary to complete the second paragraph in the passage Hunt cites. In addition to the long sentence he quotes, there is a second long sentence. Here they are together. By educating the Workers' Party. Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. By contrast, the opportunism now prevailing trains the members of the Workers' Party to be the representatives of the better paid workers, who lose touch with the masses, get along fairly well under capitalism, and sell their birthright for a mess of pottage, i.e., renounce their role as revolutionary leaders of the people against the bourgeoisie. Point 5. By the opportunism now prevailing, Lenin is referring to the dilution and distortion of Marxism within the Second International. The proletariat needs the state. This is repeated by all the opportunists, social chauvinists, and Koskieits, who assure us that this is what Marx taught. But they forget to add that, in the first place, according to Marx, the proletariat needs only a state which is withering away, i.e., a state so constituted that it begins to wither away immediately, and cannot but wither away. And secondly, the working people need a state, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class. 6. These are points Lenin makes American Samoa. He leads up to the passage quoted by Hunt. We have seen that Lenin's experience with the better paid workers in Russia was that, by and large, they constituted the more conscious workers and were the heart of the revolutionary vanguard sector of the working class. Imbued with Marxism, they had not renounced their role as revolutionary leaders of the people against the bourgeoisie. Marxism had made them capable of assuming power and leading the whole people, of directing and organizing, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all working and exploited people. Lenin is not simply laying out an abstract schema, but is describing the dynamic between Marxism and the more advanced sections, that is, the vanguard, of the working class, a dynamic that had evolved over a half-century resulting in the Russian Revolution and that Lenin has projected into the future socialist reconstruction of Russia. In the passage under discussion, he is contrasting this education in Marxism and this commitment to establishing a socialist democracy with what had taken place elsewhere, The education of workers' parties and advanced sections of the working class in a pseudo-Marxian reformist and opportunist orientation that is incapable of transcending the framework of bourgeois democracy and allows these better paid workers to get along fairly well under capitalism, at least in contrast to the masses, with whom they have lost touch. In other words, the passage under examination comes close to having the opposite meaning of that invested in it by Hunt and others. Interestingly, Lenin's line of reasoning here is related to such early works as What is to be Done, and such later writings as Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, discussed in Eric Hobsbawm's useful essay Lenin and the Aristocracy of Labor 7. The vanguard sections of the working class must not elevate themselves above the less conscious workers and other oppressed groups, but instead should fight for them and, more than this, should strive to raise their consciousness to a level equaling their own so that they can join in the struggle for their common liberation, or self-emancipation. Of course, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other such organizations have over the years presented themselves as the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling masses, but often this description is used to veil a system of extreme compulsion. The party patiently explains things to the masses, which they are then expected to go along with or else. But a one-party dictatorship was neither projected nor established by the Bolshevik Revolution. This came later, as we shall see. Rather, there was a vital working-class democracy in which paternalism and authoritarianism had little ground in which to sink root. We have seen how Lenin, in numerous writings, gave expression to the belief that socialism and democracy are inseparable, but that socialist democracy would have to go beyond the liberal democracy of capitalism. This is a central theme of State and Revolution. Marx grasped the essence of capitalist democracy splendidly when, in analyzing the experience of the Commune, he said that the oppressed are allowed once every few years to decide which particular representatives of the oppressing class shall represent and repress them in Parliament. Against this, Lenin advanced a genuine democracy that would exist under the political rule of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The period of transition to communism, will for the first time create democracy for the people, the majority, along with the necessary suppression of the exploiters, the minority. At a certain stage in the development of democracy, it first welds together the class that wages a revolutionary struggle against capitalism, the proletariat, and enables it to crush, smash to atoms, wipe off the face of the earth the bourgeois, even the republican bourgeois, state machine, the standing army, the police, and the bureaucracy, and to substitute for them a more democratic state machine, but a state machine nevertheless, in the shape of armed workers who proceed to form a militia, involving the entire population. 8. These were not simply Lenin's ideas, but were written into the new program of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in 1919, a bourgeois republic, however democratic, inevitably expresses the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, of a machine for the exploitation and oppression of the immense majority of the workers by the capitalist clique. In contrast with this, proletarian or Soviet democracy transforms the mass organizations of those who are oppressed by the capitalist class. That is to say, of the immense majority of the population, into the permanent and unified foundation of the entire state apparatus, local and central, from the bottom to the top. Thereby the Soviet state realizes, among other things, in an immeasurably wider form than ever before, local self-government, without any sort of authority imposed from above. It is the task of our party to work indefatigably on behalf of the complete inauguration of that higher type of democracy which needs for its right functioning the continuous uplifting of the level of culture, organization, and initiative power of the masses, while arguing that certain limitations imposed on freedom are necessary only as temporary measures to cope with the attempts of the exploiters to regain their privileges. The program promised that with the disappearance of the objective possibility of the exploitation of man by man, there will likewise disappear the need for these temporary measures, and our party will aim at their restriction and ultimately at their complete abolition. The program linked restrictions on freedom of expression for the bourgeoisie with an expansion of free expression for the working class. The Soviet power confiscates the possessions of the bourgeoisie, i.e., its printing presses, stores of paper, etc., in order to place them entirely at the disposal of the workers and their organizations. The Russian Communist Party must induce wider and yet wider masses of the working population to avail themselves of the democratic rights and freedoms, and it must enlarge the material possibilities in this direction. In addition to freedom of expression, the program insisted on the existence of institutional guarantees of grassroots control over the new governing bodies of society. The Soviet power secures for the working masses, to an incomparably greater extent than was secured for them under bourgeois democracy and parliamentarism, the power of carrying on the election and recall of delegates. This is made easy and accessible for the benefit of the workers and peasants. 9. Nor was this simply rhetoric. While there were certain initial restrictions on freedom of the press following the October-November insurrection, these were carefully and explicitly limited and, as the Petrograd Soviet declared at the beginning of 1918, no special permission is required for publishing any kind of printed work. Regarding the same period, Louise Bryant commented, while the Soviets declared a temporary suppression of the press, they never at any time tried to interfere with public speaking or with theatrical performances which ridiculed them or the revolution. I have often watched a crowd of rich bourgeoisie bullying sailor guards in front of the City Duma and marveled at the patience of the sailors. Street talks were common. Red Guards would stand quietly listening to a speaker berate them without getting the least bit ruffled. They often seemed deeply interested in the arguments put up by their opponents. 10. It was not only the rich bourgeoisie who voiced criticisms, however. Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, anarchists, and independent socialists like Maxim Gorky expressed their views not only verbally but also in print. Moreover, they themselves were able to secure representation in the Soviets. As we will see, this left-wing pluralism was to be severely curtailed with the onset of the brutalizing civil war, and fateful precedents were to be established that would be used to justify the consolidation of the bureaucratic dictatorship in the Stalin period. And yet up until 1921 opposition parties and Menshevik and anarchist newspapers functioned legally, and mass demonstrations organized by these groups were held at the funerals of Plekhanov and Kropotkin, and other activities took place that were to become unthinkable in the Soviet Union not only under Stalin but also in the 1980s. Even after the formal banning of oppositional Soviet parties, many non-Bolshevik socialists and scholars could continue, in the 1920s, to produce freely nonconformist, today one would say dissident, publications, pamphlets, books, magazines. And until the 1930s, they involved themselves in many scientific, historiographical, and cultural controversies, which were often de facto political. The early policies of the Bolsheviks indicate that far from planning to eliminate such pluralism, they assumed it would flourish. The welter of anti-Bolshevik opinion to the contrary, however, requires that we provide a more thorough examination. In January 1918, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies opened, merging with the All-Russian Congress of Peasants Deputies, and proceeded to adopt an initial constitution for the new Soviet Republic, as well as a number of other important resolutions. Slightly more than half of the delegates were Bolsheviks. The second largest group was composed of their left socialist revolutionary allies. At the conclusion, they elected a new All-Russian Central Executive Committee, the legislative committee operating between congresses, with 306 members, 160 Bolsheviks, 125 left socialist revolutionaries, 2 Menshevik internationalists, the group led by Martov and Dan, 3 anarcho-communists, 7 socialist revolutionary maximalists, 7 right socialist revolutionaries, and 2 Menshevik defensists. As Roy Medvedev comments, the Bolsheviks obviously recognized the rights of many political minorities at that time and proceeded on a pluralist basis in the representative Soviet bodies. 11. Those who argue that the Bolsheviks even at this time opposed such a pluralism of working-class currents and genuine democracy often point to 2 facts that allegedly demonstrate early Bolshevik authoritarian inclinations: the Bolsheviks' decision to dissolve the Constituent Assembly, and their decision forced by Lenin, Trotsky, and Sverdlov against the initial reluctance of the Central Committee majority of the Bolshevik Party not to form a coalition government with the moderate socialist parties. Brief attention should be given to these 2 points. The nationwide Constituent Assembly elections, organized before the Bolshevik insurrection but held shortly afterward, gave Lenin's party only 25% of the vote. The lion's share went to the Socialist Revolutionaries, who received 58%, while the Mensheviks won only 4%. The cadets and others like them got 13% in all. Yet this was rather deceptive. The Bolsheviks won overwhelmingly in the decisive urban areas, especially among the working class and among soldiers in the major urban centers. The Socialist Revolutionary slate made up before that party split, at which point its large left wing allied itself with the Bolsheviks, represented a party that no longer existed by the time the voting took place, and the large number of peasant votes it received were cast largely for its traditional program of agrarian reform, which the Bolsheviks themselves had adopted. When the Constituent Assembly convened in January 1918, the great majority of its members turned out to be hostile to Soviet power, which by this time was clearly supported by a majority of the population, and was committed instead to a bourgeois democratic republic. By an overwhelming majority, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets concurred with the Bolshevik proposal to dissolve this body as not being truly representative of the great majority of the Russian people and as threatening to provide cover for a bourgeois counter-revolution that would attempt to crush the power of the Soviets. There was little protest over this action from the majority sectors of the population, the workers and peasants, who already had a government of their own in the form of the Soviets. 12. A coalition government of all socialist parties within the Soviets had been advocated, after the insurrection, by what was at first a majority of the Bolshevik Party's Central Committee, against the dogged opposition of Lenin, Trotsky, and Sverdlov. The implementation of the proposal would have meant dividing up posts in the Council of People's Commissars, the leading executive body set up by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Lenin was convinced that a coalition with moderate socialists who had demonstrated their hostility to the Bolshevik Revolution would not be viable. This position, which finally won a bare majority of the Central Committee after a fierce debate, is often interpreted as a determination to establish a one-party dictatorship. But if this term is defined as is commonly understood, then the interpretation is flawed. If the Conservative Party or Labour Party in England, or the Democratic Party or Republican Party in the United States, refuses to share cabinet posts and executive authority with its opponents after an election, then similar logic could condemn them for setting up a dictatorship. There was, at this time, no proposal by Lenin to ban opposition parties of the left or to throw them out of the Soviets, but simply a determination not to bring them into the Council of People's Commissars. For a brief period in early 1918, representatives of the left socialist revolutionaries were in fact taken into this body. As Roy Medvedev indicates, in this early period Lenin favored a multi-party democracy within the framework of the Soviets. 13. As early as September 1917, before the Bolshevik Revolution but after the Bolsheviks had won control of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky as the Soviet's new president told his opponents, "We are all party people, and we shall have to cross swords more than once. But we shall guide the work of the Petersburg Soviet in a spirit of justice and complete independence for all fractions. The hand of the Presidium will never oppress the minority." In the same month, Lenin was describing what Soviet democracy would look like, with special reference to freedom of the press. State power in the shape of the Soviets takes all the printing presses and all the newsprint and distributes them equitably. The state should come first in the interests of the majority of the people, the majority of the poor, particularly the majority of the peasants, who for centuries have been tormented, crushed and stultified by the landowners and capitalists. His next point makes it clear that, as Bertram Wolfe noted in 1947, Lenin had no idea of outlawing all other parties and creating a one-party system. Rather, Lenin argued, the big parties should come second, say, those that have polled 100,000 or 200,000 votes in both capitals. The smaller parties should come third, and then any group of citizens which has a certain number of members or has collected a certain number of signatures. 14. 4 weeks after the insurrection, Lenin demonstrated his continued commitment to Soviet democracy in drafting for the Council of People's Commissars a resolution stating that no elective institution or representative assembly can be regarded as being truly democratic and really representative of the people's will unless the electors' right to recall those elected is accepted and exercised. This fundamental principle of true democracy applies to all representative assemblies without exception. Explaining this statement in the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, he provided this significant line of reasoning: various parties have played a dominant role among us. The last time, the passage of influence from one party to another was accompanied by an overturn, whereas a simple vote would have sufficed had we the right to recall. The right of recall must be granted the Soviets, which are the most perfect carrier of the state idea, of coercion. Then the passage of power from one party to another will proceed without bloodshed, by means of simple new elections. Early in the following year he was still emphasizing the role of political pluralism in Soviet democracy. If the working people are dissatisfied with their party, they can elect other delegates, hand power to another power and change the government without any revolution at all. 15. In the spring of 1918, commented Viktor Serge, the Soviet Congress reflected a whole system of inner democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not the dictatorship of a party, or of a central committee, or of certain individuals. Lenin himself is obliged to follow strict rules. He has to convince a majority in the central committee of his party, then discuss with the communist fraction in the Vitsik, and then, in the Vitsik itself, brave the fire of the left SRS, anarchists and international social democrats, all doubtful allies, and of the right SRS and Mensheviks, irreducible enemies. All the decrees are debated during sessions which are often of tremendous interest. Here the enemies of the regime enjoy free speech with a more than parliamentary latitude. 16. The Bolsheviks looked to more than simply the Soviets as an instrument of proletarian democracy. Although late in appreciating the spontaneously developing factory committees and the demand for workers' control of the workplace, they embraced them more enthusiastically than most other left-wing groups, an exception being the anarchists. In the months leading up to the October-November Revolution, worker Bolsheviks became the leading cadres of the factory committee movement, and Lenin argued, vital creativity of the masses that is the fundamental factor in the new society. Let the workers take on the creation of workers' control in their works and factories, let them supply the countryside with manufactured goods in exchange for bread. Socialism is not created by orders from on high. Its spirit is alien to state bureaucratic automatism. Socialism is vital and creative, it is the creation of the popular masses themselves. Historian S. A. Smith, in his detailed study of the Petrograd factory committees, terms as fundamentally misguided the common assertion of anti-Leninist scholars that this was simply a cynical ploy of the Bolsheviks to use the committees in order to seize power for themselves. He does argue that Lenin failed to satisfactorily theorize the relationship between grassroots workers' control of production and statewide regulation of the economy, and that he was intoxicated by the spectacle of workers, soldiers, and peasants taking power into their own hands, and profoundly optimistic about the potential inherent in such self-activity. After 1917 there certainly developed much confusion and debate among Bolsheviks regarding the proper function of the factory committees, resolved in a tragic manner amid the chaos of the Civil War period. Nonetheless, in the early period of the Bolshevik regime Lenin was constantly making such points as this: one of the most crucial tasks at present, if not the most crucial, is to develop the independent initiatives of the workers and toilers and exploit it generally in the sphere of creative, organizational work. At all costs, we must destroy that old, absurd, savage, vile, and loathsome prejudice that only the so-called upper classes can run the state. 17. In this period trade unions continued to be an important factor in working class life as well. Although many were led by Bolsheviks, some were under Menshevik control. Not surprisingly, however, there was considerable confusion over the respective roles and authority of unions, factory committees, and Soviets in economic decision-making, not to mention over how much authority the remaining capitalists should have in the large sectors of the economy that were not yet nationalized. All too often debates and efforts to overcome this confusion are simplistically interpreted by latter-day historians as sinister Bolshevik attempts to undermine one or another working-class organization. 18. The full range of freedom of expression and workers' democracy in the earliest period of the Soviet Republic requires an examination that is beyond the scope of the present study. 19 But the evidence suggests that the Bolsheviks initially had no intention of establishing their party as a paternalistic oligarchy. Their words and actions instead reveal a continuity with the profoundly democratic nature of the Bolshevik program throughout its previous history. This was in harmony, similarly, with the internal structure and workings of the Bolshevik Party that we have traced in this study. The situation in Russia and within the Russian Communist Party was soon fundamentally reversed. But as Moshe Lewin has argued, Leninist doctrine did not originally envisage a monolithic state, nor even a strictly monolithic party. The dictatorship of the party over the proletariat was never part of Lenin's plans. It was the completely unforeseen culmination of a series of unforeseen circumstances. 22. Crisis of Bolshevism. The disintegration of Soviet democracy, and the related transformation of the Russian Communist Party into an increasingly undemocratic entity, cannot be examined in detail here, but it will be possible to indicate some of the dynamics that have relevance for our study. A combination of factors, arising after the Bolsheviks took power, fundamentally changed the context and milieu within which they had traditionally operated. Also fundamentally changed were the basic tasks they faced. Consequently, the very nature of the organization changed radically over the next 5 years. And in the period from 1922 to 1937, the Russian Communist Party, renamed the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, experienced further metamorphoses that in many ways made it the opposite of what it had been in the years leading to the Bolshevik triumph. In examining the crisis of Bolshevik Russia, many commentators present the tragic escalation of violence and authoritarian measures of the Red Terror as if they were part of some totalitarian master plan, abstracted from the actual context. In one of the most severe yet lucid critiques of Bolshevism as it was in 1920, however, eyewitness Bertrand Russell felt it necessary to make this acknowledgement. It is, of course, evident that in these measures the Bolsheviks have been compelled to travel a long way from the ideals which originally inspired the revolution. He added, I recognize to the full the reasons for the bad state of affairs, in the past history of Russia and the recent policy of the Entente. But I have thought it better to record impressions frankly, trusting the readers to remember that the Bolsheviks have only a very limited share of responsibility for the evils from which Russia is suffering. He was of the opinion that the Bolshevik regime represents what is most efficient in Russia, and does more to prevent chaos than any possible alternative government would do, and noted that Maxim Gorky, one of the sharpest left-wing critics of the Bolsheviks at this time, supports the government as I should do, if I were a Russian, not because he thinks it faultless, but because the possible alternatives are worse. Russell also felt compelled to point out that it seems evident, from the attitude of the capitalist world to Soviet Russia, of the Entente to the Central Empires, and of England to Ireland and India, that there is no depth of cruelty, perfidy, or brutality from which the present holders of power will shrink when they feel themselves threatened. 21. We have seen that a fundamental component of the Bolshevik program was revolutionary internationalism, and that the perspective of the Russian workers seizing power in 1917 was based in large measure on the expectation that socialist revolutions were on the order of the day in at least some of the more advanced capitalist countries. In April 1918 Lenin told the Moscow Soviet, "We shall perish unless we can hold out until we receive powerful support from workers in revolt in other countries." Indeed, this was a commonplace articulated openly and frequently by all of the leading Bolsheviks. Yet Lenin had been confident that the objective conditions of the imperialist war make it certain that the revolution will not be limited to Russia, and that the European and the American socialist proletariat will undertake its decisive battles. 22. This may seem a vain hope to those who, With benefit of hindsight, know that such decisive battles did not yield capitalism's overturn in Western Europe, not to mention the United States. Yet it is worth considering Bertram Wolfe's recollections of 1919, when the American Communist movement was born. The opportunities for American radicalism of all Venet seemed immense in that year of interregnum between all-out war and what was supposed to be all-out peace. Millions of soldiers were being demobilized, and hundreds of thousands of those who had risked their lives at the front were finding that there were no jobs waiting for them at home. Europe was in turmoil, crowns were tumbling and ancient empires falling. There were revolutions, still not defined in their nature, in Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, then a communist revolution in Hungary itself and another in Bavaria. Soldiers were carrying their arms from the front and imposing their will insofar as they knew what they willed. A strike wave unprecedented in our history swept through America. The Seattle General Strike grew out of a protest at the closing down of the shipyards, the Lawrence Textile Strike, the National Coal Strike, and, wonder of wonders, the Boston Police Strike, the Great Steel Strike involving 350,000, the battles of the workers in many industries to keep wages abreast of the high cost of living, and of the employers to end the wartime gains of the labor movement to establish or restore the open shop. Not until the Great Depression would the labor movement again show so much militancy. 23. The reality turned out to be not that the Bolsheviks were wrong about the revolutionary upsurge outside of Russia, but that the workers' movements in other countries were unable to provide revolutionary leadership. One problem was identified by Rosa Luxemburg, the flower of our youthful strength, hundreds of thousands whose socialist education was the product of decades of education and propaganda. Other hundreds of thousands who were ready to receive the lessons of socialism have fallen, and are rotting upon the battlefields. 24. Another problem was that much of the surviving socialist workers' movement had yet to shake loose from the sway of the established reformist leaderships. Those elements that were prepared to follow the example of the Bolshevik Revolution were badly disorganized, in many cases lacking in the immense experience and authority the Bolshevik organization had built up in Russia. Revolutionary sentiment and upsurges without revolutionary leadership failed to bring into existence new socialist republics. Even when power was seized, in Hungary and Bavaria, it could not be held for long. In 1919, the Bolsheviks and a scattering of militant socialists from other countries established a revolutionary Third International to strengthen these insurgent efforts, but already it was clear that it would take longer than expected to end the isolation of the Soviet Republic. From this period on, writes Moshe Lewin, the hope of being towed along in the wake of a victorious revolution in the West began to fade. Bolshevik power, then, was about to find itself all alone, in an underdeveloped country, left with no forces but its own to count on, and these seemed far too meager for the task at hand. 25. Lenin and his comrades gave up neither on the World Revolution nor on the survival of the Russian Revolution. But there was a new note of desperate determination in their statements. An extraordinarily difficult, complex, and dangerous situation in international affairs, the necessity of maneuvering and retreating, a period of waiting for new outbreaks of the revolution which is maturing in the West at a painfully slow pace, within the country a period of slow construction and ruthless tightening up, a prolonged and persistent struggle waged by stern proletarian discipline against the menacing element of petty bourgeois laxity and anarchy. These in brief are the distinguishing features of the special stage of the socialist revolution in which we are now living. This is the link in the historical chain of events which we must at present grasp with all our might in order to prove equal to the tasks that confront us before passing to the next links to which we are drawn by a special brightness, the brightness of the victories of the International Socialist Revolution. 26. Lenin had hoped to bring about a rapid Russian withdrawal from the First World War. He also had hoped to reach an understanding with certain sectors of the Russian capitalist class in order to establish a mixed economy supervised by the proletarian dictatorship, so that at least a modicum of political and economic stability could be temporarily achieved. Both of these policies generated fierce debate among Russian revolutionaries. German imperialism demanded immense concessions, and when Bolshevik peace negotiators hesitated, a German offensive ripped away a massive piece of agriculturally rich Russian territory. The left socialist revolutionaries and left communists in the Bolshevik Party itself demanded that the Soviet Republic launch a revolutionary war to smash the imperialists, but a more realistic Lenin forced through a peace settlement at Brest-Litovsk. The left communists publicly denounced the settlement, as well as the moderate economic policies. The left socialist revolutionaries furiously abandoned the coalition government and initiated uprisings, as well as assassination attempts, some successful, against German diplomats and Bolshevik leaders. It should be noted, however, that some left socialist revolutionaries preferred a different orientation and actually joined the Bolshevik Party. Meanwhile, the Western democracies that were allied in the fight against Germany, enraged over the Russian withdrawal from the war and fearful of the bad example of the Bolshevik Revolution, hoped to overturn the Soviet Republic by setting up an economic blockade, which was supplemented by military intervention designed to assist anti-Bolshevik forces, monarchists, cadets, right socialist revolutionaries, and sections of the Menshevik Party, that were beginning a bloody civil war in the Russian countryside. This generated fierce repression of the opposition political parties. When it became clear that the Russian capitalists were also working to sabotage the economy, a policy of rapid nationalizations was initiated. This expropriation of industry, according to Victor Serge, verging ever closer to a total nationalization, placed an increasingly numerous population of workers within the responsibility of the socialist state, and compelled it hastily to establish a body of functionaries, managers, and administrators who could not be recruited straight away from among the working class. The bureaucracy was born, and was rapidly becoming a threat. 27 The sweeping nationalizations established what became known as war communism, and there was at the time a tendency among communists to romanticize this period, which undoubtedly was characterized by considerable idealism and heroism. Stephen Cohen provides this stark summary of its negative features. The experience of civil war and war communism profoundly altered both the party and the emerging political system. The party's democratic norms of 1917, as well as its almost libertarian and reformist profile of early 1918, gave way to a ruthless fanaticism, rigid authoritarianism, and pervasive militarization of life on every level. Victimized was not only internal party democracy, but also the decentralized forms of popular control created throughout the country in 1917, from local Soviets to factory committees. Bolsheviks professed to see no choice because, as Bukharin declared, the Republic is an armed camp. As part of this process, the party's attitude toward its political rivals changed, moving from reluctant tolerance at the outset, to expulsion of other socialist parties from the Soviets in June 1918, and finally an outburst of terror following the assassination of several Bolsheviks and an attempt on Lenin's life on August 30, 1918. Repression by the security police, the Cheka, added a new dimension to Soviet political life. 28. Lenin's earlier assertion that there should be means for voting Bolsheviks out of power took on a grim meaning when, under civil war conditions in Baku, conscientious Bolsheviks who agreed to step down after being outvoted in local Soviet elections were subsequently shot by their enemies. Karl Radek pointed out that it must have been evident not only to the Russian Mensheviks, but to their stupid Western imitators, that if the Russian workers' dictatorship with its terror collapsed, its place would be taken, not by democracy, but by the White Terror of Kolchak and Denikin. 29. Despite the ferocity of the Civil War, however, the ban on left-wing opposition parties was not yet complete or permanent. Those not engaged in activity to overturn the regime by force and violence were allowed to maintain a precarious legal existence and even to seek election to the Soviets. Yet by the end of 1919, Lev Kamina observed that the Soviet plenary sessions as political organizations often waste away, the people busy themselves with purely mechanical chores. General Soviet sessions are seldom called, and when the deputies meet, it is only to accept a report, listen to a speech, and the like. 30. This political reality was in large measure the reflection of an even greater socio-economic calamity. The economy had collapsed, and hunger tightened its hands around the entire country. The vital social force that had made the revolution ceased to be an active political factor. As Lenin explained, an industrial proletariat. In our country, owing to the war and the desperate poverty and ruin, has become déclassé, i.e., dislodged from its class groove, and has ceased to be a proletariat. Since large-scale capitalist industry has been destroyed, since the factories and works are still at a standstill, the proletariat has disappeared. Sometimes it was considered to exist officially, but it was not bound together by economic roots. Many working-class Bolsheviks were not only forced to abandon idle factories but were also drawn into the new Red Army and the growing state apparatus, where so much desperately needed to be done. Thus, what was left of the working class no longer contained the vast numbers of politically experienced conscious workers who had been so crucial to the functioning of the class as a self-conscious and self-acting political force. This was reflected in the changing composition of the Bolshevik Party. In 1917, 60% were engaged in manual occupations, but by 1923 only 15% were. 31. It was in this period that dictatorship of the proletariat came to be equated with the dictatorship of the Communist Party, not only in fact but also in official statements of the Bolshevik leadership. By 1921 Lenin was saying, ruin, want, and the hard conditions of life give rise to vacillation, one day for the bourgeoisie, the next, for the proletariat. Only the steeled proletarian vanguard is capable of withstanding and overcoming this vacillation. 32 In the same year Trotsky offered the following elaboration. It is only with the aid of the party, which rests upon the whole history of its past, which foresees theoretically the path of development, all its stages, and which extracts from it the necessary formula of action, that the proletariat frees itself from the need of always recommencing its history, its hesitations, its lack of decision, its mistakes. Under the form of the struggle against despotic centralism and against stifling discipline, a fight takes place for the self-preservation of various groups and subgroupings of the working class, for their petty interests, with their petty ward leaders and their local oracles. The entire working class, while preserving its cultural originality and its political nuances, can act methodically and firmly without remaining in the tow of events and directing each time its mortal blows against the weak sectors of its enemies, on the condition that at its head, above the wards, the districts, the groups, there is an apparatus which is centralized and bound together by iron discipline. 33. In 1921 new developments profoundly contributed to the further drift of the Communist Party away from its earlier character. Until then, it had maintained an intensely democratic internal life. If anything, the crises of the Soviet Republic had generated fiercer disagreements and debates within it than ever before, with factions known as the left communists, the democratic centralists, and the workers' opposition of Alexander Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Kollontai. These factional groupings openly and sharply challenged, sometimes with pamphlets and periodicals, the party leadership and its government policies. In January, Lenin voiced concern that the fever of factionalism was becoming chronic and dangerous. Particularly anxious about what he perceived as, under the circumstances, romantically utopian demands for working-class control of decision-making being advanced by the workers' opposition, he initiated measures to limit this faction's influence. Yet he continued to support the right of party members to form inter-party groups, to form ourselves into different groups, especially before a Congress, is of course permissible, and so is to canvass for votes. But it must be done within the limits of communism, and not syndicalism, and in such a way as not to provoke laughter. The syndicalism and laughter references are aimed at the workers' opposition. Expressing the hope that the party is learning not to blow up its disagreements, he approvingly quoted Trotsky's suggestion that ideological struggle within the party does not mean mutual ostracism but mutual influence. 34 Within a few weeks, however, the situation changed drastically. Two developments coincided in March, as the 10th Party Congress was convening, to push the Bolsheviks in a less democratic direction than ever, the decision to initiate the new economic policy, and the Kronstadt uprising. The economic chaos and bottlenecks, created in large measure by the bungling of the inexperienced bureaucracy as a result of the rapid and sweeping nationalizations, had convinced a majority of the Bolshevik leaders of the need to retreat. This took the form of re-establishing market relationships, encouraging the revival of widespread petty capitalism in the cities and especially the countryside, and completely dropping all pretenses which had flourished during the Civil War that Russia had somehow developed a new shortcut to communism. This would involve favoring the peasants and urban petty bourgeoisie at the expense of the urban laborers, but would begin to generate agricultural surpluses that, with the help of market relationships, would find their way into the cities. It would constitute a retreat nonetheless, which the Bolsheviks feared would turn into a rout if panic was sown among pre-revolutionary sectors and if anti-communist elements were encouraged to view the regime as vacillating and unstable. As party members were beginning to consider and debate this proposal, however, sailors, soldiers, and workers at the Kronstadt naval base impatient with economic shortages and dictatorial restrictions rose up, arms in hand, calling on the workers and peasants of Russia to carry out a new revolution that would re-establish Soviet democracy, which some interpreted as Soviets without communists. They were able to count on Menshevik, socialist revolutionary, and anarchist support, and anti-communist forces and governments watched expectantly from abroad. The uprising was brutally suppressed, but the Bolsheviks were deeply shocked by such a visible erosion of their popular support and by how close they seemed after winning the decisive battles of the Civil War to the abyss of counter-revolution. 35. The 10th Congress, convinced that the revolution's survival depended on a firm demonstration of intransigent determination and unity, adopted an orientation that definitively banned all opposition parties. It also banned any factions within the Communist Party. Years later, Trotsky was to write, not until the 10th Party Congress, held under conditions of blockade and famine, growing peasant unrest, and the first stages of NEP which had unleashed petty bourgeois tendencies was consideration given to the possibility of resorting to such an exceptional measure as the banning of factions. It is possible to regard the decision of the 10th Congress as a grave necessity. But in the light of later events, one thing is absolutely clear: the banning of factions brought the heroic history of Bolshevism to an end and made way for its bureaucratic degeneration. 36. The delegates to the 10th Congress, however, were eager to prevent this development and therefore wrote into the resolution banning factions a lengthy section on the need for the party to fight with all the means at its disposal against the evils of bureaucracy and for the extension of democracy and initiative. Because criticism of the party's shortcomings was absolutely necessary, according to the resolution, a periodical discussion bulletin and other such avenues were promised for expressing these criticisms. What is more, leaders of the banned factions were included on the newly elected Central Committee. 37. It is worth looking at Lenin's statements during the discussion of this question. He argued that the 1921 crisis of the Soviet Republic undoubtedly demands of the ruling party of communists and of the leading revolutionary elements of the proletariat a different attitude to the one we have time and again displayed over the past year. It is a danger that undoubtedly calls for much greater unity and discipline. It undoubtedly requires that we should pull hard together. Otherwise we shall not cope with the dangers that have fallen to our lot. In the ensuing debate, he re-emphasized the temporary and emergency nature of the measure. Comrades, this is no time to have an opposition. Either you are on this side, or on the other, but then your weapon must be a gun. This follows from the objective situation and you must not blame us for it. Comrades, let's not have an opposition just now. 38. At the same time, the crisis had stirred some Bolsheviks to advance proposals that would tighten up the party even more. For example, David Ryazanov put forward an amendment that would forbid any future elections to the Central Committee on the basis of different platforms submitted to the Party Congress. Lenin responded, "I think that the desire of Comrade Ryazanov is unfortunately not realizable. If fundamental disagreements exist on a question, we cannot deprive members of the Central Committee of the right to address themselves to the party. I cannot imagine how we can do this. The present Congress can in no way and in no form engage the elections to the next Congress. And if, For example, questions like the Brest-Litovsk peace arise. Can we guarantee that such questions will not arise? It cannot be guaranteed. It is possible that it will be necessary to elect by platform. That's quite clear. I do not think we have the power to prohibit this. If we are united by our resolution on unity, and, of course, the development of the revolution, there will be no repetition of elections according to platforms. The lesson we have learned at this Congress will not be forgotten. But if circumstances should give rise to fundamental disagreements, can we prohibit them from being brought before the judgment of the whole party? No, we cannot. This is an excessive desire, which is impracticable, and I move that we reject it. 39. More than this, the 10th Congress voted not for prohibition of tendency groupings in the party, but for the complete prohibition of all factionalism, defined as the formation of groups with separate platforms, striving to a certain degree to segregate and create their own group discipline. The classic, though perhaps the most extreme, example of this had been the existence of Bolshevik and Menshevik factions within the pre-1912 Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. It was this that had to be prevented. E. H. Carr comments, thus groups were not in themselves illegitimate, factions were. On the other hand, as a recent communist commentator, Bernie Taft, has pointed out, a distorted version of the 10th Congress decision became the norm later. In Stalin's days, the tendency grew to treat all opposition, all differences of view, all groupings however transitory, fluid, and open, as factions. 40 Yet even under Lenin, the tightening up was beginning to transform disciplined quantity into authoritarian quality. Victor Serge later recalled. Totalitarianism did not yet exist as a word, as an actuality it began to press hard on us, even without our being aware of it. What with the political monopoly, the Cheka and the Red Army, all that now existed of the commune state of our dreams was a theoretical myth. The war, the internal measures against counter-revolution, and the famine, which had created a bureaucratic rationing apparatus, had killed off Soviet democracy. How could it revive and when? The party lived in the certain knowledge that the slightest relaxation of its authority could give the day to reaction. 41. Serge also pinpointed a related problem: the state of siege had now entered the party itself, which was increasingly run from the top, by the secretaries. We were at a loss to find a remedy for this bureaucratization. We knew that the party had been invaded by careerist, adventurist and mercenary elements who came over in swarms to the side that had the power. Within the party the sole remedy of this evil had to be, and in fact was, the discreet dictatorship of the old, honest, and incorruptible members, in other words the old guard. 42 Yet even elements of this old guard were not immune from the corrupting influences of bureaucratic power and opportunistic impulses, the inclination to adapt to their environment or even to seek personal power and material comforts at the expense of revolutionary principle. Victor Serge and Natalia Sedova, both of whom were in a position to observe Lenin at fairly close range, later summarized how he responded to the growth of this new crisis of Bolshevism, which was also very much his own crisis. Lenin's speeches and writings of 1921-2, while still self-assured and authoritative, did not conceal his uneasiness and occasional bitterness. Reminiscences by his contemporaries show that Vladimir Ilyich was, like so many people he attacked, highly critical of the conduct and outlook of those party leaders who favored a bureaucratic dictatorship. At times, Lenin was brutally frank in his defense of the people, a brutality that no doubt reflected his anguish. "What mistakes we have made," he said repeatedly. "It would be criminal to deny that we have exceeded all bounds." Or again, "Our attempt to implement socialism here and now has failed. The dictatorship shows that never before has the proletariat been in such a desperate situation. We must abandon the construction of socialism and fall back on state capitalism in many economic spheres. We are uncouth, we live in administrative chaos, in waves of illegality." He coined words like komjvanso and komvranio, comconceit and comdeceit, where com was an abbreviation for communist. he compared some party leaders to those brutal satraps of the old regime who had been dubbed Der Zimmerdosh, after the repulsive bully in Gogol's satire. 43. Lenin did more than figuratively wring his hands over the situation, however. He energetically looked for ways to counteract it, proposing a variety of government reforms, and finally, while seriously ill, in the period just before his death, forming a covert alliance with Trotsky to wage a struggle against what he viewed as dangerously bureaucratic policies represented in the top party leadership by the increasingly dominant triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina. In his last written statement to the party, dictated when he was almost totally incapacitated, he went so far as to denounce Stalin for being disloyal to the party and to urge his removal from the powerful position of General Secretary. When he died, in early 1924, however, it became clear that he had failed to reverse the situation. 44. This failure was shared by those, like Trotsky, and later, to an extent, even Zinoviev and Kamina, as well as Krupskaya and other leading Bolshevik veterans, who attempted to combat the phenomenon that came to be known as Stalinism. Yet it was not possible to overcome this darkening crisis within the borders of a bleeding and devastated Russia. It could be dispelled only by what Lenin had called a special brightness, the brightness of the victories of the International Proletarian Revolution. 45. The Communist International had been established precisely to help bring this about. And it was through this body that revolutionaries throughout the world were educated in what came to be known as the principles of the Leninist Party. We must therefore turn our attention, at least briefly, to an examination of the principles which in fact were a blend of distilled Bolshevik wisdom and a reflection of the Bolshevik crisis in which these revolutionaries were educated. 3. Communist International. Even a modest history of the Third International under Lenin would require a separate study. There already exist several works, of varying quality, that deal with this topic. 46. In the several pages that follow, however, it will be possible only to touch on several limited points having to do with the nature of the Leninism that was transmitted to the newly organized world communist movement. Bertram Wolfe, who saw the rising movement as something new, malleable, fresh, spontaneous, and open, later described the impact that Bolshevism had inspired among revolutionaries, old survivors, and young converts alike, from all lands, men and women turned in the midst of the darkness of universal war toward the beacon of hope they thought they saw shining from the Kremlin towers. They had been shocked to their inmost depths by the failure of all their institutions, from the churches of the Prince of Peace to the Socialist International. Socialists looked toward Moscow for the redemption of the sullied honor of their movement. Impatient rebels had long fretted at the slowness with which the 19th and 20th century had been realizing their dreams, and were now shocked by the speed with which the civilized world had relapsed into brutality. In his first decree, Lenin had called to the world for peace and world revolution simultaneously. From all the ends of the earth, across mountains and seas, through shell-torn battlefields and past centuries, they found their way to answer Lenin's call. Victor Serge, one of the impatient rebels who was in the center of the Communist International in its earliest years, recalls, "The first days of the International were days of heroic camaraderie. We lived in boundless hope. There were rumblings of revolution in the whole of Europe. The Third International of the early days, for which fought and many died, which filled the prisons with martyrs, was in reality a great moral and political force, not only because following the war the workers' revolution was on the ascendant in Europe and was very nearly victorious in several countries, but because it brought together a multitude of passionate, sincere, devoted minds determined to live and die for communism." 47. In early 1919, the founding Congress adopted the Manifesto of the Communist International to the Workers of the World, drafted by Trotsky. This document clearly established the revolutionary internationalist basis for the new organization. 72 years ago the Communist Party proclaimed its program to the world in the form of a manifesto written by the greatest heralds of the proletarian revolution, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The epoch of final, decisive struggle has come later than the apostles of the socialist revolution had expected and hoped. But it has come. We communists, the representatives of the revolutionary proletariat of the various countries of Europe, America, and Asia who have gathered in Soviet Moscow, feel and consider ourselves to be the heirs and consummators of the cause whose program was affirmed 72 years ago. Our task is to generalize the revolutionary experience of the working class, to purge the movement of the corroding admixture of opportunism and social patriotism, to unify the efforts of all genuinely revolutionary parties of the world proletariat and thereby facilitate and hasten the victory of the communist revolution throughout the world. If the First International presaged the future course of development and indicated its paths, if the Second International gathered and organized millions of workers, then the Third International is the international of open mass action, the international of revolutionary realization, the international of the deed. We summon the men and women of all countries to unite under the communist banner, which is already the banner of the first great victories. 48. At the Second Congress, in 1920, Lenin presented a draft for statutes of the Communist International, which underscored key aspects of this orientation. The Communist International once and for all breaks with the tradition of the Second International, which recognized only white-skinned peoples. The aim of the Communist International is the liberation of the working people of the whole world. In its ranks the Communist International unites white, yellow, and black-skinned working people in brotherhood. The Communist International knows that in order to hasten victory, must have a strongly centralized organization. In reality and in action the Communist International must be a single universal communist party, the parties in each country acting as its sections. The organizational apparatus of the Communist International must guarantee the working people of every country the opportunity to receive maximum assistance at any time from the organized proletarians of other countries. 49. Many different elements are combined and compressed in these statements, which were developed and elaborated in the numerous debates, theses, resolutions, and manifestos of the Communist International's first 4 congresses. Reading through these and related materials, one finds an incredibly rich pooling of experience, analyses, and insights almost breathtaking in their historical and geographical sweep, and impressive in their great attention to detail. Not surprisingly, there were contradictory elements, troubling ambiguities, and grave limitations as well. Focusing on these, many commentators have conveyed the impression that there is little of enduring merit in all of these documents, that even from its earliest period the Third International was at best a fiasco, if not a diabolical plot of the Bolsheviks to dupe millions of idealists for the purpose of establishing a totalitarian empire. We need not blind ourselves to the International's inevitable shortcomings in order to see the utter falseness of this interpretation. Reviewing the immense work of this body led by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, revolutionaries of our own time can find much that remains vibrant and relevant. Much of the International's work involved the effort to communicate the decades of accumulated Bolshevik experience and to apply these lessons on a world scale in the new context in which revolutionaries of 1919 to 1922 found themselves. We can find the insistence that a revolutionary vanguard must split away from reformist and even vacillating centrist forces, establishing a distinct and cohesive party around the revolutionary Marxist program. At the same time, there is considerable stress on the need for such a vanguard to be organically rooted in the working class, which often meant participating in non-revolutionary organizations and institutions, whether reformist trade unions or bourgeois democratic parliaments, as well as being willing to form united fronts with moderate social democratic parties and others in the immediate and daily struggles of the working class. In addition to a rejection of economism and narrow workerism, there is an insistence that the struggles of oppressed groups, such as women, national minorities, and poor peasants, be embraced by communist parties, that the struggle against imperialism and war be central to the work of the revolutionary vanguard, that a lively sense of solidarity with the workers and oppressed of all other countries animate the life of each section of the Communist International. And of course there is the underlying assumption, frequently made explicit, that all of this can be done in such a way with sensitivity to national peculiarities and practical possibilities, with a blending of organizational discipline and the creative initiatives of party members as to generate widespread socialist consciousness and mass actions capable of putting revolution on the agenda. On the other hand, in a serious examination of the Third International's early history, one also finds the development of problems. In 1915, Lenin and Zinoviev had written in their pamphlet Socialism and War that it is perfectly obvious that to create an international Marxist organization, there must be a readiness to form independent Marxist parties in the various countries. The immediate future will show whether the conditions are mature for the formation of a new and Marxist international. If they are, our party will gladly join such a Third International, purged of opportunism and chauvinism. If they are not, then that will show a more or less protracted period of evolution is needed for that purging to be effected. By 1919, however, the Bolsheviks no longer felt able to wait for a more or less protracted period of evolution. They decided it was absolutely necessary to force the pace, and while the Bolshevik Revolution gave them the authority and material resources required, the organic developments that could result in independent Marxist parties, of the nature that had resulted in the Bolshevik Party itself, were not always present in each country. This situation was exacerbated by the point we have seen Lenin making in 1920, about how the Communist International must be a single universal communist party, the parties in each country acting as its sections. Lenin's impulse was egalitarian. He referred to the International as an alliance of the parties which are leading the most revolutionary movement in the world, but the degree of centralization dramatically exceeded that of the First and Second Internationals. The International Alliance of Parties was supposed to meet yearly at the World Congress, which was the supreme decision-making body and which was to elect and oversee the work of an executive committee. Yet the executive committee directs the entire work of the Communist International from one Congress to another. When necessary, publishes appeals in the name of the Communist International and issues instructions which are binding on all parties and organizations affiliated to the Communist International. This executive committee had the right to demand that parties expel groups or individuals who violate international discipline, to expel entire parties, and to set up technical and other auxiliary departments, answerable only to the committee, in the various countries. 51. Such a situation would not necessarily lead to disastrous situations, assuming that the Executive Committee of the Communist International, ACCI, and its staff had a high level of political sensitivity, understanding, and maturity. Yet this was not always the case. The most capable people in the Russian party as well as in the parties of other countries often could not be spared for full-time work with the ECCI. Of course, Zinoviev, Radek, and Bukharin assigned from the Russian party to direct its work were certainly extremely talented. As one American representative to the ECCI, James P. Cannon, later wrote, they were the veterans who were schooled in the doctrine and knew the world movement, especially the European section of it, from study and first-hand experience in their years of exile. In addition, they had the commanding moral authority which accrues by right to the leaders of a victorious revolution. But for every capable person there were others like Belakan, Joseph Pogany, and Matyas Rákosi, refugees from the failed Hungarian Revolution who more often than not blurred together their own mistaken views and methods with the principles of Bolshevism. Among the Russians assuming responsible positions in the work of the ECCI, most had risen dramatically from quite humble roles in the Russian revolutionary movement. Even Gregory Zinoviev, the International's president, while in many ways immensely capable, energetic, and brilliant, tended to veil his own limitations with extreme arrogance and high-handedness. The bulk of those working under him, according to Pierre Brouet, were people whose experience was limited, if not rudimentary, and leftist tendencies were rife among them. They did not know the workers' movement in Western Europe well and were instead permeated by a belief in the superiority of the Russian experience, of which they enjoyed the results. The capable leader of the German Communist Party, Paul Levi, was moved to complain that to our knowledge, in virtually every country in which such emissaries are at work the dissatisfaction with them is the same. They never work with, but always behind the backs of, and quite frequently against, the domestic party's Central Committee. Moscow listens only to them. Levi's judgment may contain exaggeration, but there are ample cases especially in Germany itself that confirm it at least in part. 52. Even some of the less negative aspects of the ECCI's interventions had negative consequences. By itself, for example, the German Communist Party could have afforded to maintain only 4 periodicals and a paid staff of 12 people. Thanks to financial assistance from the International, the German Communists published 27 daily newspapers and paid 200 full-time personnel. Heinrich Brandler, then a leader of the organization, later commented, "Without the financial help of the Comintern we would have been developing in a much healthier manner. Before, we were publishing a few newspapers with pennies contributed by workers. We were dependent on workers, we had to be in constant touch with them, and we could not have embarked on enterprises which were above our real political strength. All this changed from the moment we received money from the Comintern. Our financial means were all the time greater than our political possibilities, and we began to judge our strength and importance according to the length of our purse and not according to the support of the workers. This was bound to lead to disaster." 53. In more ways than one, the German Communist Party was severely damaged by the policies of the ECCI under Zinoviev's leadership. One of the most serious problems was that the party's course was determined less by the actual situation inside Germany than by the policies of the ECCI. Many see the situation as demonstrating that the principles developed by Lenin in Russia are inapplicable for a more advanced country, like Germany. After all, in his polemic with Karl Kosky, Lenin had asserted that Bolshevism has created the ideological and tactical foundations of the Third International and that Bolshevism can serve as a model of tactics for all. 54. The German Communist Party obviously failed to make a revolution, therefore Lenin's claims are seen to be invalidated. Yet it should be clear that the German party in fact did not function according to the actual, historical Bolshevik model. The Russian party grew organically out of the Russian experience, and did not develop on the basis of directives and financial aid from abroad. We see in these negative policies of the ECCI not an application of the Bolshevik model, but rather a reflection of the post-1917 crisis of Bolshevism and the Soviet Republic. Unfortunately for the Soviet Republic, Zinoviev was not able to command or buy a German revolution into existence. The policies he promoted undermined the organization that might ultimately have been able to lead such a revolution. 55. They also helped introduce a profound distortion into what came to be known as Leninism within the world communist movement. If we examine how the Communist International sometimes defined the term democratic centralism, we find a similar problem. As historian S. A. Smith notes, this principle was not a distinctly Bolshevik one, but in Russia was accepted by the labor movement as a whole. Democratic centralism did not represent a coherent set of organizational rules, it was rather a vague principle of democratic decision-making, combined with centralized execution of decisions taken. We have seen that it was embraced by Bolsheviks and Mensheviks alike, and even a trade union conference before the Bolshevik Revolution could assert that the trade unions should function according to democratic centralism in order to ensure the participation of every member in the affairs of the union and, at the same time, unity in the leadership of the struggle. Yet in 1920, in a document drafted by Zinoviev for the Second Congress of the Communist International, the term is defined in a manner that has little in common with this traditional usage but is more in line with the desperate situation that developed after 1917. As one Bolshevik commentator later recounted, in the period of the Civil War and of war communism the whole of the Bolshevik Party was converted into a military camp, and frequently the decisions of the Central Committee were carried out as military orders. Reflecting this, the relevant passage in Zinoviev's draft reads as follows: "The Communist Party must be organized on the basis of democratic centralism. The main principles of democratic centralism are that higher bodies are elected by lower bodies, all directives of higher bodies are absolutely binding on subordinate bodies and a powerful party center exists whose authority between congresses is unquestioned by all leaders of the party." 56. In the following year, however, the Third Congress attempted to provide a better definition, the democratic centralism of the Communist Party organization should be a real synthesis, a fusion of centralism and proletarian democracy. This fusion can be achieved only when the party organization works and struggles at all times together, as a united whole. This was contrasted to formal, mechanical centralization, with the explanation that formal or mechanical centralization would mean the centralization of power in the hands of the party bureaucracy, allowing it to dominate the other members of the party or the proletarian masses which are outside the party. This mechanical centralization was unambiguously rejected. Also rejected was a formal kind of democracy that divided an organization into the active functionaries and the passive masses. Democratic centralism was supposed to mean centralization of communist activity, i.e., the creation of a leadership that is strong and effective and at the same time flexible, as well as the active participation of working people. 57. Yet Lenin expressed misgivings about the 1921 resolution. "I am prepared to subscribe to every one of its 50 or more points," he commented at the Fourth Congress, in 1922. "But we have not learned how to present our Russian experience to foreigners." He suggested that the foreign comrades have signed without reading and understanding the resolution, yet he expressed the thought that they cannot be content with hanging it in a corner like an icon and praying to it. Nothing can be achieved that way. Elaborating, Lenin argued that the resolution is an excellent one, but it is almost entirely Russian, that is to say, everything in it is based on Russian conditions. That is its good point, but it is also its failing. Even if the foreign comrades read the lengthy document, it would be extremely difficult to understand it. And if by way of exception some foreigner does understand it, he cannot carry it out. Arguing that, nonetheless, the other communists of the world must assimilate part of the Russian experience, Lenin confessed, "Just how that will be done, I do not know." He thought that they might ultimately accomplish this on the basis of their own experience, but added that we Russians must also find ways and means of explaining the principles of this resolution to the foreigners. Unless we do that, it will be absolutely impossible for them to carry it out. 58. In all of this anguished groping, it seems clear that Lenin, convinced that Bolshevism could not be transmitted through commands or idolization, felt that an understanding of texts on organization can be achieved only if their organic relationship to specific social and political contexts is understood. This understanding must then be translated into one's own specific cultural, social, and political environment. If one was to follow the Bolshevik model, one would have to do more than vote for and worship lengthy theses of the Communist International, loyally but blindly endorsing the ideas of the Russian communists. Rather, it would be necessary to develop a native variant of Bolshevism through one's own experience and struggles that could duplicate the Russian model by being as rooted in one's own traditions and one's own working class as had been Lenin's party. Lenin had made a similar point earlier. It is now essential that communists in every country should quite consciously take into account the concrete features which struggle assumes and must invariably assume in each country, in conformity with the special character of its economics, politics, culture, and national composition. 59. As we can see, however, it was not a simple thing for loyal communists to achieve the kind of balanced approach Lenin sought to convey. Many attempted to do this. One of these was described many years later by Harry Braverman. He spoke to us in the accents of the Russian Revolution and of the Leninism which had gone forth from the Soviet Union in the 20s and the 30s. But there was in his voice something more which attracted us. And that was the echoes of the radicalism of the pre-World War I years, the popular radicalism of Debs, Haywood, and John Reed. And he spoke with great force and passion. 60. This was James P. Cannon, one of the founders of American communism, one of many who, as he himself put it, learned to do away forever with the idea that a revolutionary movement, aiming at power, can be led by people who practice socialism as an avocation. Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek, Bukharin, these were our teachers. We began to be educated in an entirely different spirit from the old lackadaisical socialist party, in the spirit of revolutionists who take ideas and program very seriously. Moreover, in Cannon's opinion, the honest and capable help we got from Lenin, Trotsky and the whole Comintern in 1921 and 1922 on the trade union question, and on the underground and legal questions, enabled us to solve the problems and liquidate the old factional fights. There was another vital question on which, Cannon has argued, the influence of the Communist International was highly beneficial. Even before the First World War and the Russian Revolution, Lenin and the Bolsheviks were distinguished from all other tendencies in the international socialist and labor movement by their concern with the problems of oppressed nations and national minorities, and affirmative support of their struggles for freedom, independence, and the right of self-determination. After November 1917, this new doctrine with special emphasis on the Negroes began to be transmitted to the American Communist movement with the authority of the Russian Revolution behind it. The Russians in the Comintern started on the American Communists with the harsh, insistent demand that they shake off their own unspoken prejudices, pay attention to the special problems and grievances of the American Negroes, go to work among them, and champion their cause in the white community. Cannon sums up the early influence of the Communist International in this way: the power the Russians exerted over the American movement in that early time was ideological, not administrative. They changed and reshaped the thinking of the young American communists by explanation and persuasion, not by command, and the effect was clarifying and enlightening, and altogether beneficent for the provincial American movement. 61. It could be argued that, since he remained a Leninist until the day he died, Cannon was tailoring reality to his ideological preferences. Yet his account of the early experience of American communists coincides, in large measure, with what one can cull from the posthumously published memoirs of his erstwhile comrade Bertram D. Wolfe, who became a professional anti-Leninist for the last 3 decades of his life. According to Wolfe, before 1925 it was not the case that all important decisions for the American Communist Party were being made in Moscow. In fact, in the early 1920s, the first decisions made in Moscow were salutary and beneficial. He continues, "I rejoiced that the Communist International had pressured us to end our factionalism and set up an open, legal, unified party." He also explains, "However much we were inspired by Lenin's success in Russia and by the revolutionary movements that seemed to be sweeping through Central Europe, we had no thought of becoming a mere adjunct and agency of the Russian Communist Party. Even though we were beginning to get peremptory notes from Zinoviev and not too knowledgeable, but forceful and didactic, letters from Lenin, I still believed that they were intended only as helpful suggestions, often exciting ones, and as successful examples to imitate after adapting them to American conditions, but not as categorical commands." 62. The fact remains that the dominance of the Russian party within the Communist International was unquestioned. Lenin himself was quite explicit about this, although he sought to articulate it with a distinctly non-authoritarian balance. Leadership in the Revolutionary Proletarian International has passed for a short time, it goes without saying to the Russians, just as at various periods of the 19th century it was in the hands of the British, then of the French, then of the Germans. Zinoviev made a similar point to a young foreign communist who had come to Moscow to work on the staff of the ECCI. Abroad there is frequent talk about a Moscow dictatorship over the Comintern. You will see for yourself that we would be overly happy if the foreigners would take upon their shoulders part of this dictatorship. It is too bad that they do so little of it. I hope someday we will be able to transfer the entire dictatorship to you foreigners, and shift the executive committee from Moscow to Berlin or Paris." Typically, however, he linked this with the emphasis on the central authority of the ECCI. On the 5th anniversary of the Third International he stressed the need to work still more consciously and methodically at the strengthening of international discipline within our ranks and at converting the Comintern into a really unified international communist party, guided by one center for the time being for a very short time, from Moscow, such a center being transferred to a country with a more numerous proletariat upon the first decisive victory over the bourgeoisie. 63. It seems clear that Zinoviev sincerely hoped that such prophecies would come to pass, and that he had a genuine concern for the success of revolutionary movements and struggles in other countries. It is painful to blunder within one's own party, he wrote shortly after Lenin's death, but still more fearful was Lenin of making mistakes that would affect the workers of other countries. He first of all imparted to us this feeling of devoutness to the affairs of the International. He taught us to approach the questions which affect the German peasants and the Chinese coolies, the American Negroes and the French workers with a warm heart and a cool head. Look long before you jump, for it is the sacred cause of the working classes of the whole world. This is what he taught us. 64 In the mid-1920s, when it became clear that Stalin was determined to subordinate revolutionary internationalism to the bureaucratically defined national interests of the Soviet Union, Zinoviev became a leading oppositionist. From shortly before Lenin's death until 1925, however, he and Stalin were closely allied and shared authoritarian organizational impulses. Thus Zinoviev played a mixed role in the life of the International of which he was president. Increasingly, he gave Leninism an authoritarian twist, as we have seen from his definition of democratic centralism. It will be of great benefit for the parties of all countries, he commented, if they acquire a fear of the Communist International. On another occasion he asserted that the chief conclusion of the proletarian revolution is the need for an iron, organized and monolithic party. In his discussion of Lenin and the party at the time of Lenin's death, Zinoviev chose to underscore that the party should be built from above, with unlimited iron discipline and relentless iron discipline. According to Trotsky, Lenin had been a moderating influence on the centralist predilections of Zinoviev and others in the ECCI, but when Lenin ceased working, the ultra-centralist manner of handling questions was the one which triumphed. Victor Serge, who worked under Zinoviev, later recalled that in the International he was a man of shady little schemes, at home the exponent of repression. Into ideological struggles, he introduces intrigue and trickery in increasing doses, by gradual steps he introduces repression in the party. Another who worked under Zinoviev in the International, Alfred Rosmer, wrote in his memoirs of the Zinovievite Bolshevization undertaken immediately after Lenin's death, through which communism itself was reduced to the level of maneuver. All too often, practices that had little to do with the successful development of Bolshevism up through 1917 but that were now deemed to be expedient were elevated to the rank of principle and incorporated into what came to be known throughout the world as Leninism. 65. An additional element also assumed central importance in this period, which would have fateful and ultimately fatal consequences for the Communist International. It was expressed as early as 1924 in an article entitled Under the Leadership of Russia, by the Finnish communist and Comintern functionary O.W. Kosinen. Renegades and enemies repeatedly accused the Communist International of aiding the foreign policy of Soviet Russia, wrote Kosinen. To us as communists it would be a matter of joy to be able to render efficient aid to the socialist power of the Soviets. He also emphasized that the Communist International possesses in the Russian leadership, in the person of its chairman and of the Russian delegation as well as of the Central Committee of the RCP, an accumulated stock of far-reaching revolutionary experience, of Marxian leadership and of proven ability, which are requisite to the historic tasks of the Communist International. 66 Yet what if the Russian leadership, while maintaining revolutionary Marxist pretenses, would become cynical about revolutionary movements in other countries and make foreign policy decisions simply on the basis of narrowly perceived national self-interest? Throughout the latter half of the 1920s, internal factional fights in the Russian Communist Party were to have devastating repercussions throughout the Communist International, particularly as the triumphant Stalin faction imposed its own authoritarian interpretation of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. By the 1930s many revolutionaries who did not believe that healthy and indigenous communist parties could develop by blindly following commands from Moscow, like James P. Cannon and Bertram D. Wolfe, found themselves expelled. Some, like Wolfe, became bitterly disillusioned, grew to hate the movement to which they had devoted the whole of their lives, and began identifying Bolshevism with the totalitarian order they perceived as developing under Stalin. They ultimately transferred their loyalties and energies to combating the communist threat through such bulwarks of Western democracy as the U.S. State Department and the Central Intelligence Agency. Others, like Cannon, remained true to the revolutionary commitments of their youth, laboring to retrieve the historic lessons of Bolshevism and the fundamental principles that guided Lenin. In this way they hoped to help advance the struggle for workers' democracy and socialism. For the millions of revolutionary-minded people, on the other hand, who remained loyal to a communist international under the leadership of Russia, the understanding of what constituted genuine principles of Leninist organization assumed a form that was qualitatively different from the principles that had guided the Bolsheviks in their own revolutionary struggle. For a note on Lenin's authority. Here it may be useful to take up once again a question we addressed earlier, though now on a broader scale, the nature of Lenin's authority in the Russian Communist Party, which also came to be felt in the world communist movement as well as throughout Russia. There is little to suggest that Lenin was motivated by the desire to rule alone, as Robert V. Daniels has put it, or that he placed himself above democratic centralist norms after his party came to power. Yet his ideas and personality had immense influence. Even the reminiscences of ex-communists confirm Theodore Draper's comment that Lenin's personal influence was one of communism's most important assets in the early period following the Bolshevik Revolution. Observing Lenin at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, in 1922, Max Eastman was moved to describe him as the most powerful man I ever saw on the platform. I do not know how to define the nature of his power, except to say that he is a granite mountain of sincerity. You feel that he is all there for you, you are receiving the whole man. Years later, although an ardent anti-communist, Eastman continued to feel that it was as though Lenin were taking us inside his mind and showing us how the truth looks. He was as selfless as any of the saints. Every act and every judgment of his was directed toward that goal that, as a Marxist, he believed would free the world from its age-old miseries. 67. Another ex-communist, writing under the pseudonym Epsilon, recalled that he has the ability to destroy the ideas of a man without touching the man himself. He himself does not hesitate to admit a blunder that he has committed, with complete frankness. There is no trace of personal vanity in him. Writing of Lenin as he was in 1921, at the Third Congress of the Communist International, he offers these impressions: what is the measure of this man's greatness? I believe it is the complete fusion of his own individual self with his historical task that has raised him above all others. This required the ability to solve the stupendous contradictions between the duties of a revolutionary statesman and the desires and dreams of a revolutionary idealist. In fact, this ability had become second nature. At the same time, however, Lenin had to guard against setting himself apart from his revolutionary comrades, and had to master the art of acting as a first among equals. This calls for continuous incessant self-control, a daily victory over the temptations of power. 68. Robert C. Tucker writes that events in the revolutionary period so often vindicated Lenin's political judgment that a saying became common in leading party circles: vote with Ilyich and you won't be wrong. Yet Lenin refused to accept this dynamic, which could seriously weaken the revolutionary fiber of his party. When one leading Bolshevik sent him a note that included the comment "the Central Committee c'est vous," Lenin felt compelled to object, pointing out, "On organizational and personal questions I have been in the minority countless times. You yourself saw many instances when you were a Central Committee member." Tucker comments that Lenin's authority in the final analysis derived from his extraordinary qualities as a revolutionary leader and political personality. Lenin believed that revolutionary leadership could be preserved not by force of power but by force of authority, by force of energy, by greater experience, greater versatility, and greater talentedness, as he himself put it in 1902. Tucker comments, formally, he was on a par with the other full members, his vote counted for no more than theirs. The acceptance of Lenin's authority did not mean that the other leaders were indisposed to disagree with him on specific policy questions. Automatic acquiescence in his position was not expected. The whole previous history of Bolshevik leadership politics militate against any such dictatorial relationship of the leader to his followers. 69. And yet a growing element of adulation spontaneously arose after the Bolshevik Revolution. Ypsilon recalled that Lenin always concluded his speeches in a logical, never a rhetorical way. But whatever the ending, the ovations never ended, and unfailingly Lenin suffered the same painful embarrassment each time. Quickly he would gather his papers together. Eyes lowered, face closed, he would disappear as fast as possible from sight. When he leaves the hall, all eyes follow him as if afraid to lose sight of his slight figure. Deeply disturbed by this and similar developments, Lenin discreetly took steps to curb it. "It's shameful," he commented to a trusted comrade. "They write about me, that I am like this and that and so on, exaggerating everything, calling me a genius, a kind of extraordinary man. There is an element of mysticism in all of this. All our lives we fought against exalting the individual, against the elevation of the single person. And here it comes up again, the glorification of one personality. This is not good at all. I am just like everybody else. This is superfluous and harmful, and goes against our conviction and our view on the role of personality." 70. After his death in early 1924, Lenin was converted into a kind of deity. His successor, Joseph Stalin, willingly assumed deification while still alive, and under the mantle of Lenin's most devoted pupil really did establish an iron grip over the party apparatus. Although all of this has been graced with the Leninist label, it has little in common with the thought and practice of Lenin himself. Respect for Lenin's ideas and impressive human qualities preclude transforming him into an icon. Genuine democratic centralism did not prevent those with greater experience and talent from earning an authority that made them first among equals, but under Lenin there was no place for those who were more equal than others. Leaders were also members of a party whose democratic norms applied to all. Tragically, this tradition was being undermined in Lenin's last years as the Bolsheviks were entangled in the mounting crisis overwhelming the Soviet Republic. His final illness and death removed an important obstacle to the further degeneration of Bolshevism. 5. Bureaucratization after Lenin. The bureaucratic degeneration of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union cannot be understood if we attempt to tease it out of the particular ideas on organization that Lenin presented in 1902. Something more can be gained, however, if we turn to an even earlier text from Marx, The German Ideology, 1845, where it is argued that for communism the development of productive forces is an absolutely necessary practical premise, because without it want is merely made general, and with destitution the struggle for necessities and all the old filthy business would necessarily be reproduced. 90 years later, Trotsky utilized this insight and explained that the basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption, with the resulting struggle of each against all. When there is enough goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there is little goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it is necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy. 71. The policemen/bureaucrats naturally made sure that their own needs were met first of all, and soon their function came to be not merely to keep order in the face of poverty, but also to defend their own material privileges. Although a ceiling was initially imposed on the earnings of communists working in the state and party apparatus, this party maximum, as it was called, was gradually made more elastic, especially with the inauguration of the new economic policy. A veteran of the Communist International, Joseph Berger, recalls that as long as Lenin was alive something more than lip service was paid to it. The change came with Stalin and his high material rewards to his supporters. In preparation for the final struggle with the opposition, the struggle against privilege was finally given up. 72. The opposition to which Berger refers was formed in 1926, containing such people as Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Krupskaya. They opposed policies advanced by Stalin, who had support from much of the party and state apparatus that subordinated revolutionary internationalism to the notion of creating socialism in one country, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. They also advocated a more conscientious plan for creating an industrial basis for the country's economic development, while improving the conditions of the workers and expanding their role in decision-making. More than this, they denounced the bureaucratic perversion of the party apparatus, warning that the methods of mechanical adjudication are preparing new splits and cleavages, new removals, new expulsions, new pressures with respect to the party as a whole. This system inevitably constricts the leading summit, reduces its authority and compels it to replace its ideological authority with doubled and tripled pressure. Genuine discipline is shaken apart and replaced by subordination to the influential figures in the apparatus. This opposition engaged in a series of fights for the defense or revival of a genuinely Leninist party, while many oppositionists finally capitulated in the face of immense pressures. Thousands of heroic people endured hardship and ultimately death because they continued to resist. 73. Stalin's temporary ally in the fight against the oppositionists, Nikolai Bukharin, argued that their very existence as an opposition was intolerable because the party is unitary in its structure, that is, represents a structure excluding any independent and autonomous groups, functions, organized currents, etc. The opposition was crushed, with many being pressured into renouncing their views and the others being sent to prison camps. When Bukharin himself came into opposition against new policies of Stalin, a badly organized plan for rapid industrialization and for collectivization of the land, which constituted a violent and authoritarian revolution from above, Stalin suppressed him, with the reminder that freedom for factional squabbling among groups of intellectuals is not inter-party democracy. After engineering Bukharin's defeat, Stalin declared, "When 99% of our party vote for the party and against the opposition, that is real, genuine proletarian unity as there has not been in our party before." 74. Leopold Trepper, a dedicated communist who was to organize the heroic anti-Nazi espionage network known as the Red Orchestra during World War II, lived in Moscow during this transitional period. His later reminiscences are worthy of note. During Lenin's lifetime, political life among the Bolsheviks was always very animated. At the congresses, in the plenums, at the meetings of the Central Committee, militants said frankly what they thought. This democratic and often bitter clash of opinions gave the party its cohesion and vitality. From the moment Stalin extended his power over the party machine, however, even old Bolsheviks no longer dared to oppose his decisions or even discuss them. Some kept silent and suffered inwardly, others withdrew from active political life. Worse, many militants publicly supported Stalin's positions although they did not approve of them. This terrible hypocrisy accelerated the inner demoralization of the party. Along with the cult of Stalin there developed the cult of the party. The party cannot be wrong, the party never makes a mistake, you cannot be right if you oppose the party. The party is sacred. Whatever the party says through the mouth of its Secretary General is the gospel truth. To question it is sacrilege. There is no salvation outside the party, and if you are not with the party, you are against it. These were the unspoken truths that were beaten into the heads of skeptics. As for heretics, they were doomed to excommunication. 75. In 1938 Max Schachtman made an interesting point. In the days of illegality and thin purses, under Tsarist despotism the Russian party nevertheless held 4 regular congresses between July 1903 and May 1907. Of party conferences under Tsarism, there were 8, from the Tammerfors meeting in 1905 to the Provino meeting in 1913. In the revolutionary period, between the overthrow of the Tsar and the death of Lenin, the party held 8 regular party congresses, and 7 conferences. Under the Stalinist bureaucracy, the Bolshevik Party, if it may be called that, has been allowed to meet in Congress, again, if it may be called that, only 4 times in more than 13 years. The party met more often under the Tsar. 76. In terms of program, morale, and internal organizational norms and activity, the party of Lenin had under the banner of Leninism passed out of existence. But the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was to be debolshevized in more ways than these. The extreme stresses of industrialization and the degree of violence with which the peasantry was repressed during the collectivization process created a dynamic resulting in a massive purge of the party, accompanied by arrests, executions, and imprisonment for perhaps 500,000 party members. Although 40% of the delegates to the 17th Party Congress, in 1934, had been Bolsheviks in 1917, this figure had dropped to 5% at the 1939 18th Party Congress. Of all the members of the Bolshevik Central Committee of 1917, only Stalin remained in the party leadership after the purges. 77. New studies are beginning to appear on this period that deserve close attention. J. Getty, in a challenging interpretation of the Great Purges of the 1930s, has suggested that they were often populist, even subversive, constituting a radical, even hysterical reaction to bureaucracy. The entrenched office holders were destroyed from above and below in a chaotic wave of voluntarism and revolutionary puritanism. There are serious problems with this view. Not all entrenched office holders were destroyed. Those above, Stalin and his closest circle, eliminated real and imagined rivals with the enthusiastic assistance and sometimes even overzealous initiative of ambitious bureaucrats from below, with considerable populist, radical, and even Marxist rhetoric, to be sure. On the other hand, Getty raises interesting questions about whether an untrained and uneducated bureaucracy in a huge, developing peasant country somehow functioned and obeyed well enough to be termed totalitarian. He suggests that the party in the 1930s was inefficient, fragmented, split several ways by internal conflict. Organizational relationships seem more primitive than totalitarian. 78. If totalitarian means something akin to what is described in Orwell's 1984 or the inhumanly efficient apparatus of evil described by Cold War ideologists, then Getty has a point here, but if we define it as attempting to subjugate to the state all functions of the country's social, political, and ideological life and crushing the slightest manifestations of criticism and independent opinion, regardless of clumsiness and inefficiency on the part of those who would do the crushing, Getty's argument is overstated. Getty tells us that the party in the 30s was neither monolithic or disciplined. Here too, it depends on one's frame of reference. Surely the Communist Party was more monolithic in 1938 than it was in 1918, despite the nuances and tensions and divergences that one can find among adherents of the obligatory orthodoxy of Stalinized Marxism-Leninism. Discipline, too, surely had a more unyielding character once the correct line was handed down from above, regardless of the infractions and ambiguities that can be documented. At the same time, however, we can find valuable insights as Getty develops his point. Its upper ranks were divided, and its lower organizations were disorganized, chaotic, undisciplined. Moscow leaders were divided on policy issues, and central leaders were at odds with territorial secretaries whose organizations suffered from internal disorder and conflict. A bloated party membership containing political illiterates and apolitical opportunists plus a lazy and unresponsive regional leadership was hardly the formula for a Leninist party. Such a clumsy and unwieldy organization could not have been an efficient and satisfying instrument for Moscow's purposes. Having little sympathy for Leon Trotsky, he nonetheless is struck by the great revolutionary's particularly lucid analysis of Stalin's role. Trotsky noted that Stalin was the front man, the symbol of the bureaucracy. In Trotsky's view, Stalin did not create the bureaucracy but vice versa. Stalin was a manifestation of a bureaucratic phenomenon, Stalin is the personification of the bureaucracy. That is the substance of the political personality. Getty argues that Stalin did not initiate or control everything that happened in the party and country. The number of hours in the day, divided by the number of things for which he was responsible, suggests that his role in many areas could have been little more than occasional intervention, prodding, threatening, or correcting. He was an executive, and reality forced him to delegate most of his authority to his subordinates, each of whom had his own opinions, client groups, and interests. Getty concludes, it is not necessary for us to put Stalin in day-to-day control of events to judge him. A chaotic local bureaucracy, a quasi-feudal network of politicians accustomed to arresting people, and a set of perhaps insoluble political and social problems created an atmosphere conducive to violence. All it took from Stalin were catalytic and probably ad hoc interventions to spark an uncontrolled explosion. 79. Yet the results of all this were proclaimed by pro-Stalin communists and fierce opponents of communism alike a triumph of genuine Leninism and a model of how an efficient revolutionary party deals with internal dangers. This naturally affected the manner in which millions of people throughout the world were to understand the Leninist conception of the party. 6. The fate of the Comintern. George Orwell once made an interesting observation: in abbreviating a name one narrowed and subtly altered its meaning, by cutting out most of the associations that would otherwise cling to it. The words Communist International, for instance, call up a composite picture of universal brotherhood, red flags, barricades, Karl Marx, and the Paris Commune. The word Comintern, on the other hand, suggests merely a tightly knit organization and a well-defined body of doctrine. It refers to something almost as easily recognized, and as limited in purpose, as a chair or table. Comintern is a word that can be uttered almost without taking thought, whereas Communist International is a phrase over which one is obliged to linger at least momentarily. 80. Orwell captures something here of the transformation experienced by the Third International from 1919 to the 1930s. Of course, the abbreviation had currency before Stalin's triumph and continued to be utilized by many dissident communists who remained loyal to the original ideals of the Bolshevik Revolution. Nor were the ranks of the mainstream of the world communist movement devoid of sincere supporters of Stalin who were, non-nihilists, profoundly idealistic and heroic fighters for social justice. 81 But the movement to which they had committed their loyalties and energies had norms and an orientation that had changed dramatically since the time of Lenin. There was an essential element of critical thinking, a vital revolutionary consistency that passed out of existence with the transition from Lenin to Stalin. As Trotsky protested as early as 1928, the living, active parties were being subordinated to the control of the revolutionary order of an irremovable governmental bureaucracy, and theory, ceasing to be an instrument of foresight and knowledge, has become an administrative technical tool. There was in the Comintern a substitution of strictly administrative measures for independent activity, for self-criticism, for the capacity of self-orientation. 82. In 1932 a leading spokesman for the Comintern perspective in the United States, William Z. Foster, explained that the Communist Party of the United States is the American section of the Communist International. The Communist International is a disciplined world party. Only such a party can defeat world imperialism. Its leading party, by virtue of its great revolutionary experience, is the Russian Communist Party. In its general work it applies the principles of democratic centralism, even as its affiliated parties do in their respective countries. That is, the policies of the International are worked out jointly with the several parties and then applied in the usual disciplined communist way. The Italian communist leader Palmiro Togliatti, however, had pointed out 6 years before, of course, we have the statutes of the International which guarantee certain rights to certain comrades, but there is something else which is not contained in these statutes. That is the position of the Russian party in the International, its leading function that goes beyond the limits of the statutes. 83. This had certain implications in the 1920s, as the Stalin leadership assumed dominance within the Comintern. Communist parties around the world experienced a Bolshevization campaign, initiated in Moscow, to recast them in a more Leninist mold as defined by the Stalin leadership. 84 As a result, there were shakeups and ultimately expulsions in all sections of the Comintern. One example we will touch on here brings us back to a person discussed in an earlier chapter, Sigasaev, the leading Bolshevik committeeman in Petersburg during the early days of 1905, who assumed a responsible position in the Comintern apparatus and was sent, clandestinely, as the Comintern representative to the United States in 1925. In the American Communist Party of that period, a factional rift had developed between a current led by Charles Ruthenberg and dominated by a group of bright and energetic politicos headed by J. Lovestone, and a current more oriented to indigenous labor radical traditions, whose leading personalities were William Z. Foster and James P. Cannon. The Foster Cannon bloc had a majority and seemed more inclined toward developing a homegrown left-wing orientation. Gusev, then a soft-spoken, roly-poly man in his 50s, arrived on the scene with the authority not only of his present position, but also of having been among the original old Bolsheviks who had worked closely with Lenin. Theodore Draper writes that he spoke sparingly in a slow, methodical English or German, and ended all discussions with a finality that precluded further disagreement. It was widely assumed that Gusev would use his authority and experience to help break down the faction walls in the American Party, in order to unify it, with Foster, Ruthenberg, Cannon, and Lovestone being transformed into a dynamic leadership team. Cannon later recalled, "I was then a convinced Cominternist. I had faith in the wisdom and also in the fairness of the Russian leaders. At the time, none of the American communists were aware that Stalin's influence was being consolidated within the Comintern." Gusev's arrival in the United States, as Theodore Draper has shown, was one of Stalin's first moves to wrest control of the International from Zinoviev. Bertram Wolfe, then a member of the Lovestone faction who knew Gusev quite well, later recalled that in the faction fight going on in the Russian Party he was a supporter of Stalin, and, because of certain experiences in the Red Army during the Civil War, a bitter enemy of Trotsky. Gusev was sent to spread the Russian fight to the American Party and to weaken the Foster faction because it contained a number of people, including one of its leaders, James P. Cannon, who were inclined to Trotsky. He was going to the American Party to deepen the fight, strengthen the Lovestone-Ruthenberg faction, and weaken, even destroy, the strength of the Foster Cannon faction. 85. At the 1925 party convention, Gusev presented a telegram from Moscow noting that it has finally become clear that the Ruthenberg group is more loyal to decisions of the Communist International and stands closer to its views. It demanded an equal division of the leadership between the majority and minority, concluding that those who refuse to submit will be expelled. Although Foster almost openly rebelled, he was restrained by those, like Cannon, who had greater faith in the Comintern. After this 50-50 parity between majority and minority was accepted, Gusev informed the American comrades that as Comintern representative, he would be a voting member of the political committee and would throw his vote to the minority because it was more loyal to the Comintern. 86. Wolfe, who shared in the rejoicing of the Ruthenberg-Lovestone group over their victory, did have inner qualms, but he expressed them only much later. "This is no way to win a majority. If we get a majority because the Comintern says we are more loyal to the Communist International and closer to its views, someday it might send the same message concerning another group, call it more loyal, etc., and then our majority would be lost. The only majority that counts is the one you get by winning the conviction of every individual member on the merits of your arguments, your actions, and your views." 87. But that is not how the new Lovestone majority functioned. It sought to display its loyalty to the Stalinized Comintern in numerous ways, and Wolfe himself misused his knowledge of Russian language sources to produce a classic of polemical dishonesty, the Trotsky opposition, and to make, as he put it, my own contribution to the Stalin cult. In 1928 Lovestone and Wolfe presided over the expulsion of Cannon and others on charges of Trotskyism. Yet before the decade was over, the Lovestone leadership itself was in disagreement with the Stalin leadership on the question of tactics in the United States, and it was quickly transformed into a minority and expelled. Years later, Lovestone commented, "I reaped a harvest of my own sowing. I was largely responsible for that mechanical concept of loyalty to the Communist International, and it came home to roost with its claws in my eyes." And Cannon remembered that the experience of the 1920s was difficult to live through without sliding into cynicism, as did so many others good companions in earlier endeavors. 88. The Comintern interventions, and the cynicism they generated, did little to help the American communists develop according to the actual model of Bolshevism. Some of the victims, such as Lovestone and Wolfe, gradually gravitated toward professional anti-communism. Others kept their faith in communism intact by becoming uncritical admirers of Stalin and believing that a healthy socialist society was being built in the Soviet Union. They went along with other interventions by Stalin in their party, including, in 1930, the elevation to the party leadership of an underling in Foster's shattered faction, Earl Browder, and Browder's dramatic demotion and expulsion 15 years later. The general line of the American Communist Party was also determined from outside. From 1928 to 1934, the Comintern leadership maintained an extreme ultra-left and sectarian orientation apparently designed, bureaucratically, to force revolutionary breakthroughs that would end Russian isolation. By 1935, however, the line shifted, as the Stalin leadership began to place hopes in the possibility of establishing friendly ties with liberal capitalist governments through an alliance opposing Nazi Germany. The task of Comintern affiliates was no longer to lead socialist revolutions but to defend democratic capitalist regimes. Now the toiling masses in a number of capitalist countries are faced with the necessity of making a definite choice, stated Comintern spokesman Georgy Dimitrov, and of making it today, not between proletarian dictatorship and bourgeois democracy, but between bourgeois democracy and fascism. 89. Even after the formal dissolution of the Comintern in 1943, to satisfy the Soviet Union's capitalist allies during World War II, the Stalinist dynamics within the world communist movement remained intact. For innumerable revolutionary militants operating in this context, it became almost impossible to maintain a clear and coherent understanding of actual Leninist principles. After Stalin died, in 1953, and after dramatic changes, such as the Yugoslav and Chinese revolutions, began to affect the world communist movement, the legacy of Stalinism continued to have a profound influence. When Nikita Khrushchev exposed many of Stalin's crimes in 1956, a central component of many communists' faith was shattered. Yet much of the Stalinist tradition and the bureaucratic dynamics underlying it remain intact to this day, continuing to affect how Leninism is understood. 90. Our study of what kind of party actually led the working class to victory in 1917, however, indicates that there is a considerable difference between bureaucratized Leninism and the Bolshevik-Leninist current of 1903 to 1923. 13. Conclusion. Marxism will go through many vicissitudes of fortune, perhaps even eclipses. Its power, conditioned by the course of history, nonetheless appears to be inexhaustible. For its base is knowledge integrated with the necessity for revolution. Victor Serge 1. The Bolsheviks are not unjustified in claiming Marx as their own. Do you know? Marx had a strong Bolshevik streak in him. Edward Bernstein 2. Read Lenin again, be careful. C. Wright Mills 3. In 1920 Lenin reviewed the history of the Bolsheviks for the benefit of revolutionaries in other countries who sought lessons from the Russian experience that might be useful in their own situations. As a current of political thought and as a political party, Bolshevism has existed since 1903, Lenin wrote, but he immediately added, only the history of Bolshevism during the entire period of its existence can satisfactorily explain why it has been able to build up and maintain, under the most difficult conditions, the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat. Many sympathetic and hostile commentators have sought the golden key to Bolshevism's success in the study of the organizational structure that supposedly generated such discipline. But Lenin warns that without certain conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrase-mongering and clowning, for this has certainly proved to be the case for many would-be Leninist organizations. Lenin enumerates three prerequisites of the discipline needed for the revolutionary victory: the class consciousness and devotion to revolution of significant elements of the working class, whom Lenin terms the revolutionary vanguard, the ability of this proletarian vanguard to link up and, if you wish, merge in a certain measure, with the broadest masses of working people, the correctness of the political leadership of the revolutionary vanguard, and the understanding of this by the broad masses on the basis of their own experience. Without these conditions, Lenin writes, discipline in a revolutionary party really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole of society, cannot be achieved. On the other hand, these conditions cannot emerge at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by a correct revolutionary theory, which, in turn, is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. 5. It is worth reflecting on this. First of all, we should consider the word discipline, which Lenin stresses. It can be defined in two very different ways, according to Webster's New World Dictionary. On the one hand, it can mean training that develops self-control, character, or orderliness and efficiency. On the other hand, it can mean submission to authority or control and treatment that corrects or punishes. The kind of discipline Lenin is talking about, the very way in which he describes its possibility, has little to do with blind submission to authority, but rather requires a kind of training that enhances self-control, character, efficiency. A revolutionary vanguard cannot simply proclaim its existence and expect people to submit to its dictates. It must prove itself by growing into what it aspires to be. It must, through prolonged effort and hard-won experience, transform itself into a truly relevant and revolutionary political force. It can do so only by utilizing a correct revolutionary theory, not as a dogma but as a body of thought that assumes final shape in the context of mass movements and revolutionary struggles. The vision Lenin offers us is not of a self-righteous and authoritarian sect. It is the vision of a determined, principled but also open and evolving collectivity in which the knowledge, self-control, and character of its members grow through their collectively, democratically, directed effort and their common pool of accumulated experience. Such a collectivity must grow in a way that is true to, and capable of developing and refining, serious revolutionary theory, thereby enabling it to light up paths for successful struggles. It must grow in a way that is integrated into the life and experiences and struggles of working people and the oppressed. Only then will it have proved to be a revolutionary vanguard. It may be added that this two-pronged proviso also indicates the two essential dimensions of the revolutionary program. Ultimately, the hard-won authority of such a vanguard can result in the coordination of nationwide efforts that can match and overcome the power and efficiency of reactionary and capitalist forces. This is the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat, of fundamentally democratic and popular discipline in which self-control and self-initiative, efficiency, and creativity, are blended on a massive scale. This cannot be achieved easily, but can be realized only through a long and difficult process. The very structure, the internal norms, the operational mode of the revolutionary organization summed up in the elastic concept of democratic centralism must be designed to facilitate that process. What must be encouraged is neither a loose federation of radical circles and freelance activists nor a monolithic entity in which all members attempt to transform themselves into interchangeable parts, simply carrying out the political line and campaigns dictated by all-knowing leaders. Rather, the revolutionary organization must be a cohesive whole, with a variety of critical-minded individuals who are committed to working together for a common goal. There will inevitably be and must be different shades of opinion, some of which will cohere around one or another view on how the organization should proceed. The formation of principled groups and tendencies is sometimes necessary for the organization to achieve political clarity, to test one or another perspective, and to move forward. All of the different groups and tendencies in the organization will then be able to learn from the experience gained, which may lead to a reshuffling or dissolution of the groupings in the organization. It is also possible that the differences will sharpen. Sometimes differences will involve such a divergence in orientation, or will cover such a breadth of issues, that they will assume the quality of a programmatic divergence, necessitating the need for a factional struggle and perhaps a split in the organization. At times, the consequent experience gained will narrow the differences and yield a convergence of separate organizations into one. All of this can be found in the history of Bolshevism and Lenin's conception of the organizational principles of the Revolutionary Party. It is worth recalling that democratic centralism was not a distinctly Leninist concept, but was embraced by the bulk of those in the revolutionary workers' movement in Russia. It was fully consistent, however, with the serious and principled attitude toward organizational norms, the structuring and coordination of revolutionary activity, that Lenin, more than most Marxists, displayed with remarkable consistency from the 1890s to the 1920s. There was a great flexibility in the way this principle was applied in various situations. But, from the early period of study circles and networks of activist committees, to the later period of a mass working-class vanguard party, Lenin believed that revolutionary socialists must be committed to organizational forms and principles that involve democratically deciding what should be done and then actually implementing the democratically made decisions. Those who have objected that such notions are authoritarian, and more recently those who have argued that such Leninism is appropriate only in revolutionary periods, seem to place a question mark over the very idea of an activist organization of revolutionary socialists working together to advance the struggle of the working class. 6 For those who want to get together with other socialists simply for educational discussion purposes, while being free to do whatever practical political work they please, or not to do any such work at all, this shrugging off of Leninism is a reasonable stance. But for those prepared to engage in serious efforts to build a genuinely revolutionary movement, it is difficult to imagine a coherent alternative to the basic orientation that guided Lenin for 3 decades. We can conclude from our study that Lenin's organizational perspective was fundamentally democratic in its basic principles, in its goals, and in its application. It was consistent as well both with the proletarian democratic principles and with the scientific socialist and practical revolutionary framework that characterized the political thought of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Only in the final years of Bolshevism under Lenin, from 1918 to 1924, do serious ambiguities and contradictions crop up in the Leninist perspective. Yet these flow from problems inherent in the desperate Russian conditions, and in a sense also in Marxism and 20th-century reality, rather than from any authoritarian problematic in the distinct organizational concepts of Lenin himself. 7 Many thus conclude that the Bolshevik tradition, Marxism, socialism, or 20th-century humanity face a crisis to which there are no solutions. Others would argue, to the contrary, that the solutions simply remain to be created by people like ourselves, and that there is much of value in the Leninist experience for understanding and overcoming the problems with which humanity is confronted. It is difficult to disagree with C. Wright Mills's suggestion to the New Left in the early 1960s to read Lenin again, be careful. But the words in parentheses have often been translated into something like take it with a grain of salt or avoid becoming a Leninist. For critical-minded revolutionaries, however, they can have a less superficial meaning. Lev Kamina, in discussing Lenin's collected works, once commented Lenin did not write and could not have written a textbook of Leninism. I am even afraid that every attempt to expound the teaching of Lenin in paragraphs, divisions, and subdivisions, to create any kind of a handbook of Leninism, a collection of formulae applicable to all questions at any time, will certainly fail. Nothing would be more foreign to Lenin in his work than any tendency to catechism. He added that each of Lenin's writings is permeated through and through with the anxieties and lessons of a particular historical situation. Written under great pressure and concerned with a given situation. This is why we can only approach the real science of Lenin through a consideration of his complete works in the light of contemporary events. 8. There is a minor ambiguity in this insightful comment. Does Kamina mean relating Lenin's works to events contemporary to Lenin or to ourselves? Perhaps the most fruitful answer would be both. This would compel us to consider similarities and differences between Lenin's situation and our own. Despite the risks indicated by Kamina, many intelligent writers have sought to identify essential principles and elements of Lenin's organizational perspective. It may be useful to consider some of the more thoughtful of these, and then to conclude with some suggestions on the relevance of all this for countries such as the United States. 1. Reflections on the Leninist Party. In her reminiscences of the heroic but confused early days of German communism, the veteran militant Rosa Levine-Meyer makes a number of assertions that may seem unfashionable for many radicals of our own time. The role of the revolutionary leader in history is both over and underestimated, she writes, but its importance cannot be undervalued. True, the leader cannot create the national conditions which enable him to influence the course of history. On the other hand, the most favorable conditions can peter out without the so-called personal factor. Lenin warned that no difficulty was too complex for the ruling class to tackle and overcome, if we let them. In other words, without a party and a set of well-trained, able leaders, the world could not achieve its emancipation. 9. A commonplace of Marxism is that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. Another is Marx and Engels' assertion that the communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the movement. These notions are often counterposed to the kinds of points that Lenin makes, and to a fundamental assumption of Leninism. That assumption involves a conception of the way in which the proletariat will really gain its own class consciousness and be able to master and fully appreciate it, as George Lukács has put it. This does not happen of itself, either through the mechanical evolution of the economic forces of capitalism or through the simple organic growth of mass spontaneity. According to Lukács, the Leninist Party is the tangible embodiment of proletarian class consciousness. Of course, here class consciousness is being defined not simply as the actually existing ideas and outlooks of all working people, but rather as an understanding of the nature and total situation of the working class, combined with the immediate aim of the formation of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. The last passage is from the Communist Manifesto, and Marx and Engels write that this is also the immediate aim of all the other proletarian parties. One can only assume that if other parties claiming to be proletarian rejected this aim, then because the communists disdain to conceal their views and aims, according to Marx and Engels the two revolutionaries would favor communists forming a separate party. 10 In fact, Lukács suggests the proper understanding of the relationship between the revolutionary party of the proletariat and the class as a whole by quoting the following passage from the manifesto. The communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section which pushes forward all others; on the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 11. One suspects that Marx and Engels did not believe such consciousness would come to the working class as a whole spontaneously, given their belief that the most advanced section of the workers would have to organize under the communist banner and lead, or push forward, all others, and also given the lifelong effort of the two men to help transmit such consciousness to the labor movement. Lukács offers this summary: the party's role is to foresee the trajectory of the objective economic forces and to forecast what the appropriate actions of the working class must be in the situation so created. In keeping with this foresight, it must do as much as possible to prepare the proletarian masses intellectually, materially, and organizationally both for what lies ahead and how their interests relate to it. 12. Rosa Lenin attempted to convey more vividly a sense of what this means. Politics according to Lenin became a science, and without revolutionary theory no revolutionary practice. A leader of a modern revolution is therefore remote from the image of a daredevil with a mysterious capacity for inspiring blind obedience in the mob. The leader must be some steps ahead of the people, and this demands a broad outlook, the ability to draw historical parallels and a thorough acquaintance with world affairs, both past and present. Lenin demanded knowledge of the essential events in history and public life of every party member. As to the leaders, he insisted that to beat their counterparts they must absorb not only political and economic knowledge but the existing bourgeois culture as well. They can qualify for their role only by making politics their profession to the exclusion of any other striving. But knowledge, and even oratorical and literary talents must be regarded as mere accessories. The essential feature is dedication to the cause and readiness to pledge one's life to its service. Moreover, the leaders who lived up to these standards regarded their share as a privilege, preferable to all the temptations of a conventional life. 13. Turning his attention to a detailed analysis of the specific underlying components of the Leninist theory of organization, the science that Lenin refers to, Ernest Mondel has identified what he considers to be a dialectical unity of three elements, which he compresses into the following passage: a theory of the actuality of revolution for the underdeveloped countries in the imperialist epoch, which was later expanded to apply to the entire world in the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism, a theory of the discontinuous and contradictory development of proletarian class consciousness and of its most important stages, which should be differentiated from one another, and a theory of the essence of Marxist theory and its specific relationship to science on the one hand and to the proletarian class struggle on the other. 14. It may be useful to relate the elements identified by Mondel to what we have found in the present study. A sense of the actuality of revolution, we have seen, contributed to the vibrancy of Lenin's Marxism from the beginning, giving it a distinctively sharp edge in the early 1900s, making him more alive than most of his comrades to the possibilities of 1905, infusing the Bolshevik Party with a special dynamism in the years 1912 to 1914, and then dramatically deepening and expanding with the eruption of World War I, thereby contributing decisively to the triumph of 1917. It would be remarkable if Lenin's specific organizational perspectives were not profoundly affected by this kind of Marxism, and in fact they were thoroughly imbued with it even in the difficult years of 1907 to 1912, giving a meaning to the polemics and factional struggles of that muddy period often missed by latter-day commentators. Similarly, the understanding of the uneven and contradictory development of proletarian class consciousness is there in Lenin's thought from the 1890s onward. His contact with the early workers' movement revealed that some workers were conscious, some only partly so, some hardly at all. The development of such consciousness was neither simple nor automatic, and it required careful and determined efforts on the part of revolutionaries of both proletarian and non-proletarian origin to advance this development. Objective conditions and events played a crucial, but not exclusive, role. Ultimately, the hard work of conscious elements in certain sectors of the working class could not only advance the level of their own sector but help to influence and raise up other sectors as well. We have seen that this describes the history of the Russian labor movement, and it too was central to the orientation of the Bolsheviks. Finally, the special relation of Marxist theory to science and to the class struggle, again stressed in Lenin's writings and activity from the earliest days, is certainly fundamental to his organizational perspectives. Its fruits can be found in Lenin's own research and theoretical productions, the development of capitalism in Russia, materialism and empiricism and the philosophical notebooks, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the state and revolution. There are other such contributions by his comrades as well, and at the same time an infusion of this knowledge into the polemics and popularizations and practical activities of the movement. Mondel's comment on this is quite apt. The Leninist concept of the party is based upon the premise of a certain degree of autonomy of scientific analysis, and especially of Marxist theory. This theory, though conditioned by the unfolding of the proletarian class struggle and the first embryonic beginnings of the proletarian revolution, should not be seen as the mechanically inevitable product of the class struggle but as the result of a theoretical practice, or theoretical production, which is able to link up and unite with the class struggle only through a prolonged struggle. 15. And yet, as Rosa Levine-Meyer commented, a revolutionary party cannot stand aloof and revel in its cleverness and foresight. It must give a positive answer to the problem, where do we go from here? And it must offer comprehensive and practical answers to that question for the working class in particular. This was the point that Lukács sought to emphasize in such labored prose as this, but the masses can only learn through action, they can only become aware of their interests through struggle. The vanguard party of the proletariat can only fulfill its destiny in this conflict if it is always a step in front of the struggling masses, to show them the way. But only one step in front so that it always remains leader of their struggle. Its theoretical clarity is therefore only valuable if it does not stop at a general merely theoretical level, but always culminates in the concrete analysis of a concrete situation, in other words, if its theoretical correctness always expresses the sense of the concrete situation. James P. Cannon expressed it more matter-of-factly: the conscious socialists should act as a leaven in the instinctive and spontaneous movement of the working class. The leaven can help the dough to rise and eventually become a loaf of bread, but can never be a loaf of bread itself. Every tendency, direct or indirect, of a small revolutionary party to construct a world of its own, outside and apart from the real movement of the workers in the class struggle, is sectarian. 16. One might add that there are different varieties of sectarianism: ones that use crude Marxist jargon and fiercely polemicize against anything that moves in the living class struggle, but others that employ the most sophisticated concepts and highly intellectualized terminology, which remain impenetrable for most people and are equally divorced from living struggles. All of this was alien to Lenin's political practice. There are important connections between the political orientation we have been examining and the organizational forms associated with Leninism. Revolutionary Marxists stand for democratic centralism, writes Ernest Mondale. But the word centralization is not to be taken in the first place as an organizational dimension, and in no way whatsoever is it essentially an administrative one. It is political. What does centralization mean? It means centralization of experience, centralization of knowledge, centralization of conclusions drawn out of actual militancy. Here again, we see a tremendous danger for the working class and labor movement if there is no such centralization of experience. This is the danger of sectoralization and fragmentation, which does not enable anyone to draw adequate conclusions for action. Mondale also argues, mistakes in themselves are unavoidable. As Comrade Lenin said, the key for a revolutionary is not that he avoids making mistakes, nobody avoids making mistakes, but how he goes about correcting them. Without internal party democracy, without the non-banning of factions, without free public debate, you have great obstacles in correcting mistakes, and you will pay a heavy price for this. So we are absolutely in favor of the right to different tendencies, full internal democracy, and the non-banning of factions. I do not say the right to factions, because factions are a sign of illness in a party. In a healthy party you have no factions, a healthy party from the point of view of both the political line and the internal regime. But the right not to be thrown out of the party if you create a faction is a lesser evil than being thrown out, and stifling the internal life of a party through excessive forbidding of internal debate. 17. In 1924 the internal process that led to the Bolsheviks' triumph was perceptively discussed by the great Italian communist Antonio Gramsci. Did the Bolshevik Party become the leading party of the Russian nation by chance? The selection process lasted 30 years, it was extremely arduous, it often assumed what appeared to be the strangest and most absurd forms. It took place, in the international field, in contact with the most advanced capitalist civilizations of Central and Western Europe in the struggle of the parties and factions which made up the Second International before the war. It continued within the minority of international socialism, which remained at least partially immune from the social patriotic contagion. It was renewed in Russia in the struggle to win the majority of the proletariat, in the struggle to understand and interpret the needs of a numberless peasant class, scattered over an immense territory. This selection process was a struggle of factions and small groups, it was also an individual struggle, it meant splits and fusions, arrest, exile, prison, assassination attempts, it meant suffering hunger while having millions in gold available, it meant preserving the spirit of a simple worker on the throne of the Tsars, it meant not despairing even when all seemed lost, but starting again, patiently and tenaciously. 18. This remarkable passage sums up admirably the sweep of history and the quality of the process we have examined in this study. It gives an essential sense of perspective on what is required for the evolution of an organization that aspires to play a vanguard role in the struggle for socialist revolution. Such an organization, undergoing a decades-long internal process, must be not simply grounded in Marxist theory and in tune with international developments, but also rooted in the particular national experience and culture of its own working class. All of this applies not simply to the history of Bolshevism, but to that of other revolutionary movements. Gramsci himself attempted to do this for his own country, and with implications for other nations that were considerably more industrially advanced than Tsarist Russia had been. 19 On the other hand, the modern-day Sandinistas of Nicaragua have blended Marxism with popular national traditions in an underdeveloped country, and according to Norma Stolz-Chinchilla, their organization, the FSLN, evolved as a variation on the classical Leninist conception of the vanguard as a party of the working class and peasantry, formed as a precondition for taking power. 20. One of the Sandinista theorists, Orlando Núñez, has admirably discussed this in a manner largely in harmony with the underlying perspectives which we've noted in the development of the Bolsheviks. In our countries, all forms of struggle are necessary, all the sectors involved can be brought together in practice, all the experiences can be built upon. We are faced in our countries by great historic and cultural limitations. The objective conditions are not at the same level as the projects we dream of, and in the beginning stages of the struggle, the proletariat does not present itself as the social force for transformation par excellence. Furthermore, the doctrinaire parties have not been able to become the political nucleus of a revolutionary organization. Given these conditions, revolutionary purism must cede to the concrete possibilities for a coherent struggle led by that revolutionary organization which dedicates itself to the destruction by force of the apparatus of power of the established order. The politics of the unity of the Sandinista revolution meant the utilization of all the forms of struggle: legal, clandestine, unionist, subversive. It signified politics based on alliances with hegemony guaranteed by the FSLN. That is to say, the FSLN guaranteed the hegemony of an armed organization, ensuring the development of the struggle in favor of the working classes. 21. Some would-be Leninists admiring the accomplishments of the Bolsheviks, the Sandinistas, or others have failed to translate the successful models into the political-cultural realities of their own specific national situations. This is in stark contrast to the actual method of the successful revolutionaries, and quickly results in or reinforces the marginalization of a would-be revolutionary group. Sometimes, as James P. Cannon observed in regard to the United States, such a group will consequently abandon its struggle for a social revolution in this country, as the realistic perspective of our epoch, and degrade itself to the role of sympathizer of revolutions in other countries. Cannon goes on to argue, I firmly believe that American revolutionists should indeed sympathize with revolutions in other lands, and try to help them in every way they can. But the best way to do that is to build a party with a confident perspective of a revolution in this country. 22. Of course there is also much to learn from the revolutions of the Bolsheviks and others, but one of the primary lessons to be absorbed in a self-reflective manner is how they translated general revolutionary principles and perspectives into their unique, culturally specific situations. This relates to another point that Cannon stressed. The fate of every political group, whether it is to live and grow or degenerate and die, is decided in its first experiences by the way in which it answers two decisive questions. The first is the adoption of a correct political program. But that alone does not guarantee victory. The second is that the group decide correctly what shall be the nature of its activities, and what tasks it shall set itself, given the size and capacity of the group, the period of the development of the class struggle, the relation of forces in the political movement, and so on. A similar insight is offered by Rosa Levine-Meyer. Attention to detail and precision of terms is no less important than major policy. In fact, it is the only guarantee of a successful major action. It safeguards at least against what Lenin regarded as one of the gravest sins against the revolution, the substitution of the abstract for the concrete. As Cannon explained, if the group misunderstands the task set for it by the conditions of the day, if it does not know how to answer the most important of all questions in politics, that is, the question of what to do next, then the group, no matter what its merits may otherwise be, can wear itself out in misdirected efforts and futile activities and come to grief. 23. We have found the Bolsheviks grappling with such questions as these over the course of their evolution, sometimes with only partial or belated success, as in 1905, sometimes amid tremendous disagreement, as in 1907 to 1912, with a consequent payoff for the correct choices made, and ultimately in 1917 in a manner that resulted in the world's first socialist revolution. 2 Problems of Leninism. In Chapter 5, we noted that certain tensions are inherent in the Leninist conception of organization. There is potential, in this organizational form, for the development of sectarian arrogance and elitism, which can contribute not only to its degeneration into a bureaucratic dictatorship after capitalism is overthrown, but even more to its degeneration beforehand into a sect that isolates itself from living social struggles. We also saw that important early criticisms articulated by Rosa Luxemburg, often portrayed as a refutation of Lenin's organizational orientation, can be better appreciated and more fruitfully utilized if incorporated into a Leninist framework. The same holds for some more recent critiques of Leninism, or to be more accurate, critiques of what has passed for Leninism since the 1920s. Many critiques are, of course, quite worthless, being the work of anti-communists who are hostile to socialist goals, or of academics who have no sense of real political movements and struggles and are therefore quite incapable of understanding what they are criticizing. Far more valuable are the critiques, in some cases somewhat subjective, in many cases rather fragmentary, of those who are, or have been, revolutionary-minded activists and who have first-hand experience in an organization that was, or claimed to be, organized along Leninist lines. Even if these critiques are one-sided and far from satisfactory, they often identify genuine problems and yield important insights. One of the more influential of these critiques in radical circles was offered by the British socialist feminist historian Sheila Rowbotham, who had been a member of a group first known as the International Socialists, then as the British Socialist Workers' Party. This group had its origins as a split-off from the Trotskyist Fourth International and had a reputation as being one of the more open and democratic organizations on what has been called the Leninist left. Her experience with democratic centralism has led her to conclude that there has been something very funny indeed about it in practice. She writes that it is a curious fact that the hardcore of the leaderships of these groups manage to tuck themselves into the center into perpetuity, where they can comfortably nourish egotistical images of themselves as great revolutionary leaders. Unencumbered by the routinism of the daily organizational life lived by the rank and file, they every so often leap out towards the class to knock the members into shape. Whoosh, Superman! Poor old members, they look on with awe. Some get a bit grumpy. Why isn't democratic centralism binding on the leadership? Because the leaders know best. How else could they possibly be leaders? The democracy is undermined by the centralism. The ensconced leaders have a permanent advantage against all incipient oppositions because they are at the hub of communication and can organize to forestall resistance quicker than people who are scattered in different branches and districts. Also, they are known. They are further legitimated by the respect in Leninism due to leaders and by the assumption that, just as the members know better than the non-members, leaders know better than opposing members. The factions can stand up democratically and be counted. They can thus be rapidly isolated. 24. Rowbotham raises another problem: the relationship between the party and the broader social movements and non-party organizations in which its members function, trade unions, community organizations, women's liberation groups, anti-war groups, and so forth. She writes, the individual member will face a split loyalty between a commitment to an autonomous group and the organization. The theory says the party must be more important. The choice is either to get out of the organization, which seems from within to be leaving socialist politics itself, to ignore the center, in which case democratic centralism has proved unworkable, or to accept the line. So however unsectarian this socialist may be, he or she has very stark choices and a political ideology which sanctions accepting party discipline more than helping to develop the self-activity of other people. She adds, if you accept a high degree of centralization and define yourselves as professionals concentrating above everything upon the central task of seizing power, you necessarily diminish the development of the self-activity and self-confidence of most of the people involved. Robotham suggests that the problems exist even with an ideal Leninist party, but that if we descend from the ideal party in the sky to more earthly groups and parties, the prospect is even more gloomy. 25. It is difficult to assess the merit of Robotham's specific grievances against the British Socialist Workers' Party's organisational functioning, particularly since the underlying political differences she seems to have remained somewhat hazy in her essay. The fact remains that the kinds of questions she is raising transcend such specifics. The most serious limitations of her position, however, are that her focus on Leninism obscures a more fundamental problem, while her alternative to Leninism remains extremely vague. The structures of thought and feeling inherent in Leninism continually break our consciousness of alternatives, she complains. But surely this is too narrow. The elitism, arrogance, hierarchy, bureaucratism, mind trips, insensitivity, and so on that she attributes to Leninism can be found throughout our society, including in trade unions, feminist organizations, peace organizations, and political parties and groups with impeccably non-Leninist credentials. Her conclusion is this: I don't see the way through this as devising an ideal model of a non-authoritarian organization, but as a collective awakening to a constant awareness about how we see ourselves as socialists, a willingness to trust as well as criticize what we have done, a recognition of creativity in diversity, and a persistent quest for open types of relationships to one another and to ideas as part of the process of making socialism. 26. None of this should be shrugged off or devalued. But neither can it be counterposed to the Leninist conception of organization. In a sense, Robotham herself seems to recognize this. The versions of Leninism current on the left are difficult to counter because at their most superficial they have a surface coherence. They argue about brass tacks and hard facts. They claim history and sport their own insignia and regalia of position. They fight dirty with a quick sneer and the certainty of correct ideas. At their most thoughtful intensity they provide a passionate and complex cultural tradition of revolutionary theory and practice on which we must certainly draw. Socialist ideas can be pre-Leninist or anti-Leninist. But there is no clear post-Leninist revolutionary tradition yet. Leninism is alive still, whatever dogmatic accoutrements it has acquired. 27. Emphasis added. What this statement suggests is that Leninism's dogmatic accoutrements must be shed, and that new insights and experience should be integrated into this passionate and complex tradition that is alive still. Robotham instead questions the extent of usefulness for making socialism now. 28. And, presumably, for building an effective socialist movement in our own time. In the United States, too, a majority of those who became politically active in the 1960s and considered themselves Leninists in the 1970s have concluded in the 1980s that a Leninist organization is not what U.S. socialists should be trying to build. The history of Leninism in the United States is certainly not a happy one. The pioneer American Leninists came out of a rich tradition represented by the left wing of the Socialist Party and the IWW and had roots in significant sections of the conscious working class. Yet their organization, after what were difficult but then promising beginnings in the early 1920s, underwent a bureaucratizing Bolshevization process fostered by the Communist International under Stalin. Zigzagging from ultra-leftism to reformism under the influence of the ruling bureaucracy in the Soviet Union, the American Communist Party failed to develop a durable working-class base around a coherent revolutionary program of its own, despite the often heroic efforts and sometimes impressive successes of its cadres. One of the most enduring contributions was helping to organize millions of industrial workers into the unions of the CIO, yet for the most part the dedicated Communist Party organizers in this effort organized workers politically not as socialists, but as part of a left liberal wing of the Democratic Party. Cold War anti-communist persecution, followed by Khrushchev's revelations of Stalin's crimes, left the American Communist Party shattered and discredited in the eyes of many. While it persists as a force on the left, its commitment to the Leninist leadership of the Soviet Union has failed to win the confidence of many radical activists. 29 The numerous Leninist splinter groups that flourished in the 1930s, on the other hand, left behind little more than a notorious reputation for often comical sectarianism and pretentiousness. 30 The one serious Leninist alternative, the U.S. Trotskyists of the Socialist Workers' Party, was able to have a major impact on the intellectual life of the left, and also to play a significant part in the class struggle, for example, in the Minneapolis Teamsters strikes. The Trotskyists, however, never were able to accumulate more than 2,000 members, although their growing numbers and influence in the 1960s and 1970s seemed to indicate an impressive vitality and a promising future. The organization was racked by a devastating political and organizational crisis in 1979 to 1983. The party's new leadership fundamentally changed the party program by fiat, grotesquely tightened organizational norms, and expelled scores of dissidents. While the Socialist Workers' Party may not be dead as a potentially revolutionary force, its recent experience has done little to inspire confidence in the Leninism it raises as its own banner. 31. A majority of the young radicalizing activists of the 1960s New Left, however, came to Leninism by a different path. Impressed by the Chinese Revolution of 1949 and by what appeared to be the Chinese Communist leadership's radical stance in world politics beginning in the early 1960s, and inspired by the seemingly egalitarian ideals and commitments of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, launched by Mao Zedong in 1966, they were drawn to the Maoist variant of the Stalinist tradition. A proliferation of groups: the Progressive Labor Party, the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Black Workers' Congress, the Communist Labor Party, the Revolutionary Workers' Headquarters, the League for Revolutionary Struggle, and many others came into being during the 1960s and, especially, the early 1970s. 32 The major efforts, according to one participant, Mel Rothenberg, simply took the self-description of the Communist Party of China, added a few slogans from Mao and Stalin, added the practical experiences of their older cadre from the and projected the stew as the party they were going to build. Another, Carl Davidson, later commented, "What experience did we really have? We had the experience of the things we went through in the 1960s, an experience of having become revolutionaries in a period of upsurge and upheaval, and involvement in the youth movement that gave a certain one-sidedness to our experience. When the 1970s happened, we had a period of ebb. We really lacked the maturity to be able to deal with it and clung to one-sided conceptions that had developed in a different period. We believed that tens of thousands of advanced workers were standing on our doorsteps." Another veteran of this experience, Bruce Bodner, remembers, "There was a lot of frustration in the organization at the slow progress made in carrying out our party building line in the working class." John Trinkle, a staff writer for The Guardian, the radical news weekly, which had enthusiastically supported the efforts to build a Marxist-Leninist Maoist party, reflects, "An overall ultra-leftism led to dogmatism and sectarianism in practice. Harmful contradictions emerged between the party-building movement and the new social movements, particularly the women's movement, between party-building and the working class, and between the leadership and membership of party-building organizations and parties. There was also a disillusionment with Chinese communism stemming from the collapse of the Cultural Revolution with all of its irrationality and abuses, the persistence of bureaucracy, the rightward shift in foreign policy, and other such factors. By the early 1980s, this new communist party-building effort had almost completely disintegrated, most of the new organizations had passed out of existence, and the bulk of those involved had concluded, as John Trinkle put it, that a Leninist party as it was understood by 1970s activists is not appropriate for current U.S. conditions, although a significant number had even more fundamental reservations about Leninism in general. Some of these drifted into the openly reformist Democratic Socialists of America or the reform wing of the Democratic Party. Others have concentrated on important but more narrowly focused political work in the efforts of the anti-war, Third World Solidarity, women's liberation, anti-nuclear, trade union, and unemployed movements. Some have turned away from radical politics altogether, although a large percentage, as Bruce Bodner has observed, while reeling from their experiences in the 1970s, are sort of waiting and hoping that something will happen. There are thousands of them. Thus, a very big question mark has been placed over the future of Leninism in countries such as the United States, at least in the minds of many radical activists whose commitment and energies might be expected to make Leninism a living reality. Some of the more thoughtful of those activists would agree with Marxist historian Dan Cohen that we have to have some way of talking to each other about developing some kind of strategy. Some kind of organization, whether it's called a party or not, that helps coordinate struggles will be necessary. This could be a Leninist organization, but not necessarily. Another activist, Phil Hill, argues, we ought to be issue-oriented rather than ideology-oriented. Such an organization might duplicate the experience of the leading New Left group of the 1960s, Students for a Democratic Society, SDS. Starting as a relatively loose and pragmatically issue-oriented organization of radicals, SDS initially had strong ties to the reformist social democracy. As the youth radicalization mushroomed, SDS was overwhelmed and chaotically moved in an ultra-leftist, quasi-anarchistic direction, with members inclined to do their own thing, which often meant expressing themselves through ill-conceived confrontations with the power structure. As the need for greater ideological and organizational coherence became clear, SDS was drawn to Maoism, then exploded into a variety of increasingly rigid, dogmatic sects, discussed above, whose energy and commitment did not prevent them from being burned out. 33 It is quite possible, however, that a new organization will be more stable and cohesive than this. A number of questions arise: which issues would be prioritized? What kind of strategy would be developed? How would struggles be coordinated? It would be naive to assume that strong ideological currents would not profoundly influence how the members of an organization, no matter how issue-oriented, would answer these questions. What ideology or ideologies would come into play? For the New Left socialists of the New American Movement in the early 1970s, the ideology that finally cohered was a leftish variant of modern social democracy, culminating in an organizational merger that yielded the Democratic Socialists of America. 34 We see, then, that the New Left radical organizations that consciously rejected the ideologies of the old left ended up eventually gravitating to variants of what had come to be the two dominant ideologies of the old left: social democracy and Stalinism. Would a new organization also gradually evolve in such directions? Or would it be something else? If something else, what and how? In contrast to SDS and the New American Movement, Lenin was convinced that a coming together of socialist ideas and the working class was possible and necessary, that it would transform each and create a force capable of bringing revolutionary change, but that a serious, democratic, and cohesive organization guided by a critical-minded and revolutionary Marxism was necessary to accomplish this. The underlying assumption of the present study is that in the United States a new, specifically American variant of Leninism makes sense. It must be new in the sense that it incorporates the following: 1. A deeper understanding of the experience of the Bolsheviks themselves, the focus of this book; 2. An understanding of the experience of revolutionary and would-be revolutionary movements since the 1920s; 3. A serious-minded analysis of recent developments in the world capitalist system; 4. A critical-minded, and self-critical, shaping of organizational norms and political functioning of the organization in light of such understanding and analysis. And for Americans it must, above all, be American, grounded in our own specific radical traditions, integrated with the actual experience, struggles, needs, and idiom of the working people of our own country, related to and learning from, and helping to advance the world revolutionary process, but in a manner that facilitates the forward movement of the real, actually existing working class in the United States. Nothing like this exists or has existed in our country on a significant scale. Nor can a genuine revolutionary party exist simply because a small band of relatively intelligent and dedicated people decide that it must exist. That is a necessary condition for the existence of such a party, but by itself it is not sufficient. This has not been understood by many would-be Leninists in our history who claimed for themselves a historic right leadership of the workers' struggle without earning it. Ernest Mondale once made this point quite well. There is a real contradiction in the relationship between a vanguard organization and the broad masses. There is a real dialectical tension, if we can call it that, and we have to address ourselves to that tension. First of all, I used the words vanguard organizations, I did not use the words vanguard parties. This is a conceptual distinction I introduce on purpose. I do not believe in self-proclaimed parties. I do not believe in 50 people or 100 people standing in Market Square beating their breasts and saying, "We are the vanguard party." Perhaps they are in their own consciousness, but if the rest of society does not give a damn about them, they will be shouting in that marketplace for a long time without this having any result in practical life, or worse, they will try to impose their convictions on an unreceptive mass through violence. A vanguard party has to be constructed, has to be built through a long process. One of the characteristics of its existence is that it becomes recognized as such by at least a substantial minority of the class itself. You cannot have a vanguard party which has no following in the class. A vanguard organization becomes a vanguard party when a significant minority of the real class, of the really existing workers, poor peasants, revolutionary youth, revolutionary women, revolutionary oppressed nationalities, recognizes it as their vanguard party, i.e., follows it in action. Whether that must be 10% or 15%, that does not matter, but it must be a real sector of the class. If it does not exist, then you have no real party, you have only the nucleus of a future party. What will happen to that nucleus will be shown by history. It remains an open question, not yet solved by history. You need a permanent struggle to transform that vanguard organization into a real revolutionary party rooted in the class, present in the working class struggle, and accepted by at least a real fraction of the real class as such. 35. According to this definition, as Mondale recognizes, the Bolsheviks did not constitute a vanguard party until 1912 to 1913. Notice too that Mondale refers to a permanent struggle to be a vanguard party. Such a party must be continually proving itself in reality, testing itself, self-critically evaluating itself, continually developing. Nothing is constant except change. For a revolutionary party to remain true to itself, it must continue to evolve within the constantly changing social reality. If its cadres succumb to the temptation of seeing their party as a permanently revolutionary entity simply because it is the party, and if they adhere to the perspectives of party leaders simply because these are the leaders of the revolutionary party, they will be succumbing to what can be a fatal illusion. Mondale makes a related point that speaks to one of the concerns raised by Sheila Robotham. Stressing the profound importance of the self-organization of the workers and the oppressed, he argues that there is absolutely no contradiction between the separate organizations of revolutionary vanguard militants and their participation in the mass organizations of the working class. For members of a vanguard group to counterpose the interests of their group to the existence or interests of a broader working class formation, he insists, is sectarian. Indeed, we have seen that it was just such sectarianism that had to be overcome among the Bolsheviks themselves before it was possible for their organization to move forward. The only right you claim for yourself inside the unions, inside the mass parties, inside the Soviets, he argues, and the list could be lengthened considerably, is to be a more dedicated, a more courageous, a more lucid, a more self-denying builder of the mass parties, builder of the Soviets, defenders of the general interests of the working class, without attributing to yourself any special privilege towards your fellow workers, except the right to try to convince them. 36. The members of such a vanguard organization, however, have nothing to teach others unless they are at the same time continually learning from experiences of the past by critically absorbing revolutionary theory, learning from their own experiences and those of their comrades. Genuine democratic centralism plays a vital role here, learning from the new political, social, and economic developments of their own time, and, most important, learning from people outside of the vanguard group, especially the rich array of individuals who are the working class and who have the innumerable experiences and insights that will ultimately form the basis for a socialist revolution. Just as self-proclaimed leaders generally have few followers, vanguardists who already know it all have little of value that they are able to teach. There is another way that one must be careful, as C. Wright Mills put it. Nothing that we face is just as it was for Lenin and his comrades. Our 1903 and 1905 and 1912 and 1917 may not look at all like theirs, and the sequence of events may differ dramatically. We cannot allow our knowledge of their history to become an obstacle to understanding and making our own. This understood, it may be worth suggesting that we avoid thinking in terms appropriate to 1912 or 1917, when we in a certain sense have not even had our 1898, when the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was formed. If we must transcend a romantic and uncritical adulation of Lenin and his ideas, which will prevent us from being alive to the realities of our own time, however, we must also transcend a narrow pragmatism that will keep us from what Robotham calls a passionate and complex cultural tradition of revolutionary theory and practice on which we must certainly draw if we hope to make socialism a living reality. The revolutionary internationalist underpinnings of Leninism have particular relevance for our own time, as the sectors of the world economy and world politics have become interconnected more closely than ever before. The peoples of each country are affected by the levels of popular political consciousness and by the class struggles and liberation struggles in each of the other countries. Ultimately, capitalism as a global system can be overcome only through revolutionary efforts on an international scale. 37 Such an expansive triumph of freedom struggles is a precondition, too, for the development of a worldwide cooperative commonwealth that will overcome all vestiges of bureaucratic dictatorship, which cannot survive in a situation where there is enough for all and where all have a vital sense of their own dignity and self-worth. Workers and oppressed people in advanced capitalist countries, in the so-called underdeveloped capitalist countries, and also in the bureaucratically run post-capitalist countries are more than they generally know dependent on each other's struggles for freedom and for control over the institutions that shape their lives. What is more, the goals, strategies, and organizational norms that guided the Bolsheviks are in harmony with the aspirations of these contemporary and future struggles. There are many who are convinced, with an almost religious conviction, that revolutionary socialism has little relevance in such countries as the United States and that working people are incapable of thinking and acting in the way that the conscious workers of Russia did 75 years ago. And it is obvious that the American working class is not about to put socialism on the political agenda in the 1980s. But as Bertolt Brecht once commented, because things are as they are, they will not stay as they are. What we begin to understand now, and what we begin to do now, can help to shape the future. In this context, there is much to learn from the actual ideas and experience of Lenin and the revolutionary party he led. And there is much to do.